Chapter 801. She was an extremely flirtatious lady. She wore a fiery red dress and her chest revealed her snow-white flesh. Her slender legs were faintly discernible under the veil. Her peach blossom eyes were captivating as if they could mesmerize anyone. There was also a faint layer of crimson radiance on her delicate body that enveloped her. She was like a demoness. Huang Xiao Xiao! Everyone's heart trembled. She was a disciple of the Huang family and a top genius among the younger generation of the Huang family. She was extremely famous in Wind-Seeking City. Many people swallowed their saliva and forcefully shifted their gazes away. They had no choice. Although Huang Xiaoxiao was flirtatious, she was vicious and merciless. She was definitely a ruthless character. Moreover, this lady's cultivation was at least a second-level honorable. She was extremely powerful and was the reason why no one dared to provoke her. Huang Xiaoxiao's gaze turned and quickly swept past the crowd. Then, she looked at the figure with his back facing the crowd and a glimmer of brilliance appeared in her beautiful eyes. Huang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes looked at the figure with his back facing the crowd and revealed a trace of surprise. She realized that she could not see the cultivation of the other party clearly. If she looked carefully, there was a mysterious force that blocked her view. She had never encountered such a situation before, so she took a few more glances. However, in the end, she placed her gaze on Hongwuji. It was clear that he was more interested in the young master of Red Leaf Valley than the others. I've long heard of the great name of the Red Leaf Valley. After meeting you today, the disciples of the Red Leaf Valley are indeed extraordinary, Huang Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Who are you? Hongwuji asked in a deep voice. He could naturally feel the powerful aura from the other party. I'm Huang Xiaoxiao. Huang Xiaoxiao smiled charmingly and her voice was pleasant to the ears. Many people's blood boiled and their bodies heated up. You're also here for the white-robed scholar? Hongwuji asked coldly. I'm not interested in the white-robed scholar. I'm more interested in the golden-feathered divine eagle in his hands. In that case, you're going to fight with me? Hongwuji's eyes darkened. You're thinking too much. Huang Xiaoxiao smiled. How would I dare to fight with you? However, the young master of the Red Leaf Valley will definitely not be interested in the golden-feathered divine eagle. How about giving it to me? The two of them chatted as if the white-clothed scholar and the golden-feathered divine eagle were already fish on their chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. The dark red divine dragon was sick of hearing this. He sent a voice transmission and said, Fuck, this is infuriating. Kid, are you still not going to make a move? These fellows are too despicable. They don't put you in their eyes at all. This emperor has a toothache just looking at it. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. He also transmitted his voice. Don't be hasty. Now is not the time to act. If we're going to play this time, let's play big. Wouldn't it be better to shock everyone? Fuck, this kid has guts. I like it. The dark red dragon narrowed its eyes, ready to watch a good show. Dong! 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 Another powerful voice rang out. Needless to say, another expert had arrived. Sure enough, it didn't take long before another figure appeared at the staircase. He was dressed in yellow and had a handsome face. His temperament was extraordinary. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a sharp glint in them. So it's Brother Ling Feng. I didn't expect you to be here too. Huang Xiaoxiao chuckled softly. This young man was also a young expert from Wind-Seeking City. His cultivation had reached the second heaven of the honorable realm. He was also a top expert among the younger generation of the Ling family. He was much stronger than Ling Yu. It seems that everyone is here for the golden-feathered mystical eagle. Ling Feng directly said what everyone was concerned about. That white-robed scholar insulted our Ling family's war beast castle and even took away our mystical beast by force. So this time, I must kill him and bring the mystical beast back. Lin Feng's voice was cold, and there was a strong murderous intent in his words. It seemed that he wouldn't stop until he achieved his goal. The dark red divine dragon was overjoyed. Another expert had arrived. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch this time. Hong Wuji looked at Ling Feng with a solemn look in his eyes. However, he still said in a deep voice, "No matter how many people come, the white-robed scholar is mine. I want to suppress him with my own hands." His voice was filled with infinite confidence. "Fuck, this kid is too arrogant. Even I want to beat him up." The dark red divine dragon was furious. Lin Xian also frowned. This guy was really arrogant. He didn't take him seriously at all. It seemed that he had to find a chance to teach him a lesson. At this moment, Huang Xiaoxiao sighed. "However, it seems that the white-robed scholar doesn't dare to come out. Otherwise, with our power, we would have found him long ago. Humph! Useless trash. So many people admire him. What a joke!" Ling Feng sneered in disdain. "If he dares to come out, I'll kill him with a slash. Most legends can't be trusted. What genius scholar! In my eyes, he's just an ant." Hong Wuji sneered. "He got the golden-feathered mystical eagle by pure luck. If any of us were here, he wouldn't have succeeded that day." The three of them talked among themselves and didn't take the white-robed scholar seriously at all. However, the discussion of the three of them caused many people to be unhappy. They were all cultivators who saw the white-robed scholar with their own eyes. That scene was unforgettable. Since then, many people treated the white-robed scholar as their idol. But now, there was actually someone who dared to ridicule their idol. These people were so angry that they were trembling. "Although you guys are strong, that white-robed scholar isn't weak either. His strength is comparable to yours. It's impossible for any of you to win against him alone." "That's right. I saw with my own eyes that he easily destroyed the blue array of the Ling clan's Warbeast castle with a single move. This kind of method definitely surpasses those elders." Many people spoke of what they saw. For a moment, everyone was discussing and felt that this white-robed young man could indeed be called a genius. That day, even the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy weren't his match. "How can someone like him be weak?" a cute girl with big eyes said. "Who dares to insult the reputation of my Immortal Martial Academy?" At this moment, a cold voice rang out. It was like a sharp blade shaking the void. Following that, a light flashed and a black figure appeared in the tea house. This was a tall man with a cold expression. He was like a fiend god standing in the middle of the square. He didn't make any movements, but the aura he emitted was like a primordial beast, intimidating everyone. Expert, an absolute expert. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that another young expert would appear at this moment. The eyes of this fiend-godlike black-robed young man were like lightning as he swept his gaze around. Finally, he stared at the cute girl with big eyes. "Are you the one who insulted the reputation of my Immortal Martial Academy?" His voice was cold and sharp, even the air was sliced apart mercilessly. Chapter 802. The big-eyed girl's body trembled slightly. Her fair face was filled with fear. However, she still stubbornly said, "I saw it with my own eyes. That white-robed scholar defeated a disciple of your Immortal Martial Academy." "A bunch of nonsense!" the black-robed young man coldly snorted. Instantly, the surrounding tables, chairs, and windows turned into dust, causing the defensive light screen to tremble. Boom! The terrifying sound wave was like a sharp spear, rapidly piercing towards the adorable girl. This attack was extremely terrifying, capable of tearing apart mountains and rivers. If she was hit by it, the adorable girl with big eyes would instantly die. Everyone was shocked. The terrifying shockwaves from the attack sent them flying. No one dared to step forward. In an instant, the formless sound wave spear arrived before the adorable girl and was about to pierce her. The adorable girl with big eyes was so frightened that her face turned pale. She sat on the ground, paralyzed, and tears appeared in her eyes. She looked extremely pitiful. In the end, she screamed and closed her eyes. Bang! A low sound rang out, like thunder exploding in the air. A raging wind blew, blowing on everyone's body, causing them to feel pain. Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly turned their heads and exclaimed in shock. That formless sound wave spear didn't pierce the adorable girl. Instead, it was blocked by a cold moon. The two of them were in a stalemate. The adorable girl, Vivian, opened her eyes and was stunned when she saw the scene before her. She originally thought that she would die without a doubt. She didn't expect that someone would save her at the last moment. Everyone was stunned, incomparably shocked. They didn't expect that someone would save her at the last moment. Huang Xiao and the others were also stunned. She originally wanted to watch a good show, but she didn't expect that someone would forcefully interrupt her. Hong Wuji also frowned. He stared at the figure with his back facing the crowd, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The black-robed young man was the most infuriated. He came here this time to clear the name of the academy. As a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy, he wouldn't allow anyone to sully the academy's reputation. Hence, he didn't hold back in that attack earlier. He wanted to use fresh blood to intimidate everyone. However, he didn't expect that someone would actually dare to obstruct him. In his opinion, this was unforgivable. "Who dares to obstruct me? Scram out!" The black-robed young man's voice was ice-cold, his words like thunder. "You can't even tell who did it. What's there to be arrogant about?" The dark red divine dragon sneered. He couldn't stand such behavior of bullying the weak. "Hiding your head but showing your tail, I can tell at a glance that you're a cowardly rat." The black-clothed youth remained unmoved, and his cold gaze once again stared at the cute girl. "Daring to sully the reputation of the Immortal Martial Academy, you can only atone for your crimes with your death." The cute girl's body trembled and curled into a ball like a kitten. Her large eyes were filled with terror and her entire body was trembling nonstop. Lin Xian coldly snorted. His expression was abnormally cold, and a hint of killing intent surfaced in his eyes. If the other party was targeting him, then he had nothing to say. However, the other party had bullied a weak girl right from the start, and even wanted to kill her? He didn't dare to do that. Could it be that just because the girl spoke the truth, she had to suffer the punishment of death? Lin Xian could not bear it. He would not allow such a thing to happen. Moreover, this young girl had said it to protect him. Lin Xian couldn't just sit back and watch. If someone died because of him, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace for the rest of his life. Hence, Lin Xian decided to act and save the cute girl. With a wave of his sleeves, a formless energy gushed out, transforming into a formless ribbon that enveloped the cute girl and pulled her back. "Courting death!" The black-clothed youth was enraged. There was actually someone who dared to touch the person he wanted to kill. He coldly laughed and pointed out a finger. Light revolved around the tip of his finger, resembling divine light as it rapidly flew out. "Xiao!" This finger was aimed at the cute girl's heart. If she was pierced by it, she would most likely die immediately. Lin Xian's expression was gloomy. The other party actually wanted to kill a weak girl, one after another. Did they have no humanity at all? He formed seals with his palms and quickly blasted them out. Spiritual energy gushed out, and a resplendent silver river, akin to 3,000 waterfalls, hung upside down in the air. A resplendent ray of light intercepted the finger beam. Other than that, it rapidly enveloped the cute girl, protecting her safety. "Pun!" A shocking sound rang out once again. The resplendent finger beam collided with the silver river, creating a frenzy of energy. On the other side, the cute girl safely arrived at Lin Xian's side. "You blocked it?" The black-clothed youth's expression was gloomy as he blasted out another finger beam. The light was as resplendent as the stars. The power of this finger beam was several times stronger than before. The finger beam flickered like a dragon, roaring ferociously out of the sea as it rapidly rampaged through the air. Lin Xian still blasted out the seal of sun and moon. A silver moon hung in the air and rotated gently. The moonlight flowed like water waves, quickly strangling the dragon. The terrifying energy of the finger beam was vast. It transformed into a dragon that roared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, tearing the void apart. The silver moon vibrated, and moonlight sprinkled down like a piece of silver light, sparkling and translucent. The collision of the two produced a sonorous sound that shook one's soul. However, no matter how the dragon roared ferociously, it could not break free from the shackles of the moonlight. Not only that, the more it struggled, the tighter the belt of light formed by the moonlight became. In the end, it completely wrapped around the dragon. The cold moonlight was like a transparent ribbon, destroying the dragon. What? It's destroyed! The black-clothed youth's pupils constricted. He knew the power of this attack. It was terrifying, but it was easily destroyed by the other party. For a moment, he found it hard to accept. Huang Xiaoxiao, Leng Feng, and the others frowned as they stared at the back of the figure. This person's strength was far beyond their expectations. The black-clothed youth took a deep breath and his eyes turned gloomy. Brat, how dare you meddle in my business? You're dead meat! His eyes were filled with killing intent. In the next moment, a powerful aura burst out from his body. He swung his fist rapidly and punched at Lin Xian. Crack, crack, crack. The space trembled as if it was about to split open. A powerful force surged out like an Archean ferocious beast, pouncing ferociously. In the air, the bright moon rotated again. The moonlight was like a sword beam, sweeping in all directions and quickly slashing at the fist. Dong dong dong! The two collided. The terrifying force of the fist was so great that it scattered the moonlight. However, more moonlight surged over like water ripples, densely packed and blotting out the sky. All of them quickly slashed at the fist. Thousands of rays of moonlight gathered to form a moonlight divine sword that swept in all directions. In the end, the terrifying fist could not withstand it, and was sent flying. The black-clothed youth also took 3 steps back with a look of shock on his face. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too terrifying. Huang Xiaoxiao, Leng Feng, and the others frowned even more. The black-clothed martial artist's strength was on par with theirs. However, he could not defeat a young man with his back facing them. This made the two of them uneasy. If that was the case, the two of them were no match for him. Who are you? Why are you meddling in my business? The youth's face was ugly. Chapter 803. Immortal Martial Academy? Lin Xian sneered. Do you think you can represent the academy? Don't flatter yourself. If the Immortal Martial Academy was filled with scum like you, it would have closed down a long time ago. Using the academy's name to bully the weak. How shameless! You! Hearing this, the black-robed young man was speechless and trembled with anger. Beside him, the cute girl with big eyes looked at Lin Xian in shock. Her long eyelashes trembled and her eyes were filled with excitement. She wanted to exclaim, "Shoo!" Lin Xian shook his head lightly, indicating for her not to speak. The girl with big eyes nodded her head fervently, then sat down beside Lin Xian, her face full of excitement. Hee, young master is really skilled. I'm impressed. Huang Xiaoxiao smiled. May I know how to address you and where are you from? Then, she smiled and said, Why don't you give me some face and stop fighting? The black-robed young man snorted coldly, his eyes cold but he didn't speak. Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Do I know you? Why should I give you face? Hearing this, Huang Xiaoxiao's charming face froze. She couldn't believe what she just heard. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed in shock, their minds blank. After being in Wenfeng City for so long, no one dared to not give Huang Xiaoxiao face. Moreover, an unknown young man actually dared to scold her to her face. Thinking of this, her flirtatious face turned gloomy. This little brother's temper is really bad. I don't know what capabilities he has to speak like this. Huang Xiaoxiao's voice was cold. You should know that some words spoken will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Beside her, Leng Feng also stood out. Brat, you're really arrogant. Seems like you're not going to give us face? Who do you think you are? You don't deserve face. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Previously, these people mocked him mercilessly and treated him like a fish on a chopping board. How could he be nice to them now? Moreover, Lin Xian didn't have a good impression of the Huang and Lin clans. Not attacking them immediately was already giving them a lot of face. Now, these people still wanted to worm their way into his relationship. Was this even possible? The surrounding people were so shocked that their minds went blank. This young man was too valiant. He actually scolded the young top experts of the Ling and Huang families at the same time. Did he not want to live anymore? You're courting death. Ling Feng's face darkened as killing intent filled his eyes. Huang Xiaoxiao's face was also taut as she said softly, "Let me see what makes you so arrogant." Lin Xian and Lin Xian were like two streaks of starlight, moving at incredible speed. In an instant, they arrived in front of Lin Xian. Huang Xiaoxiao used a pair of short swords that were like the fangs of a viper. They were dark green and ghastly, and they carried dense poison. Even an Exalt realm martial artist would be poisoned if they encountered them. Surrounded by green light and thin mist, it quickly pierced towards Lin Xian. It was extremely dangerous. On the other side, Lin Feng also attacked, his killing intent shocking. He used a scimitar that was shaped like a crescent moon. It drew an astonishing arc as it slashed towards Lin Xian's neck. Boundless killing intent erupted like a river of stars pouring down. It was extremely cold. Along with the cold blade, all of it surged towards Lin Xian. The attacks of the two experts were extremely fierce. Even a second-rank Exalt would be severely injured in an instant. Therefore, they were confident that they could take down Lin Xian immediately. Lin Xian formed seals with both hands. He used the mountain river seal in his left hand and the sun-moon seal in his right hand. He struck out with both hands at the same time. Boom! The void trembled as a silver river hung in the sky like a divine river, blocking the dark green poison outside. At the same time, the golden mountain spun and blazed with divine light. It rushed into the clouds and smashed towards Huang Xiaoxiao with terrifying force. On the other side, the cold moonlight formed invisible ribbons that quickly wrapped around the opponent. The dazzling sun evolved into countless flaming divine swords that pierced through the void. Every sword light carried with it a fiery glow, burning everything in its path. Boom! There was a shocking explosion as Lin Xian fought against two opponents by himself. Whoosh! Boom! Along with the terrifying sound, the crowd saw two figures retreat from the energy tide. It was Huang Xiaoxiao and Lin Feng. What? He repelled them! Everyone was shocked. That mysterious young man had actually repelled two young experts by himself? This was too shocking. Huang Xiaoxiao and Lin Feng were even more shocked. They could easily kill a second-rank Exalt if they joined forces, but they were repelled at this moment. Could he be a third-rank Exalt? The two of them were shocked when they thought of this. However, the two of them quickly shook their heads. If he was a third-rank Exalt, they would not only be repelled, but they would also be severely injured. Even so, the two of them were still very wary of him. The two of them looked at each other and wanted to attack again. However, at this moment, a cold light suddenly appeared and stabbed towards Lin Xian. This unforeseen event was extremely shocking, causing everyone to cry out in alarm. In fact, from the moment Lin Xian attacked to the moment Huang Xiaoxiao and Lin Feng were repelled, only an instant had passed. The cold light in the void also appeared in an instant. This cold light was shocking, and as fast as lightning, it arrived in front of them in an instant. Ordinary cultivators couldn't see it clearly. Only Hong Wuji and a few other experts could see it clearly. It was a thin sword that was only 2 fingers wide and 1 meter long. It was like a cold light that pierced towards Lin Xian's back. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. A sneak attack? He wasn't afraid. However, he despised the other party's actions. He felt that such a person wasn't worthy of being a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. That's right, the person who suddenly attacked was the black-robed young man who claimed to be from the Immortal Martial Academy. He couldn't defeat Lin Xian, and could only think of such a sinister attack. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. Boom! In the next moment, a bloody light spread out behind Lin Xian as a terrifying and violent aura erupted. The void was dyed red as a sea of blood appeared, carrying an aura that could kill everything as it blasted out in all directions. Pooh! The sea of blood surged, forming a wave that slammed onto the black-robed young man, sending him flying. This wasn't the end. Within the sea of blood, a blood sword condensed and stood in the void before slashing down. The black-robed young man was sent flying, feeling as if all the bones in his body had cracked. However, before he could recover, a bloody sword light rushed towards him. That sword light was too terrifying, and the killing aura on it was shocking. Before the sword chi arrived, the aura was already enough to make people tremble. Not good! His expression changed drastically as fear appeared in his eyes. In his current state, he wouldn't be able to withstand this sword. Gritting his teeth, the black-robed young man used a life-saving martial technique. A black light appeared under his feet and suddenly erupted, causing his speed to increase explosively. Only then did he manage to dodge the sword. Huff! Huff! The black-robed young man moved to the side, panting heavily. Although it was only a few moves, it was as if he had experienced the cycle of life and death. Let's attack together. I don't believe that the three of us can't take him down. Chapter 804. Let's attack together. The three of us will kill him. Huan Xiaoxiao shouted and moved quickly. Lin Feng followed behind and gripped the crescent blade in his hand tightly. The young man in black gritted his teeth and attacked as well. He had to kill his opponent to prove himself. Otherwise, today's battle would become his inner demon and obstruct his future path in the martial Dao. The three of them attacked Lin Xian from three different directions. Everyone held their breaths and watched with wide eyes. This was a scene that they would never see again. Hong Wuji's expression was similarly solemn. These three people were all second-level venerables, and each of them was extremely powerful and could suppress an entire region. Now that the three of them had joined forces, their aura was absolutely terrifying. Even he was not confident of winning. Hence, in his opinion, Lin Xian would not be able to handle it. Lin Xian frowned. The three second-level honorables had indeed given him a lot of pressure. However, since he had chosen to attack, he did not plan to lose. Not only that, but he also wanted to teach this person a lesson. In the next instant, he reached out his hand and grabbed the blood sword in the sky. He then swept it out. Boom! The blood sword chi surged and drew an arc in the sky. It carried a violent murderous aura and tore the void apart. The power of this sword was terrifying. Its murderous aura was shocking and surging like a vast ocean. Lin Xian's combat power was shocking. When he swung his sword, the entire space turned blood red. Boom! The blood sword chi finally collided with the three of them, and the energy exploded instantly. The tea house was protected by a powerful array and was not damaged. However, everything in the tea house was turned into ashes. Some of the weaker martial artists were swept by the energy shockwaves and immediately vomited blood. He blocked it again. Hong Wuji's sword chi surrounded him and shattered the energy around him. Hence, he continued to sit there. However, his expression was not very good. That was because he realized that Lin Xian had blocked the three of them. Huan Xiaoxiao and the other two looked even worse. They were all shocked and could not believe it. The other party was actually able to contend against them all by himself? Perhaps even those powerful older generation ancient martial art practitioners would not be able to do so. Were they shocked? Lin Xian sneered. You think you are strong, but you are just frogs at the bottom of a well. Then, he swung his sword again and turned around at the same time. Sky-splitting blood sword! This sword came from the inheritance of the blood-colored killing sword in the king's stone statue. Bang! The three of them were sent flying by the sword, and the entire space was annihilated. Shock, absolute shock. Everyone was shocked by the mysterious youth's battle prowess, but they were also very curious about what he looked like. Therefore, many people looked over with rapt attention. Even Huang Xiaoxiao and the other two, who had retreated far away, looked up. Then, someone exclaimed, What? It's him, the genius scholar! It's him, it's him! I told you, that scholar is definitely a genius! Haha, I was right! Many people in the crowd cheered excitedly. As for Huang Xiaoxiao and the other two, their expressions became extremely ugly. From the discussions of the crowd, they had already understood that this mysterious expert was the scholar they were looking for. However, the ironic thing was that not long ago, they had been chatting merrily and wittily before the crowd. They had not placed the white-clothed scholar in their eyes at all. But now, even with the three of them joining hands, they were still unable to defeat him. A slap in the face, a naked slap in the face. Hong Wuji was also watching with rapt attention. He did not expect that the mysterious youth was the person he was looking for. Staring at the other party, Hong Wuji's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. However, he did not act rashly. The other party's battle just now was too shocking. His strength was definitely not inferior to his. Lin Xian looked at the shocked expressions of Huang Xiaoxiao and the other two and immediately sneered. He said coldly, "The three of you were very arrogant before. Didn't you say that you wanted to kill me? Why aren't you coming now?" He sneered, then waved his sleeve and summoned the golden-feathered divine eagle. "Come, the thing you want is here." Lin Xian held the blood sword in his hand and looked around disdainfully. His gaze was like a sword as he stared at the three people in front of him. Huang Xiaoxiao and the other two's expressions were ugly. They glared at him angrily and trembled with anger. Shameful, too shameful. The three of them were usually high and mighty existences. Who dared to provoke them? But now, they were actually suppressed by the same person to the point that they could not raise their heads. "Kid, don't go too far." Ling Feng looked at the golden-feathered divine eagle in the distance, his eyes burning with anger. That was their family's mutated beast. Now that it was being used, it was a public humiliation. "Going too far?" Lin Xian laughed. "I'm bullying you. Are you unhappy? If you're unhappy, you can fight. I'll fight you any time." Lin Xian stepped forward and said loudly. The surrounding people were shocked. This young man was too domineering. He did not give the Ling family any face at all. However, most of them agreed and were excited. They imagined that Lin Xian was them. "Damn it, the Ling family won't let you off!" Ling Feng roared angrily. "How is it? It's uncomfortable, right?" Lin Xian sneered. "When you were so arrogant and wanted to kill me, did you think about my feelings? Now you can't take it anymore. Where's your arrogance from before? I thought you were some kind of expert or genius. Now it seems that you're just trash. Three trash." Lin Xian's voice was cold. His words were sharp and merciless. "Indeed, three trash." Hong Wuji snorted disdainfully. "You!" Ling Feng and the other two trembled in anger. They almost vomited blood. Their faces were ferocious. They wanted to fight with their lives, but they did not have the courage to do so. "Not only are they trash, but they're also three cowards," Lin Xian sneered. "Kid, ignore them. Why don't we fight?" Hong Wuji's eyes shone brightly. "No hurry. Let's get rid of the three of them first." Lin Xian walked over slowly with the blood sword in his hand. What are you trying to do?" Ling Feng and Huang Xiaoxiao panicked. "Kill!" Lin Xian's voice was cold. "You're here to kill me. Do you think I'll let you go?" Hearing this, Ling Feng and the other two's pupils shrank. Their faces were filled with fear. "You dare to kill me? You don't want to live anymore!" They were indeed stunned and exclaimed in shock. That's right, they had lost face. However, they had never been worried about their own safety. One had to know that their identities were extraordinary. Two of them were disciples of big clans in Wind-Seeking City, while the other was a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. It could be said that their identities were noble, and no one dared to offend them. Not to mention, no one dared to kill them. And now, a young man actually wanted to kill the three of them at the same time. How audacious! "Kid, if you dare to touch a single strand of my hair, there will be no place for you in Wind-Seeking City." Huang Xiaoxiao's voice was filled with venom. Chapter 805. "You're dead. The Lung family will not let you off!" Lung Feng roared. "How dare you touch me? You'll be hunted down endlessly. Poof! Before he could finish his sentence, the blood-red sword slashed down. Lin Feng's head flew into the air as blood splattered everywhere. What? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to kill Lin Feng so decisively. Huang Xiaoxiao and the black-clothed youth were stunned as well. They stood rooted to the ground. Lin Feng's head flew into the air. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not believe that Lin Xian dared to kill him. Was he not afraid of the Ling family's revenge? Lin Feng's head fell to the ground with disbelief and indignation. Poof! Poof! Lin Feng's headless body fell to the ground and blood flowed like a river. However, something even stranger happened. The blood was all attracted by the blood sword in Lin Xian's hand and absorbed. Behind Lin Xian, a hazy blood diagram appeared. It was extremely mysterious. At that moment, Lin Xian felt that his understanding of the blood sword legacy had deepened. Soon, the blood on the ground was sucked dry and Ling Feng's body became a dried corpse. Lin Xian turned his eyes and stared at Huang Xiaoxiao and the young man in black. Huang Xiaoxiao felt Lin Xian's gaze and woke up from her daze. She screamed. Ah! You killed him! You're dead. The Lung family will not let you off! Her face was covered in blood. Coupled with her panicked expression, she looked terrifying. I killed you because you deserved to die. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he raised the blood-red sword in his hand again. No, don't kill me! Huang Xiaoxiao was finally afraid when she felt the violent killing intent. She did not want to die. Let me go. I'll agree to anything you want. Huang Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with pleading and seduction. As long as you're willing, my body will be yours. Her voice was alluring and seductive. I'm not interested in you. Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. The blood-red sword quickly pierced through her body. Poof! The sword pierced through her heart. You! The Huang family will avenge me! Huang Xiaoxiao used the last of her strength and screamed. At the same time, she burned the last of her blood and used a secret technique to attack Lin Xian. Ha! You're dead. Even if you kill me, the Huang family won't let you off! Huang Xiaoxiao revealed a final trace of malevolence before falling to the ground. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He could feel that there was something extra in his body, but he couldn't detect it. Temporarily putting aside the doubts in his heart, he once again looked at the last black-clothed martial artist. Don't kill me! The black-clothed youth was terrified, and he no longer had the arrogance from before. I'm warning you, I'm a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy, and I'm even a member of the Tao Spirit Association. The Tao Spirit Association was established by the disciples of the Yan family. You can't afford to offend them. Tao Spirit Association? Lin Xian laughed, his mouth full of disdain. He slowly lowered his head and looked down at the black-clothed youth. I even dared to kill Yan Qingyang, let alone you. What you are? The black-clothed youth was shocked, and his face was full of fear. A figure appeared in his mind. He finally knew who the scholar in front of him was. However, he didn't have the chance to say it, because the blood sword had already pierced through his chest. Plop! When the last corpse turned into a dried corpse and fell down, the crowd finally recovered from the shock. Too shocking, too exciting. One person killed 3 top young experts, and they were all of noble status. It wouldn't be long before Wind-Seeking City would riot. At the very least, the Huang family and Ling family wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Hong Wuji was also slightly stunned. The young man in front of him had once again exceeded his expectations. Even if he was the young master of the Red Leaf Valley, he wouldn't dare to kill the 3 of them at the same time. One could imagine the shock in his heart. Interesting, very interesting! Hong Wuji exclaimed. Our Red Leaf Valley has always been arrogant, but I didn't expect to see someone even more arrogant today. Kid, you've got guts! The 6 girls looked surprised. They had never heard of anyone being praised by Hong Wuji before. Hong Wuji's eyes shone brightly, and his body released a powerful aura. However, I still have to suppress you. I've said it before, you're no match for me. He slowly stood up, and his entire body was extremely sharp, like a divine sword being unsheathed. Lin Xian held the blood sword in his hand and stared at Hong Wuji. Behind him, a monstrous sea of blood surged, and the murderous aura shot up to the sky. Boom! Their auras collided, and a shocking explosion erupted, almost tearing the entire tea house's defense apart. The crowd retreated, watching anxiously. Just as the two of them were about to attack, a long roar came from afar. Who dares to kill my Huang family's disciples? The voice was filled with anger, like an enraged tiger, and it was extremely terrifying. Along with them, several powerful auras were rushing towards them at high speed. Oh no, the Huang family is here! The crowd was shocked. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect the other party to be alerted so quickly. He looked at Hong Wuji and said coldly, "We'll fight another day." Then, Lin Xian turned into a ray of sword light and flew into the distance. "Thief, where do you think you're going?" Just as Lin Xian left the tea house, a terrifying palm of light fell quickly. The palm was glowing with green light, like a ghost's claw, and it covered a radius of 1,000 meters. The sky suddenly darkened, and a terrifying aura surged. The green ghost's claw covered the sky, forming rays of green light that intertwined to form a light cage, trapping Lin Xian. The light cage was hard, as if it was made of divine metal. It was extremely sturdy, like a prison from hell, and it was difficult to escape. "Little bastard, how dare you kill my Huang family's disciples? How dare you?" The person who came was an old man in green. He was an elder of the Huang family. He shouted sternly, "Today, I'll extract your soul, and you'll never be reincarnated." The old man's expression was ferocious, and his body was filled with murderous intent. The moment they knew that Huang Xiaoxiao was dead, the entire Huang family almost went crazy. Huang Xiaoxiao was a genius disciple of the Huang family, one of the most promising few. But now, he was actually killed by someone. They could not accept it, and they did not even dare to believe it. One had to know that the Huang family was considered a powerful force in Wind-Seeking City. Even some elites were not willing to provoke them. Moreover, no one dared to kill a disciple of the Huang family unless they were mortal enemies. Therefore, they did not believe that Huang Xiaoxiao was dead. However, the nameplate that represented Huang Xiaoxiao's identity had been shattered. They also sensed the blood-red mark that Huang Xiaoxiao made before she died. That was a secret technique of the Huang family. At the cost of one's life, they would make a tracking mark that could clearly guide the enemy. However, this secret technique would not be used until they were on the brink of death. Since the blood-red mark had appeared, it meant that Huang Xiaoxiao was really dead. Thinking of this, the old man in green robe's expression became ferocious. "Kid, dying 10,000 times is not enough to atone for your sins. I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece, and I'll let you live like a dog." Chapter 806. The green-robed elder was furious. He wanted nothing more than to tear the other party apart. The green ghost claw covered the sky and released countless auras, forming a hellish cage. Everyone was shocked. The scene was too terrifying. As expected of an elder. However, most of them were worried for Lin Xian. After all, they had seen what happened with their own eyes. It was not that Lin Xian liked to kill, but that Huang Xiaoxiao and the others had gone too far. Anyone would have attacked if they were in Lin Xian's shoes. Lin Xian roared and waved the blood sword in his hand, releasing a monstrous sword radiance. A violent and shocking murderous aura surged. A sea of blood appeared and slapped in all directions, tearing the green cage apart in an instant. Whoosh! Lin Xian turned into a sword radiance, and flew out of the cage. He stood in the air and stared at the green-robed elder. "Thief, I want you dead!" The green-robed elder was filled with murderous intent. Behind him, dozens of lights lit up and rushed over. These people were all experts of the Huang family. They had all come to capture the murderer. Everyone in Wind-Seeking City knows who's right and who's wrong. If it weren't for your disciples being too arrogant and vicious, they wouldn't have died. The reason why they were so arrogant and vicious was because they had your support. So, the one who killed them wasn't me, but you. If you old things continue to be arrogant and protect them, more disciples will die, Lin Xian said with a sonorous voice, holding the killing sword in his hand. What a bunch of nonsense! The green-robed elder was trembling with anger. At this time, the experts of the other families had also arrived. They were all glaring at Lin Xian as if they had lost their minds. How dare you kill Sister Xiao? I'll kill you! A young man with a ferocious face walked out. The killing intent in his eyes surged, turning into tangible radiance, terrifying and terrifying. You can't! Lin Xian sneered. Let those old things do it. You're courting death. The young man was furious. His name was Huang Luo, and he was one of the 3 strongest people in the younger generation of the Huang family. His strength was even above Huang Xiaoxiao's. When he heard Lin Xian's mockery, he shouted angrily and rushed over. No! The green-robed old man shouted from behind, his face full of anxiety. They had already lost Huang Xiaoxiao. They couldn't afford to lose Huang Luo. Otherwise, there wouldn't be many people left in the younger generation of the Huang family. However, his reminder was too late. With Huang Luo's speed, he arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. With a flash of light, a high-grade spirit-rank treasured saber appeared in his hand. The saber radiance was resplendent like the Milky Way, pouring down in torrents with a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. Brat, die! Huang Luo laughed savagely. However, Lin Xian only smiled disdainfully. His eyes focused, and the sword of slaughter in his hand became even more solid, as if it was a real sword. Killing frenzy. The sword radiance flickered like a blood-red dragon attacking, its roar shaking the heavens. Clang! Puff! The resplendent saber radiance was sent flying, and the terrifying blood-red sword she slashed at Huang Luo. No! Block it! Huang Luo didn't expect his opponent to be so powerful that he could break his attack in an instant. In a panic, he quickly defended himself. However, he didn't know that Lin Xian had mastered the blood sword inheritance, and his body also had the great dragon sword soul, a heaven-defying offensive saint technique. Therefore, the power of this sword was extremely powerful. Puff! His defense shattered in an instant. Huang Luo's pupils constricted. He felt the cold sword she pierce his body, and then mercilessly slash through his body. Then, his senses disappeared. Along with the disappearance of his senses, there was also shock and fear. Puff! In the sky, Huang Luo's body was cut in half by the sword radiance. Puff! Puff! A rain of blood fell, as if it was attracted by an invisible force, and all of it entered Lin Xian's blood sword and the sea of blood behind him. No! Everyone in the Huang family was stunned, and then they screamed crazily. He's dead! He's dead again! The second strongest youth in their family had died in front of them. Ah, I hate it! Bastard, I'll definitely kill you! The green-robed elder roared at the sky. His voice was like thunder, and it shattered the surrounding buildings. A powerful and violent aura gushed out like a volcanic eruption, blasting the clouds in the sky away. More Huang family warriors moved, and they surrounded Lin Xian. Today, they must kill this sinner in front of them. Lin Xian looked around, and the corner of his mouth curled up in disdain. He really didn't know why they were sad that such a trash would die with a single sword strike. Puff! Several Huang family elders were so angry that they vomited blood, and their bodies trembled. Trash, the second strongest youth in their family, was called trash by someone else? Intolerable, absolutely intolerable. Kill! Tear him into pieces! The green-robed elder roared, and he took the initiative to attack. With a punch, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the wind whistled in the void as if it was going to tear the sky apart. You want to fight? Then come! Lin Xian roared, and his eyes flashed. Behind him, the sea of blood surged. Boom! A great battle broke out. Lin Xian formed a seal with his left hand, and a blood-red mountain appeared. It enlarged in the air and collided with the green-robed fist. The entire mountain was blood-red, as if it was a mountain from hell. It was extremely terrifying, and the green-robed fist was pushed back in an instant. Then, he swung his right hand, and the blood-red sword light turned into a furious dragon that pounced in all directions. Ah! 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 In an instant, a few screams were heard. Some of the weaker Huang family disciples were cut in half at the waist by the blood-red sword light, and their blood was sucked away. Back off! The green-robed elder roared. Those below the second sky of the martial honor realm, leave! Go and inform the Ling family that their genius has also been killed! In an instant, the entire sky was cleared, and only Lin Xian and the 6 ferocious-looking elders were left. Brat, you won't be able to escape death today! The green-robed elder's voice was cold. Even a third sky of the martial honor realm would not dare to face 6 second sky of the martial honor realm head-on, not to mention this brat who was not even a third sky of the martial honor realm. Feeling that the blood-red sword and the sea of blood behind him were becoming stronger, Lin Xian's gaze was like a sword radiance that swept across the surroundings fearlessly. He formed a seal with his left palm, and his right hand held the sword as he attacked rapidly. Attack! The 6 elders also attacked fiercely, using their own unique skills. Boom! A blood-red moon spun rapidly, and the moonlight was like a blood-red ribbon that quickly wrapped around the 2 elders. Then, a golden sun appeared in the sky, shining with golden light. It was extremely terrifying. Crack! Countless rays of light fell, forming golden sword radiances that pierced towards the 2 elders. The golden radiances contained powerful lightning energy that made one's scalp go numb. The 2 elders were shocked, and they used all their strength to escape at the last moment. However, they were still swept by a few lightning sword radiances, and the sky exploded with lightning, sending the 2 elders flying. What? So powerful! The people below were shocked. Facing the attacks of the 6 elders, Lin Xian was not afraid at all, and he even managed to injure 2 of them in an instant. His strength and experience were too terrifying. You're courting death! The green-robed elder was enraged, and a green skeleton appeared behind him. It was extremely strange. Chapter 807. A green skeleton appeared behind the green-clothed elder, emitting a terrifying aura. Boom! The entire sky suddenly boiled like a vast ocean, surging and surging violently. Martial soul! It's a martial soul! The crowd exclaimed. They did not expect the green-clothed elder to use his martial soul. It seemed like he was going to fight for real. The green skeleton was very eye-catching. The green skeleton was very tall and there were mysterious patterns on it, emitting a terrifying aura. He stood in the void like a demon, terrifying everyone's hearts and souls. I said I'll kill you today! The green-clothed elder's voice was ferocious. His eyes were as sharp as knives as he stared at Lin Xian. In the other direction, the elders also summoned their martial souls. They were mighty and terrifying. Swoosh! The green skeleton moved and turned into a ray of light, rushing toward Lin Xian. Swoosh! In an instant, he arrived beside Lin Xian and his skeleton palm slammed down mercilessly. The palm was glowing with a green light, as if it was made of green gold. It slashed toward Lin Xian like a treasure weapon. Lin Xian clenched his fist. Red flames danced on his fist, wrapping around his fist. Like a meteor, he quickly punched out. Clang! When the 2 collided, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. The entire sky trembled as visible energy ripples spread out in all directions. The green-clothed elder summoned his martial soul and fought with Lin Xian. However, what shocked everyone was that Lin Xian did not summon his martial soul. Instead, he used his fist to fight against the elder's martial soul. Just how confident must he be? The green-clothed elder sneered. He controlled the skeleton martial soul and used a powerful martial skill to attack his opponent. Boom! Light shot out in all directions like fireworks. However, there was a fatal killing intent hidden in the light. Vermilion bird seal! Lin Xian waved his palm and shot out a flame. A huge vermilion bird was born from the flames and quickly soared into the sky. When the vermilion bird appeared, the entire sky was dyed red. A scorching aura spread out, as if it was going to evaporate people. Not only was the heat unbearable, it could also evaporate spiritual energy. The green skeleton was affected, and its bronze body began to fade as if it was about to melt. Humph! The azure-robed old man snorted coldly, and controlled the azure-robed skeleton to spit out an azure-colored cloud. The flames in the sky dimmed as if they were being corroded by the mist. What a terrifying poison! Everyone was terrified and quickly fled. This poison was too terrifying. Even a third heaven venerable would not dare to take it head-on. "Ha ha, kid, let's see what you can do! Turn into a puddle of blood under my poison!" The green-robed old man's face was ferocious. He felt a thrill of revenge. However, in the next moment, the pleasure suddenly disappeared. "What? Impossible!" His pupils shrank as he cried out in shock. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. This was because Lin Xian had already escaped the poison's range and instantly appeared in front of him. "So fast, this speed! How is this possible?" the green-robed elder shrieked. Even a third heaven venerable realm cultivator probably wouldn't have such speed. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. They couldn't see it clearly at all. Hong Wuji frowned. Could this speed be an earth-grade martial art? He guessed in his heart, but he wasn't sure. However, that movement technique was so fast that it shocked him. It must be a peerless martial art to have such speed. In fact, his guess was right. Lin Xian was using an earth-grade movement technique, the Phantom Illusionary Demonic Steps. He had already practiced this earth-grade movement technique to the lesser success stage. When he used it now, his speed was incomparable, and even ghosts couldn't dodge it. Even a third heaven venerable realm cultivator might not have such speed. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Xian swung his sword and slashed at the green-robed elder in front of him. Oh no! The green-robed elder's scalp went numb. Not to mention the sword chi, just the overflowing killing intent was enough to make his heart beat wildly. Was he still human? He had never seen such a powerful killing intent before. It was like a god of death. The green-robed elder waved his hand and hurriedly shot out a light shadow to defend himself. Poof! However, it was useless. Those palm shadows were instantly shattered by Lin Xian's blood-red sword. They couldn't block it at all. What? The green-robed elder was shocked. He didn't expect the opponent's attack to be so fierce that it instantly shattered all the palmed shadows he shot out. In the next moment, the blood-red sword chi quickly slashed at him. Retreat! The green-robed elder didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly retreated while waving his hands to summon his martial soul to defend himself. Although he retreated extremely quickly, he still underestimated Lin Xian's speed. This sword was as fast as lightning. The red sword chi turned into blood-red lightning and quickly slashed his arm. Poof! Blood splattered as half of the green-robed elder's right arm was chopped off. Ah! The green-robed elder's scalp went numb. His eyes were filled with fear as he turned into a ray of green light and fled quickly. The crowd below was shocked and fell silent. Even the Huang family elders' faces changed drastically. The green-robed elder was also a powerful existence among them, but he was injured and fled in just a short moment. The situation changed too quickly. They couldn't accept it at all. Trash! Not only are the younger generation trash, but the older generation is also trash. Lin Xian's voice was like thunder as he mocked them mercilessly. You're courting death. How dare you insult the Huang family? I'll destroy you today. The other Huang family elders couldn't listen to it anymore. Although the opponent was powerful, they weren't weak either. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers. If they joined forces, they could definitely suppress the opponent. Two Huang family elders walked up. One of them had white hair and an old face. However, his eyes were sharper than a blade. Obviously, he was a second-level honorable realm expert. Moreover, He was a second-level honorable realm expert. The other person was also an old man. However, he was wearing an ice-cold black armor that completely protected his body. The black battle suit emitted a cold light, and on its surface, there were many mysterious patterns flickering. "This is a top spiritual treasure!" The crowd was shocked. This level of armor was extremely tough. It was difficult to break through its defense. They didn't expect the Huang family elders to have such armor. It seemed like there was no suspense in this battle. The opponent probably couldn't break through the armor's defense. Many people gasped and shook their heads. They felt sorry for Lin Xian. A top spiritual treasure was extremely powerful. It was definitely a great help. At this moment, the Huang family elder was wearing a black armor. It was equivalent to having an extra life. Among those of the same level, no one was his match. "Humph, little thief, die!" Only the eyes of the Huang family elder were exposed. The rest of his body was completely covered by the black armor. He was like a demon king. He slowly walked over in the air. Every step he took caused a huge explosion in the air. Countless waves swept in all directions. On the other side, the white-haired elder also walked over. He held a purple longsword in his hand. The longsword flickered and revealed a purple light. It was like a sunset that danced in the sky. It made him look like a sword god. Chapter 808. The two elders sneered and attacked Lin Xian from both sides. Without wasting any time, the two of them attacked instantly. The white-haired elder wielded a purple long sword and slashed out quickly. A blazing sword light flashed across the sky, illuminating the entire sky. The light was resplendent, and the multicolored light stretched for thousands of miles. The white-haired elder wielded the purple sword and slashed out quickly. The sword ray flashed and tore through the void, quickly slashing towards Lin Xian. "A top-grade spirit-grade sword?" Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. He quickly pulled out the wind shadow sword from his waist and stabbed out as well. The green jade-like sword gradually enlarged and turned into a giant sword that was dozens of feet long. It was terrifying and heavy. On top of it, streaks of green qi flowed. Together with the inscriptions on it, it released a mysterious and sharp aura. It was like a divine sword that slashed down quickly. "What? Another top-grade spirit-grade sword?" Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a sword on him. Lin Xian waved the wind shadow sword. Terrifying sword qi swept out in all directions, crushing the void. Streaks of sword qi that were hundreds of feet long slashed forward quickly. The two streaks of sword qi collided. It was like two angry dragons roaring and fighting each other. In an instant, the sky was torn apart. The sword qi turned into a rain of light and scattered in all directions. Every strike could sink the earth. "Kill!" On the other side, the elder of the Huang family in black armor also attacked. He was like a black god of war, walking in the void. Every step he took cracked the void. He punched out, and his fist, which was wrapped in black armor, rapidly enlarged. It was like a black demonic mountain, rapidly crashing over. Bam! 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 Lin Xian wielded the wind shadow sword and stabbed it into the sky. Every strike caused the sky to tremble violently. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. It made people's hearts tremble. He fought against two Huang family elders by himself. He waved out streaks of sword qi that made people's hearts tremble. Every time they collided, the sky would be torn apart. It was like a clap of thunder that fell in all directions. Everyone was hit by the aftershock of the energy. Their bodies trembled, and many people quickly retreated with blood flowing out of the corners of their mouths. "This young man is too terrifying!" Many people were shocked. "Impossible! This is impossible!" As for the Huang family disciples, their faces were filled with disbelief. Two of their elders were wielding top spirit step treasures, and even though they joined forces, they still weren't able to defeat this young man. This was just too shocking. They couldn't accept it. This child is incredible. When he grows up in the future, he will definitely defy the heavens. An older generation figure sighed in admiration. Huang Wuji clasped his hands behind his back and glared at Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit as sword qi surged from his body. He was equally shocked. Lin Xian's strength had once again exceeded his expectations. Interesting. It's rare to meet such an opponent. Huang Wuji revealed a sinister smile. He looked like an evil god. At this moment, the battle situation in the sky changed again. The white-haired elder tossed the purple sword out and hovered in the air. Countless streaks of purple light surged out from the sword, forming streaks of sword qi that shot out in all directions. In an instant, tens of thousands of purple rays of light shot into the sky. Each ray of purple sword qi was like a waterfall that fell from the sky. Tens of thousands of similar sword qi fell, forming a huge cage that trapped Lin Xian. This scene was extremely shocking. The entire sky was filled with purple qi and murderous intent. Lin Xian was directly below the purple sword and was surrounded by countless purple sword qi. Moreover, those terrifying sword qi quickly pierced towards his body. On the other side, the elder in black armor also made his move. His body expanded rapidly and finally became 100 meters tall like a giant. He waved his fist and struck out with a terrifying force. It was like a meteorite from outer space that ruthlessly smashed into the ground. This force was shocking and very strange. It directly passed through the purple sword light and surged towards Lin Xian. The tens of thousands of sword flashes around him glowed brightly, forming a purple cage that trapped Lin Xian. As expected of an elder of the Huang family. How terrifying! When the two of them worked together, they could even contend against a third-level venerable. That kid is dead for sure. No one who dares to provoke our Huang family will have a good ending. The Huang family disciples were all excited. In the next moment, the sky trembled violently and an earth-shattering explosion spread in all directions. Is it over? The Huang family elders in the sky heaved a sigh of relief. That kid was really difficult to deal with. If he grew up, he would definitely be a huge threat to their family. This is your strength? How pitifully weak! Suddenly, a disdainful voice rang out from the energy storm. What? He's fine! Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. Impossible! The pupils of the Huang family elders in the sky constricted, and their faces were full of shock. They stared at the energy storm in the center, and their breathing gradually became heavier. Soon, the violent energy storm dissipated, revealing the figure in the center. They saw Lin Xian standing in the void. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and there was no trace of damage. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! The two elders who attacked went crazy. Their eyes were full of disbelief and shock. Their attack just now was enough to injure a third-level venerable, but the young man in front of them was unharmed? This was already beyond their imagination. Humph! Ignorant! Lin Xian sneered. When he was attacked just now, he did not hesitate to use the shadow of the Red Lotus armor to block all the attacks. That was why he looked unharmed. However, it was really dangerous just now. If he did not have the Red Lotus armor, he would have been in danger. When he thought of this, Lin Xian's face darkened. You're done attacking. It's my turn now! The voice was cold, and it was like a god of death walking out from the void. Countless blood vessels surged and wrapped around the wind shadow sword, forming a scarlet light. He held the killing sword in his hand and walked forward step by step. With every step he took, the aura on his body became stronger, and the murderous aura became denser. In the end, a boundless sea of blood condensed around him, and a terrifying illusion appeared. Damn it! Stop right there! The white-haired elder and the elder in black armor were terrified. They quickly moved to stop the other party. The purple sword light and the black fist quickly swept through the void and blasted toward Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, red lines appeared in front of the crowd and formed a huge shadow of the armor. It blocked in front of Lin Xian and blocked all the attacks. Lin Xian sneered and walked over step by step. He never stopped walking, and the rhythm of each step did not change. He walked confidently and calmly toward the elder of the Huang family. In the next moment, he raised a long sword in his hand and quickly stabbed at the white-haired elder. "You're courting death." The white-haired elder roared and waved his purple sword. Countless purple sword lights surged out like a purple waterfall and surrounded him in the air, forming a solid defense. However, all of this was useless. Lin Xian's murderous intent and attack power were at their peak, and those purple sword lights could not stop him at all. The blood-colored sword light fell and cut everything in front of it in half, including the body of the white-haired elder. With a clench of his hand, Lin Xian took the elder's storage ring. Then, the blood sword hummed and trembled, forming a suction force that sucked all the essence and blood of the dead white-haired elder. Chapter 809. The elders of the Huang family were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what had just happened. Their family's expert had been cut in half by a young man. They couldn't accept it at all. Now, many of the elders were regretting. What kind of demon had they provoked to be so powerful? The elder in black armor felt his scalp go numb. At this moment, he was being stared at by Lin Xian, and his whole body trembled. Although the armor was a top spiritual rank artifact, it couldn't withstand the shocking killing intent. He was like a small boat in a sea of blood that could be overturned by a huge wave at any time. This feeling was too terrifying and too powerless. He didn't feel this way even when facing the family's experts and the venerable from Sanchong village. "Stop! Don't fight, don't fight!" The elder in black armor shouted loudly. He was really scared. His companion's strength was similar to his, and he also had a top spiritual rank artifact, but he was still cut in half by the young man. This scene deeply stimulated him, letting him know that the young man in front of him couldn't be judged by common sense. This matter is our Huang family's disciples' fault. I'll go back and teach them a lesson. The grudge between us is over, the elder in black armor said quickly. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the powerful Huang family to admit defeat. "Stop fighting?" Lin Xian sneered. "Stop fighting? You brought a group of people to kill me? Stop fighting? 6 of you besieged me? Stop fighting? You used top-rank artifacts to kill me? Now that you can't beat me and say stop fighting, I want to know if I can beat you and say stop, will you hold back?" Lin Xian's mouth curved into a mocking smile, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. "If I can't beat you, I'm afraid I'll be killed by you mercilessly. Now that you're telling me to stop fighting, do you think I'll let you go?" Lin Xian didn't hesitate, and quickly slashed down with his sword. "Kid, you're courting death. Don't be so shameless." The elder clad in black armor was also enraged. He had already lowered his stance, yet the other party still wanted to attack. They simply didn't place them in their eyes. What was laughable was that he didn't consider that they were the ones who had come to kill Lin Xian first. Now that they were halfway through the fight and couldn't win, they wanted to stop. How could there be such an easy thing? "Block it!" The black-armored boss shouted, and the black armor on his body bloomed with a black light. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the black-armored elder was sent flying, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. However, he did not suffer any external injuries. The sword she was blocked. "Ha ha ha ha, I have a spirit-grade battle armor. Even if you have a sword of the same grade, it will be difficult for you to break my defense. In other words, you can't kill me at all." Seeing this situation, the black-armored elder became arrogant again. "Little thief, I gave you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it. Now let me take your dog life." "Shameless indeed!" Lin Xian snorted coldly. "People like you don't need to exist in this world." She held the killing sword in her hand and walked forward step by step. "It's useless. You can't break my defense." The black-armored elder sneered disdainfully. "Can't break your defense? You're thinking too much." Lin Xian quickly swung her sword. The killing sword hummed and enlarged in the air. It was as long as 100 feet, like a mountain ridge. Lin Xian held it in her hand and quickly slashed it down. This sword was extremely ferocious and powerful, as if it could cut through the sky. Boom! The terrifying attack landed on the black-armored elder and sent him flying. The elder was sent flying and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Although the black-armored armor was extremely hard and could block swords and sabers, the powerful impact passed through the armor and directly hit his body. The power almost caused his body to split open. What? Damn it! The black-armored elder's expression was ferocious. He could not believe it. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian appeared in front of him again. The giant sword in her hand fell quickly. The sword light flashed and connected heaven and earth, forming a strange and terrifying scene. Bang! The black-armored elder was sent flying again. The black armor shone with flowing light and blocked most of the force, but the terrifying killing intent and shocking sword intent could not be eliminated. It directly bombarded the black-armored elder's body, as if it was going to tear him apart. Stop, stop! Let's talk! The black-armored elder was frightened again. He realized that Lin Xian still had the ability to kill him, so he had to lower his head and beg for his life. At this time, the elders around were also furious. They all attacked, trying to stop Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not give them a chance. A pitch-black sword appeared in his hand, emitting a terrifying aura of death. The sword of Nirvana. With a stab, the strange pitch-black sword quickly sucked away the elder's vitality. Thus, a shocking and strange scene appeared in the sky. The black longsword did not pierce the black-clothed old man, but his body gradually withered. His face aged, as if he had aged over 100 years in an instant. Soon, he turned into a pile of white bones. Lin Xian waved his sleeve, turning the white bones into dust. Then, he grabbed the black armor and put it into his storage ring. Die, little thief! Leave the treasure behind! At this time, the elders from the imperial family rushed over again, trying to surround Lin Xian. At the same time, a shocking roar came from afar. Several terrifying auras like ancient fierce beasts appeared, covering the whole sky. Lin Clan! The Lin Clan's experts are here! Everyone was shocked. The other big clan of Wenfeng's city had finally sent an expert. Ha ha, little brat, you're dead! The elders from the Huang clan were excited, and their faces were ferocious. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and his brows furrowed. He snorted coldly and put away his sword. I'll spare your lives today, but I'll make sure the Lin clan and Huang clan disappear from Wenfeng's city. Then, his body turned into a ray of light and rushed into the sky. Stop him! Don't let him get away! The elder from the Huang clan was shocked. It was not easy for them to wait for the Lin clan's expert, and they would not let him get away. However, they were powerless. The Earth rank movement technique was incomparably mysterious, and it was not something they could compete with. In an instant, countless figures appeared in the sky, and each of them seemed real. These people could not tell which one was the real Lin Xian. When they destroyed all the illusions, they found that Lin Xian was long gone. Swoosh! Swoosh! Dozens of figures descended, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Who dares to kill my Lin clan's disciple? An earth-shattering roar sounded, and it caused people's blood to spurt out. Where's that little thief? Tell him to come out and die! The Lin clan's experts looked around angrily, and their bodies were full of killing intent. However, when they saw the blood on the ground and the Huang clan's casualties, many of their pupils shrank. Chapter 8:10. But we need to discuss how to capture this brat. They had no choice. The other party was powerful and had a strange movement technique. They didn't want to admit it, but he was definitely one of the top existences in the younger generation. If they wanted to kill such a person, they needed to deploy their forces well. Lin Xian left Wind-Seeking City and came to a nearby forest. He had gained quite a lot from this battle. The purple long sword and the black armor, the two top-grade spirit-grade artifacts, had been taken by him. The elders of the Huang family must be mad with anger right now. However, Lin Xian didn't feel guilty. In this world, if he didn't kill others, he would be killed. This was the law of this world. He had to adapt. Putting on the black armor, Lin Xian infused his spirit energy into the armor. Suddenly, the black armor shone brightly. Then, the light dimmed and became a tight fit, forming an inner armor. At the level of a top-grade spiritual artifact, it could change its shape at will. Not only could it shrink, but it could also expand. It was extremely magical. The purple longsword was on the same level as his Wind Shadow sword. It was also a good offensive artifact. In addition to the two artifacts, the two people's storage rings were also very rich. Other than that, what made him even more surprised was that his Blood Sword King's inheritance seemed to have improved and broken through. After absorbing the blood of so many experts, his Blood Sword King's inheritance finally broke through the first level and reached the second level. This way, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Now, he could even fight against a third-level Honorable Realm expert. This made him extremely happy. As expected of a king's inheritance, it was extremely powerful. There's someone! Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned and looked into the distance. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. They had actually chased him. His figure flickered, and he disappeared on the spot. Not long after, 10 figures descended and crushed everything in the surroundings into powder. These 10 people had powerful auras. They were all second-level Honorable Realm experts. Damn it, that little thief ran away again! Among them, the Lin family elder said fiercely. No matter, he can't escape from our hands. One of the Huang family elders sneered. He was hit by our secret technique. In our eyes, it's impossible to hide. It's only a matter of time before we find him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, the 10 venerables quickly flew away and disappeared on the spot. In front of him, Lin Xian frowned. He had changed his position many times, but the other party was still able to clearly see him. This caused his expression to become somewhat gloomy. Kid, there is a special mark on your body. It must have been left behind by that witch before she died, the dark red divine dragon said. Mark? Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He suddenly recalled that Huang Xiaoxiao had used her remaining HP to attack him before she died. Although he didn't feel anything at the time, it seemed like it was some sort of tracking mark. He was like a lamp in the dark night, clearly visible and with nowhere to hide. Thinking up to this point, Lin Xian's face turned gloomy. While flying at high speed, he used all his soul force to scan every inch of his body. In the end, he discovered something unusual. If it wasn't for his powerful soul force, he probably wouldn't have noticed it at all. Even after hiding so deeply, I still managed to find you. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He mobilized the great dragon sword soul in his body and quickly destroyed the dark red mark in his body. What? Lin Xian was a little surprised. He found that the great dragon sword soul couldn't destroy the mark. After trying a few times, his face became gloomy again. This situation was very strange. Logically speaking, the great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint art. There shouldn't be anything that couldn't be destroyed. However, the current situation surprised him. The great dragon sword soul is indeed an offensive saint art. But now that it has become your martial soul, it needs your strength to nurture it. The current strength of the great dragon sword soul is far from what it used to be. The dark red divine dragon explained. Only when your strength gradually increases will the great dragon sword soul become fiercer. Now it seems that with your current strength, the great dragon sword soul can't immediately destroy this mark. Moreover, this mark isn't an ordinary mark. It seems to be some kind of ancient secret art. If you want to destroy it, I'm afraid it will take some effort. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He could only use the great dragon sword soul to slowly destroy the mark in his body. But before that, he could temporarily trap the mark and make it lose its senses. In the next moment, countless sword chi intertwined, forming a careful cage that sealed the dark red mark. Behind him, the pupils of the Huang family's elders suddenly shrank, and they stopped. What's wrong? Did you find that kid? The Ling family's expert asked. Damn it! How is that possible? I can't sense him anymore. The 4 Huang family's elders' faces became very ugly. They tried to sense him again, but they couldn't sense his location at all. "This is impossible!" one of the Huang family's elders screamed. He couldn't believe that the other party could destroy their family's secret art. One had to know that the secret art was very powerful. Even a third heaven supremacy couldn't destroy it. However, a first-layer Martial Highness Realm kid had managed to nullify their sealing technique. After hearing this news, the Ling family's experts fell silent. Their expressions didn't look very good. "What should we do? Should we split up and search? With the 10 of us, that kid can't escape at all," one of the Ling family's experts said. "No! We can't!" The Huang family's elders shook their heads. "That kid's combat strength is very strong. If we fight him alone, none of us will be his match. If we act rashly, it's very likely that he will defeat us one by one. Then what should we do? Do we just go back like this?" The Ling family's experts were unwilling to give up. "I don't think that kid can destroy our family's secret art. He must have used some method to hide temporarily. As long as we search more, we will definitely be able to find him." In the end, the 10 experts discussed and decided to act together. In the depths of the forest, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon began to set up a formation. He wanted to make sure that those who were chasing him wouldn't be able to return alive. However, he wasn't anxious. Instead, he waited patiently. Firstly, he needed time to slowly erase the mark in his body. Secondly, the other party had sent out 10 second heaven supremacies at the same time. Their strength was heaven-defying. Even he had to be careful when dealing with them. Fortunately, other than the great dragon sword soul that could erase the blood mark, he also had the heaven-changing technique that could conceal his aura. This ensured his safety. 3 days later, Lin Xian decided to act. He deliberately released a wisp of his aura to lure the 10 experts into the formation so that he could destroy them one by one. That kid's aura has appeared! Suddenly, the Huang family's elders in the forest behind him were overjoyed and sped up. Very soon, the 10 experts arrived and scanned the surroundings. "That kid's aura just appeared here. He can't have gone far." Chapter 811. "This is a formation!" The 10 experts were shocked. They didn't expect that the other party had set up a formation to wait for them. "Humph, it's just a formation. You want to trap the 10 of us? What a joke!" the Ling family's expert said disdainfully. The other party was just a first heaven venerable. What kind of powerful formation could he have mastered? Moreover, the 10 of them could kill a third heaven venerable if they joined forces. Breaking a formation would be a piece of cake. Therefore, they didn't take the formation seriously at all. However, they soon fell silent, and their expressions became ugly. They realized that they had underestimated the formation. After a series of attacks, not only did they not break it, but they also lost contact with each other. It could be said that the formation's power and strangeness were completely beyond their expectations. The 10 experts were trapped in the formation and couldn't come out for a while. At first, they thought that it was just an ordinary formation that could be broken with some strength. However, they realized that they were completely wrong. This formation was more powerful than they had imagined. They struggled for a long time, but they couldn't break it at all. In fact, this was very normal. Although these people were second heaven venerables and were powerful, this formation was set up by the dark red dragon. Ruffian Dragon, who had lived for thousands of years, was far more knowledgeable and experienced than these people. The formation he had set up was quite terrifying. Lin Xian pulled out the Wind Shadow Sword and slowly entered the formation. With a flash of light, he arrived in front of an elder. This was an elder of the Ling family, a second heaven venerable. When he saw Lin Xian, he immediately shouted angrily, "You're that thief? Come and die!" He held a huge saber in his hand and slashed it forward. The saber flashed like a violent dragon, and the terrifying saber flashed and connected heaven and earth. Lin Xian used an earth-grade movement technique and moved quickly in the air, easily dodging the attack. Then, he shouted coldly and slashed down with the Wind Shadow Sword. This sword was too terrifying, and it even split open the void. A terrifying sea of blood appeared in the surroundings and surged. Endless sword flashes gathered like a waterfall and turned into a sword light that quickly slashed toward the opponent. In an instant, the Ling family's expert turned pale with fright. He felt that the power of the sword light was enough to threaten his life. "I can't take it head on." These words appeared in the mind of the Ling clan's expert. This was the result of his many years of experience and instincts. With a stomp of his feet, the Ling family's expert turned into a beam of light and shot up like a bolt of lightning, dodging the attack. Boom! In the next moment, the sword ray fell, shattering the ground. A pitch-black hole appeared, so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Since the first sword had missed, the second sword had already pierced out. Like a shocking dragon, it quickly chased after the Ling clan expert. The terrifying sounds of battle immediately attracted the attention of the other experts. Many of them looked solemn as they scanned the surroundings. However, they were in the illusory matrix, and could not distinguish the real location. Ah! An extremely miserable cry rang out, echoing in the surroundings. "Third brother!" Among them, the Ling clan's experts roared angrily and quickly rushed out. They could tell that the scream came from their dead comrade. This meant that the other half of them had most likely been killed. However, no matter how they flew, they were unable to break through the illusion array. Not long after, another scream was heard. This time, it was from an elder of the Huang clan. The remaining 8 elders were shocked. They roared angrily and attacked with all their might. They knew that they could not hold back anymore. If they could not break through, there was only one outcome waiting for them, and that was death. Under the effect of their will to live, the 8 of them raised their cultivation to the extreme. They kept attacking the surroundings, causing the originally powerful illusion array to fluctuate and crack. As expected of a second-rank venerable. "It seems that this array will not last for long." The dark red dragon sighed. "Too little time, and the materials are not complete. This is the best we can do. It's already not bad. It's already not easy to trap them for so long." Lin Xian was not disappointed. Killing 2 experts was enough for him. He still had time to play with these people. "Let's go!" With a flash, Lin Xian disappeared into the horizon with the dark red dragon. Not long after, the entire illusory formation cracked open. 8 shocking auras gushed out like heavenly pillars, suppressing the surroundings and crushing everything within 1,000 miles into ashes. The powerful auras shrouded the area. Some of them even used their soul power to search. However, they did not find any middle-rank venerable. They only saw 2 corpses on the ground. They looked like dried corpses without a single drop of blood. "Damn thief! I will definitely catch you and grind your bones to dust!" The 8 experts roared towards the sky. In the next few days, Lin Xian set up traps from time to time. He released his aura to lure the experts. Shocking battles broke out in the forest. Finally, on the 8th day, he killed all of them. However, what surprised him was that the blood mark in his body was not destroyed. This gave him a headache, but compared to the gains, it was still great. After absorbing the essence blood of the 8 experts, his blood sword inheritance had improved again, reaching the peak of the 2nd level. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could reach the 3rd level. After resting in the forest for half a day, Lin Xian adjusted himself to his peak state. He then flew towards Wenfeng City. Wenfeng City was bustling with people. It was getting more and more lively. There were less than 10 days to the Wenxiang auction. Some powerful experts rushed over as they did not want to miss the event. However, while everyone was excited and happy, the Huang and Ling clans were in a gloomy mood. The 2 families had joined forces and sent out 10 powerful 2nd-level honored realm experts to catch the culprit. However, after 10 days there was no news at all. This gave them a bad feeling. However, although they were worried, they did not believe that the culprit had died. 10 2nd-level honored realm experts could kill a 3rd-level honored realm expert if they joined forces. It was not a problem to deal with a 1st-level venerable thief. However, after waiting for a few more days, their hearts slowly sank. After such a long time, Even if they could not catch the culprit should have returned. However, there was no news at all. This meant that the culprit was most likely dead. After guessing this, the Huang and Ling families fell silent. They wanted to send out more experts to kill the culprit. However, the auction was approaching and they could not send more people. They could only put this matter aside for now. However, in Wenfeng City, they kept a close eye on the situation. As long as the culprit appeared, they would kill him mercilessly. Chapter 8:12. Lin Xian saw Yu Fei when he returned to the small courtyard he rented. Brother Xian, there's news from Flying Tiger City and Qishan City. They're basically under control. Nengong Seng and Ma Rulong have also arrived at the Blood Realm. They're both in Flying Tiger City now. Send them a message and ask them to gather at Windy City. Lin Xian felt that this auction would not be easy. There would definitely be a huge battle. After all, a half-earth rank weapon was too tempting. It was something that all experts wanted. Furthermore, it was not just a half-earth rank weapon. There was also the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold. He had to get it too. That was the material to make the Rio Red Lotus armor. A few days later, the highly anticipated Wenxiang auction finally began. Everyone was excited. They decided to show off their skills at the auction. They had to get their hands on the treasures. In the VIP room of the Wenxiang auction, Hong Wuji, who was dressed in red, sat on a soft chair. He was surrounded by 6 beautiful women. At this moment, he was looking at the auction through the strange crystal glass in front of him. The Lone Star Sword will be mine! Hong Wuji's eyes shone brightly. At the same time, the other VIP rooms were filled with important figures and experts. In one of the VIP rooms, the experts of the Huang family gathered. Send someone to bring the blood mirror to the entrance of the auction and wait. If that little thief dares to come to the auction, kill him immediately. Yes. A few elders retreated and quickly made arrangements. They were going to attack together with the Lung family. If the other party did not come to the auction, then so be it. If he dared to come, then he would not be able to leave. Lin Xian used the heaven-changing technique to change his appearance and aura again. This time, he became an ordinary martial artist. He blended into the crowd and headed for the Wenxiang auction. However, just as he approached the entrance of the auction, he felt uneasy. It was as if something was about to happen. This was a subtle instinct of his body. After so many years of fighting, his sensitivity to danger had reached a terrifying level. Therefore, as soon as he felt excited, he immediately came to a stop and stared cautiously at the Wenxiang auction in front of him. There were guards there to maintain order and collect entry fees. The crowd quickly entered. Everything seemed normal. However, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He realized that there were martial artists wearing the uniforms of the Huang family, and the Ling family walking around the entrance. Furthermore, a crimson mirror floated above the building of the Wenxiang auction house, emitting a faint crimson glow that encapsulated the entire entrance. Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he saw the red light. The dark red mark within his body began to throb violently, flickering with light as if it was attracted to something. This is... Lin Xian's face was pale. Damn the Huang family. How dare they arrange surveillance at the entrance's entrance? Lin's face, Huang's face. Huang's face. Kamza's face, Lin Xian's. Otherwise, judging from their auras, they were definitely second-level venerated realm experts. They were even stronger than the ones he had killed. However, it was impossible could stop him was Huang's was. Not to mention anything else, just the half-earth rank treasured sword and the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold were treasures that Lin Xian was determined to obtain. He Huang had to go. Ins. Auction S. Thinking of this, he strode forward. Buzz. The closer he got to the entrance, the brighter the red mark in his body became. He could no longer suppress it. In the end, his body emitted a red light that soared into the sky. What? He's here! At the entrance, the experts of the Huang family and the Ling family were shocked. Then, they were overjoyed. They had finally found Lin Xian. Die, brat! A terrifying giant palm, like that of a demon, slammed down. Humph! Lin Xian harumphed and struck with his hand. A sharp light shone and collided with the palm, producing a clanging sound. The violent energy swept across the place, blowing many martial artists away. Whoosh! The two took a step back and stared at each other, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Stop! Fighting is not allowed in front of the Wanxiang auction. At that moment, a loud voice could be heard. Following this, a powerful force was emitted to warn the crowd. If you attack again, you will be the enemy of the Wanxiang auction. You will be killed without mercy. The voice was cold and emotionless. Hearing this, the experts of the Huang family and the Ling family fell silent. They knew this rule. Don't worry, we won't fight here, a few of them said to the sky. Then, they stared at Lin Xian fiercely. Brat, how dare you come out? I don't know if you're an idiot or a fool. Today is the day you die. A group of people, go forward and surround Lin Xian. Although they couldn't fight here, it didn't mean that they would let Lin Xian go. As long as they could get him somewhere else, they could attack. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Not being able to fight here was not bad news for him. After all, this was the territory of the two families. If a fight broke out, there might be some old monsters. Once he was somewhere else, he wouldn't have to worry. Thinking of this, he smiled and waved his sleeve. A mysterious jade platform appeared. Buzz! Lin Xian's body flashed, and he disappeared. What? The Huang family and the Ling family were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a treasure. It's a space teleportation. Go after him. This kind of teleportation can't be far. Today, we can't let this brat leave alive. Everyone flew into the sky and searched quickly. Whoosh! 100 miles away, Lin Xian's body appeared. He immediately used the heaven-changing technique to hide his aura. Then, he flew into the distance. Lin Xian's goal was simple. He wanted to leave Windy City and separate these people. Since the other party didn't know what was good for them and still wanted to kill him, then they couldn't blame him for going on a killing spree. With the sway of his body, he used his extreme speed to fly through the air like a ghost. In a big forest far away from Windy City, Lin Xian landed and waited. He held the wind shadow sword and waited quietly. When he flew, he deliberately left some traces so that those people could see it. Sure enough, not long after, there was a fluctuation of spiritual energy in the sky. It seemed that there was a huge aura flying toward him. Lin Xian squinted and looked into the distance with a smile. It's coming! In the sky, a black dot appeared. Then, it quickly grew bigger like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, the black figure arrived nearby and landed on the ground. The person who came was a middle-aged man. He had a strong back and a strong waist. He was extraordinarily handsome. When he walked, there was a sense of oppression. His gaze was sharp like a sword. It was extremely powerful, as if it could pierce through everything. Boom! He stopped 3 feet above the ground and floated in the air, looking down at Lin Xian. His gaze was like a knife. It turned into a beam of light that rushed downward. Die, brat! Chapter 813. The surrounding forest shook, and the earth trembled slightly. One could imagine how powerful this middle-aged man was. He looked down from above. You dare to show yourself after killing my clansmen? No one can save you today! I will use your blood to pay tribute to my clansmen. I've heard these words countless times, but every single one of them has become a corpse. Lin Xian's expression was cold. You are no exception. You will be the next? Humph, ignorant. The middle-aged man snorted. I will let you know how powerful the true experts of the Ling clan are. The middle-aged man stepped out, and his body emitted a strong light. At the same time, he sealed off the surroundings to prevent Lin Xian from escaping. Let's see where you can run to today. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Lin Xian shouted as he pulled out the wind shadow sword and stabbed forward. Boom! The sword light flickered as if a huge dragon was roaring, shaking the heavens and the earth. The whole ground cracked open, and a 1,000-meter-long crack appeared. 100 fists! The middle-aged man also attacked, and his bronze skin shone brightly as he punched forward with a violent aura. The two collided, and a loud sound was heard, as if thunder had descended. With a bang, the middle-aged man was sent flying, and his face revealed a trace of shock. According to the information he had received, Lin Xian could not be so powerful. Could it be that this brat was still hiding his strength? He was shocked. In fact, he did not know that not long ago, Lin Xian had successfully upgraded the Blood Sword King's inheritance, and his strength had greatly increased. Compared to before, Lin Xian was much stronger. While the middle-aged man was shocked, Lin Xian was also shocked. Lin Xian had taken a blow from his sword and was not injured, which was rare. It seemed that the opponent was a body refining expert. At least, he was much stronger than the previous elders. Interesting. I hope you can hold on for a while longer, Lin Xian sneered. Humph, I guarantee that you will not be able to laugh soon. The middle-aged man roared, and the light on his body became even stronger. The entire ground was shaking as if there was an earthquake, and it was shaking rapidly. Rows of trees fell down, creating an area of tremors. The distant mountain peaks also swayed, some of them collapsing. A yellow aura gushed out and surrounded the middle-aged man. In the next moment, his appearance changed greatly. Countless hair grew out of his bronze skin. It was brownish-yellow, like the fur of a demonic beast. Soon, this sort of situation spread throughout his entire body. His robust body grew 10 meters taller, becoming even taller. Roar! The middle-aged man was like a demonic monkey as he roared into the sky. His voice was filled with a strong killing intent. Demon beast! Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect the other party to have such a change. Instead of replying, the middle-aged man roared furiously as he dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. The middle-aged man's body changed shape. Yellow hair grew out of his body. His entire being was like a demonic ape, sinister and terrifying. He roared angrily, turned into a beam of light, and quickly rushed over. Bang! In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Lin Xian. His huge fist, covered in thick demon hair, quickly punched out. Pung pung pung! Lin Xian swung his sword continuously. Sword chi was like a continuous spring rain, forming a patch and colliding with the middle-aged man's fist. The two collided, creating a series of deafening explosions. It was as if two metals had collided. Lin Xian was surprised. The middle-aged man's strength was much stronger than before. At least he would not be sent flying by him. Not only that, the middle-aged man's sturdy body was like a treasure. He could actually resist his sword chi. No wonder he dared to come alone. He was indeed capable. However, Lin Xian was not worried. He let out a low roar and used the great dragon sword soul, greatly increasing his combat strength. Sword chi surged and a blood-red light flashed, illuminating the entire sky. A violent and fierce aura filled the surroundings, making him look like a sword god. Whoosh! He stabbed out with his sword. Sword chi surged and turned into a blood-red waterfall, hanging upside down in the air. Sword of Summer, Great Waterfall! Sword chi surged, exploding with a powerful force. It quickly enveloped the middle-aged man and sent him flying. Boom! The middle-aged man's body trembled and flew out like a meteor. He crashed into a mountain peak. No wonder you could kill my clansmen. You are indeed extraordinary. The middle-aged man stood up from the ruins and shook off the rocks on his body. I have merged with the mountain monster H demon soul, but I still can't break your sword chi. You are indeed powerful. The middle-aged man was very powerful. He was far from the previous elders. His martial soul was very special. It had merged with the mountain monster ape's demon soul. It could be said to be incomparably powerful, far surpassing those of the same level. This transformation had greatly increased his battle prowess. However, he was still no match for Lin Xian in terms of combat strength. One could imagine how powerful the great dragon sword soul was. Merge with the demon's soul? No wonder you became like this. You are neither human nor demon. You might as well call yourself a transvestite. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. You are courting death. I will let you know the power of my martial soul. The middle-aged man's voice was sonorous and full of confidence. He shouted in a low voice and his body expanded again. He was 10 meters tall with a green face and fangs. His entire person was no different from a demonic beast. He took a step forward and the ground cracked. The aura on his body surged out in all directions like waves. Lin Xian frowned and slashed out with his sword. With the great dragon sword soul as the foundation, a blood dragon was formed and roared out. Boom! The blood dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws in the air. It emitted a terrifying and heavy aura, causing the entire sky to tremble. At this moment, the middle-aged man below also roared into the sky. He raised his hands high and tore the sky apart. Mountain transformation! The pair of hands turned into 2 mountains that were as heavy as 10,000 pounds and blasted into the sky. These 2 mountain peaks were too terrifying, even heavier than real mountains. They stretched across the sky, dark and oppressive, even covering the heavenly sun. A large projection appeared on the ground. It was as if there was a demonic aura. It was incomparably cold and carried with it a monstrous pressure. The middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. He brought the 2 mountains and collided with the roaring blood dragon in the sky. Boom! 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 An earth-shattering sound could be heard as the entire void was torn apart. The 2 mountains bombarded and were struck by the blood dragon. Terrifying cracks appeared on one of the mountains. The entire top of one of the mountains cracked open and large amounts of gravel fell down. Those gravel splattered and landed on the ground. Each of them could pierce through the ground and create terrifying black holes. As for the blood dragon, it was also forced back by the mountains and became dim. Roar! Seeing the 2 mountains being shattered, the middle-aged man was furious. He roared and grabbed in all directions with both hands. Rumble! The ground cracked and countless mountains collapsed. They quickly condensed into a stone rod that was 100 meters long in the air. Boom! In the next moment, the middle-aged man held the huge stone pillar in his hand and waved it rapidly. Boom! Boom! The power was too heavy. It directly crushed the void and covered the sky like dark clouds. Clang! The staff landed directly on the blood dragon's body, blasting it into 2 halves. Kid, give me your life! Chapter 8:14. Humph, crooked! See how I'll break you! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, his long sword surged and sword chi gathered in the sky. Countless flames danced and spread in the sky, forming a vermilion bird. Lin Xian used the dragon's sword soul to simulate the vermilion bird's seal. Terrifying flames filled the sky and burned everything. The dragon's sword soul was too powerful. This sword was even more powerful than the vermilion bird's seal. It burned everything within 1,000 miles into ashes. Boom! The terrifying vermilion bird circled in the sky and collided with the huge stone pillar. Suddenly, a fiery red light burst out in the sky. It carried a blazing aura and surged in all directions. Like a volcano erupting, smoke filled the air. Heat waves filled the sky as if a volcano had collapsed. Crack! Boom! The huge stone pillar collapsed and melted. The flames quickly flew towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man let out a loud roar. Like a real demonic beast, he leaped out from the flames in the sky. With a leap, he charged towards Lin Xian. His eyes shone with a dark green light. At this moment, the light had solidified. It was like 2 spears that swept across the sky. Fusing with demonic souls is still a small path. A martial artist's strength lies in his heart and faith. Let me show you what it means to be a martial artist! Lin Xian roared. The long sword in his hand bloomed with a dazzling light. It was like a fiery red sun hanging in the sky. Sword of raging flames! With this sword, the concept of fire surged out and lit up the entire sky. It was like a real sun descending rapidly. Boom! In an instant, the sun-like sword light shrouded the middle-aged man. Flames and sword chi exploded in an incomparably violent manner. Ah! The middle-aged man let out a shocking scream. All the hair on his body was burning. His body began to crack like porcelain and began to shatter. No! I won't lose! He roared to the sky. He was unwilling to give up. With the flames and broken body, he charged towards Lin Xian. Star explosion! Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. He stabbed out with his long sword. A ray of sword chi flew out like a meteor and instantly hit the middle-aged man's huge body. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out as the sword chi exploded, producing an intense energy shock wave that directly shattered the middle-aged man's body into pieces. The smoke dissipated, and the ground was a mess. The ground was covered with broken corpses and remains, and it was scarlet red. A powerful second-rank venerable had died just like that. Using his finger as a sword, Lin Xian carved the word, Lin, on the ground. Then, he left without looking back. This was not the first, nor would it be the last. Lin Xian released his soul power and covered the surroundings, sensing the presence of enemies. Since the other party had come to kill him, he would return the favor. Killing to stop killing, this was his method. Lin Xian killed the powerful middle-aged warrior and then turned to leave. Not long after, he met the second venerable one. That person was also a young middle-aged man. He was an expert from the Huang family. Without any hesitation, the two of them directly attacked, causing the sky and earth to dim. In the end, Lin Xian killed him. Once again, Lin Xian carved the word, Lin, on the ground. He took the other party's storage ring and left quickly. He used his Earth-class movement technique, and his speed was very fast. He traveled through the forest like lightning. The Wanxiang auction had already begun, and he did not want to waste any time. Finally, he met the third expert. It was an old man with a powerful aura, like an erupting volcano. His combat strength was very shocking. This old man was even more powerful than the previous two experts, and he had rich combat experience. However, in the end, he was still killed by Lin Xian. Blood stained the sky as the entire corpse was cut in half by the long sword. If the Huang and Ling families knew that they had lost so many experts, they would definitely regret it. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky, as if 3 meteors were falling from the sky. Terrifying spiritual energy surged like waves, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. In the next moment, 3 figures appeared and descended from the sky, surrounding Lin Xian in a triangle. Looking at the traces of battle and the corpse that was cut in half on the ground, the 3 experts' faces turned cold and murderous. Without further ado, the 3 of them attacked at the same time, determined to kill Lin Xian. The 3 of them were very powerful. 2 of them were experts from the Ling family, and 1 was an elder from the Huang family. The 3 of them combined their combat strength was shocking, and they sealed off all directions. In the void, a blue light shone, and a giant spear head transformed into a dragon, charging towards him. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and its momentum was terrifying. Lin Xian used the illusory demon steps, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air as he quickly dodged this stunning attack. However, in the next moment, his heart raced, and a strong sense of danger filled his heart. Using his movement technique, Lin Xian roared and moved quickly. At the same time, he used the red lotus armor to protect his body. Buzz! Streaks of red patterns appeared around him. They intertwined to form an illusory battle armor that enveloped him. At the same time, the sound of air being torn apart came from behind him. A powerful force, like that of an ancient beast, quickly bombarded the red lotus armor. The two collided with a deafening sound, and the terrifying force sent both the red lotus armor and Lin Xian flying. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian only stopped after smashing dozens of mountains. Walking out of the rubble, Lin Xian was shocked. If he had not reacted quickly and summoned the shadow of the red lotus battle armor, he would have been severely injured. The attack just now was too terrifying. Other than the Red Lotus armor, nothing could have withstood it. His eyes flickered, and he looked up. A tall figure appeared where he had been standing. The muscles all over his body bulged like dragons. In that person's hand was a huge bronze hammer. It was the giant hammer that had sent him flying. Two other figures stood on both sides of the burly man. One of them held a purple spear and was surrounded by a purple aura. The other was standing on a light sword, and his body was filled with terrifying sword chi. The three of them looked like middle-aged men. Their auras were very powerful, and they were filled with murderous intent. "You do have some ability. You were able to withstand my hammer without being injured," the middle-aged man with the giant green hammer said coldly. "However, even if you manage to escape this attack, you won't be able to escape death. Any last words? Hurry up and leave them." The three of them were cold, and their expressions were filled with confidence and power. Lin Xian drew the Wind Shadow sword and held it in his hand. A terrifying aura also surged from his body. "They deserve to die, and so do all of you. Humph, you're still so stubborn. Today I'll take your life." The next moment, the middle-aged man in the middle attacked, and the giant green hammer in his hand smashed out quickly. The giant green hammer moved horizontally, and it grew larger in the air like a giant green mountain. He wanted to kill Lin Xian immediately, so he used all his strength in this attack. The void churned, and the air cracked. Countless cracks spread in all directions. The giant green hammer was too terrifying. Just its aura alone was enough to make the earth and sky unable to withstand it. The terrifying pressure was like an ancient beast awakening. It was terrifying and powerful, and it made one's heart tremble. Chapter 8:15. Lin Xian held the hidden wind sword in his hand. Sword chi gushed out from his body like a heavenly pillar that connected heaven and earth. The surrounding mountains and earth turned into powder. Only the place where he was standing was unaffected. When the violent force entered the area he was in, it was quickly destroyed by the sword chi. The void was torn apart, and the air waves were pushed back. The green hammer quickly swept through the air, trying to smash Lin Xian into a pulp. Lin Xian only made his move when the green hammer was close to the ground. He stabbed out with his sword and slashed upwards. Sword chi flickered and shone brightly. The Wind Shadow sword quickly expanded into a 300-meter-long sword chi. It was like a green dragon that roared out and slammed into the green hammer. The great dragon's sword soul surged and merged with the sword chi with a terrifying attack power. The sword was extremely sharp. The void trembled, and the green hammer swayed, leaving a clear sword mark on the ground. Blood sword splits the sky. Lin Xian roared angrily and swung his sword again. Suddenly, the sword light surged, and the blood-red sword chi surged out like a sea of blood. In an instant, the green hammer was sent flying. It flew backward like a meteorite, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. "Die!" The middle-aged man was furious. He held the bronze hammer and swung it down mercilessly. Every strike created a bottomless black hole in the ground. The green hammer was vast and mighty, and it filled the entire sky. Its power could easily crush a second-rank supremacy. In an instant, the ground completely sank and cracked into countless pieces. Lin Xian was still standing on the ground and did not move. The ground around him was also intact. He held the Wind Shadow sword and slashed out several sword chi. Each sword chi was 300 meters long and surged like a blood-red rainbow. Although the bronze hammer was terrifying and powerful, it was completely useless against the blood-red sword chi. After a short stalemate, it was mercilessly cut open. In the sky, the sword chi was vast and mighty like a heavenly pillar that swept across all directions. Lin Xian attacked with all his might, causing the entire sky to boil. Countless bursts of sword chi surged out from his hands, and they were several times more ferocious than before. Lin Xian slashed out several hundred times in a row. Every sword chi was as thick as a mountain and as fierce as a heavenly sword. It was extremely sharp. Tens of thousands of sword chis crisscrossed, the sword's sky shattered. The entire sky was like a shattered mirror. It was incomparably terrifying. Everything within 1,000 miles was filled with blood-red sword chi. A monstrous aura of slaughter swept through everything. Bang! The bronze hammer was pushed back again and again, unable to withstand the force. The middle-aged man was even more shocked, and his pupils constricted. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. Every single one of those terrifying sword chis made him fearful. What a powerful spiritual energy! How old is he? How can he be so strong? The middle-aged man's pupils shrank. Even he wasn't able to launch so many attacks at once, but this young man was able to do so with ease. The disparity between them was obvious. This kind of person is definitely a great enemy of the family. We can't let him live. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He took out a purple elixir from his storage ring, and it quickly appeared. In the next moment, purple lines appeared on his body, spreading rapidly like demonic runes. Bang! 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 A deep sound rang out in the sky. The middle-aged man's muscles became even stronger, and his entire body expanded as if he had turned into a giant. He roared angrily, and the green hammer in his hand trembled. It quickly turned into a weapon that was 100 feet long, filling the sky. Die, you little thief! As the hammer fell, the sky lost its color, and the ground was pierced through. A huge shadow shrouded Lin Xian, and the mountains and forests within 100 miles were all destroyed. Clang! The huge bronze demonic hammer slammed into the ground, shattering it into pieces. Lin Xian was crushed under the hammer, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Ha ha! The middle-aged giant looked up to the sky and laughed. His voice was like thunder, resounding in all directions. Genius martial artist? Young expert? That's all there is to it. You're still killed by my hammer. He was extremely proud, and his face was filled with arrogance. Beside him, the martial artist on the light sword also laughed. Fourth Brother Sky-Shaking Hammer is indeed powerful. It's worthy of being a top-notch treasure that can crush everything. Not to mention that kid, even an ordinary third-level honorable realm martial artist wouldn't dare to fight against it. The middle-aged giant laughed. Indeed, no one can survive under my sky-shaking hammer. On the other side, the Huang family elder with the spear also heaved a sigh of relief. We've finally killed that little devil. Now we can return to report on our mission. Before he could finish his sentence, the ground beneath him began to tremble. Even the mountain-like heaven-shaking hammer began to tremble as if it was being lifted up by something. Oh no! That little thief isn't dead yet. The Huang family elder's expression changed. What? He didn't die. The middle-aged giant was also stunned, and his expression was extremely ugly. He had just boasted that nothing could survive under his sky-shaking hammer, but now, that kid was still alive. This caused his expression to darken. Be careful. That kid is very strange. Don't let him escape. The two martial artists beside him looked solemn, and their auras became terrifying. It's all right, the middle-aged giant said. My sky-shaking hammer is no ordinary item. That attack definitely took away half of his life. Wait for me to attack again, and I'll kill him completely. Clang! Another earth-shattering sound was heard, and the entire sky-shaking hammer trembled rapidly, making a buzzing sound. Damn kid, I want you dead! The middle-aged giant was enraged. All the muscles in his body burst out, and a vast amount of energy was released. Bang! 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 Countless rays of sword chi suddenly surged out from the ground, and they were like pillars that rose from the ground. Instantly, the ground within 100 miles radiated light, and it shone in all directions. Boom! 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 Tens of thousands of sword chi rushed out, turning into a rain of swords that rushed into the sky. With a bang, the sky-shaking hammer was sent flying. On top of it, there were 8 rays of red sword chi that flowed rapidly along the surface of the hammer. Explode! In an instant, the sword chi reached the middle-aged giant's hand and quickly exploded, forming a terrifying impact. Ah! Damn it! The middle-aged giant did not have time to react, and his entire hand was blown up, revealing deep white bones. I'll kill you! He roared into the sky, and punched out. His fist shone brightly, and it was not inferior to the sky-shaking hammer at all. Meteor beyond the heavens! Below, a ray of light flashed, and it instantly pierced through the middle-aged giant's heart. Whoosh! Lin Xian's figure appeared in the sky, and he looked extremely fierce. Below, there was an additional bloody hole where the heart of the middle-aged giant was. His enormous body also fell heavily to the ground. Bang! The ground cracked, and blood gathered to form a river. This scene was too shocking. The two nearby martial artists were stunned. Just a moment ago, the arrogant middle-aged giant had died just like that. This made the two of them feel a little unreal. Buzz! In the void, the sword chi fell again, slashing at the two of them. The two of them were shocked, but they recovered from the shock and quickly dodged. They were shining brightly, and like ghosts, they ran amok in the void. Chapter 8:16. Boom! In an instant, the void was blasted apart. The terrifying force was like a demonic mountain, crashing towards the martial artist holding the purple spear. Oh no! The martial artist was shocked and hurriedly dodged. The sky-shaking hammer was a top-tier spirit-grade treasure, and it was extremely powerful. It was said to be able to shake the heavens, so one could imagine how terrifying it was. Now that it was in Lin Xian's hands, it was even more powerful. Whoosh! Although it did not hit the martial artist, the strong wind caused him to tremble. Since you're here, don't think about going back! Lin Xian looked up to the sky and roared. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he held the sky-shaking hammer and killed in all directions. Phantom sword dance! On the other side, sword chi flickered and countless light swords surged out, filling heaven and earth. The sword chi crisscrossed and split the ground. Countless three-headed martial artists were cut off and turned into powder. Bang! Lin Xian held the sky-shaking hammer and swung it out. It drew a half-moon light in the air and instantly shattered all the light swords. Then, he swung his sword again with his right hand. Thunder surged and countless lightning bolts fell from the sky. They merged with the sword chi and formed the thunder-killing sword, which was extremely terrifying. He used the concept of thunder in this sword, which was powerful and violent. It was like a heavenly tribulation as it slashed towards the martial artist. The martial artist standing on the light sword condensed a 300-meter-long light sword in his hand and swung it in all directions to resist the thunder. On the other side, spear radiance flickered and charged towards Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He raised the great dragon's sword soul to the extreme, and his combat strength soared. He swung his sword and cut the spear radiance that filled the sky. Then, he used the concept of wind and countless strong winds turned into wild blades that slashed towards the martial artist. Lin Xian fought against two martial artists at the same time, and he was extremely violent. The great dragon sword soul was too powerful. His combat strength was heaven-defying, and every sword strike made the martial artist spit out blood. Impossible! This is impossible! The two martial artists screamed and trembled. They could not believe that the young demon king in front of them was so powerful. The two martial artists were shocked and could not believe that they could not take down the martial artist even if they joined forces. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the martial artist's attack power was too powerful, far exceeding that of a second-level honorable realm. Azura Evil Spike! Peerless Light Blade! The two middle-aged experts roared angrily. They exploded with powerful strength and displayed powerful martial skills, preparing to attack with all their might. Humph, let's end this! Lin Xian also let out a long howl. He held the Wind Shadow Sword in his hand and slashed in the air. Gale Lightning Sword, Mountain River Cleaving Sword. A gigantic sword appeared in the sky, emitting an ancient aura. In the next moment, Lin Xian leaped into the air and swung out his golden palm, grabbing the firmament great sword in his hand. Chop! Boom! The giant sword fell, as if it was going to cut the world apart. The terrifying sword she shattered the opponent's martial arts technique, and quickly enveloped the two of them. Ah! This is impossible! The two of them were alarmed. Their strongest attack had actually been broken just like that. The two of them couldn't believe it. This is an Earth-rank martial art! One of them screamed. Earth-rank martial art! He actually has an Earth-rank martial art! Boom! The giant sword fell, cleaving through mountains and rivers and splitting the earth. When the sword chi disappeared, the two martial artists had already disappeared. Not even their corpses were left behind. The power of an Earth-rank martial art was terrifying. Now that Lin Xian's cultivation had become stronger, his Earth-rank martial art had also become more terrifying. Not to mention the two of them, even an ordinary third-rank honorable martial artist would find it difficult to withstand. This was the importance of a martial arts grade. Once it was related to the word Earth rank, it would be superior to everyone else. This was the case for an Earth rank martial art, and even more so for an Earth rank artifact. However, a true Earth rank artifact had not appeared for many years. This was also the reason why a half-Earth rank artifact was so precious. It was an extremely powerful existence. If he had a half-Earth rank artifact, Lin Xian would have been able to end the battle with one strike. After carving the word Lin on the ground, Lin Xian disappeared on the spot. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a deafening sound came from the depths of the forest. A gigantic green hammer fell from the sky and pierced through the earth. Lin Xian sprinted all the way back to Windy City. He had already killed many people, and it was time to go back. At this moment, the Wanxiang auction had already begun in Windy City. As expected of a top-notch auction, every item would drive people crazy. In a VIP room, Hong Wuji sat with an evil smile on his face. He looked down at the auction with narrowed eyes. This time, he was only here for one item. That was the half-Earth rank artifact, the Lone Star Sword. He was not interested in anything else for the time being. In another VIP room, the upper echelons of the Huang family were gathered. One of them had a gloomy expression. It was the Huang family's great elder. "What's wrong? The pursuers haven't returned yet?" he frowned and asked. "Not yet, but there shouldn't be any problem," the person beside him said. Let's ignore them for now. This time, we must get the Crimson Phoenix blood gold." The great elder's eyes flickered with incomparable sharpness. Outside Windy City, Lin Xian's path was blocked. Without saying anything, the two of them started fighting. In order to save time, Lin Xian directly activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and slashed out 9 shocking sword chi, killing his opponent. Until he reached the city gate, he met another person. "Humph, I knew you would come back," the person sneered. "It's your bad luck to meet me. Die." He launched an attack with a terrifying martial skill. However, a streak of sword light split his attack into 2 halves. Bang! The powerful spiritual energy attack sent him flying. "What? This is impossible! You are the 9th one!" Lin Xian's expression was cold and indifferent. His body's killing intent soared to the sky. You killed them!" Feeling the shocking killing intent from Lin Xian, the person's expression changed. It was too terrifying. Just the killing intent alone made his heart tremble. There was no way to fight. There was no way to fight. "No, I have to go back and inform the Great Elder." The person did not dare to fight anymore, and quickly fled back into the city. "Want to leave? Humph! Trash!" Lin Xian sneered and moved quickly into the city. "Great Elder, this is bad." The person was like lightning. He moved through the void and quickly ran toward the Wanxiang auction. Boom! Behind him, Lin Xian wielded the sky-shaking hammer and struck out. The terrifying green hammer was like a mountain, covering the sky and casting a large shadow over the person. "What is that?" At this moment, everyone in the city raised their heads and saw the scene in the sky. They were so frightened that their scalps went numb. In the sky, the terrifying force surged and pressed down in all directions, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Boom! Puff! The giant hammer fell and smashed the person into a bloody mist. The person was already above the Wanxiang auction. He was only one step away from escaping, but he was still smashed into pieces. Who is that? It's so terrifying! Sky-shaking hammer! It's the sky-shaking hammer! Someone exclaimed. Isn't that the weapon of the Ling family's expert? Why is it attacking the Huang family? Everyone was stunned. The Ling family and the Huang family were connected by marriage, so they were very close. But now, something like this had happened. It was shocking. Is there a conflict between the two families? Chapter 8:17. In the Windy City, the martial artists below looked up at the sky in horror. It was too terrifying. A powerful and mysterious martial artist wielding the Ling family's treasure smashed the Huang family's elder into meat paste. This scene shocked everyone. He's not the Ling family's expert. Who is he? The crowd raised their heads in shock. What happened? Why is the Ling family's treasure in someone else's hands? That person, could he be the scholar genius? Someone recognized Lin Xian and exclaimed. I heard that he killed the Ling and Huang family's genius martial artists and is wanted by the two families. I didn't expect him to appear now. Yeah, not only did he appear, but he's also so powerful. He killed the Huang family's elder in one move. This is a blatant provocation. I'm afraid the Huang and Ling families won't let this go. The crowd discussed excitedly. Lin Xian kept the sky-shaking hammer and descended. He then walked towards the Wanxiang auction. I'm sorry, the auction has already started. No one is allowed to enter during this period. A martial artist walked out and blocked Lin Xian's path. Lin Xian didn't say anything, but his eyes darkened. The surrounding martial artists started to discuss again. No wonder he appeared in such a hurry. He wants to participate in the auction. What a pity. Once the auction starts, you can't enter anymore. This is the rule. Yeah, I'm afraid he'll have to return empty-handed. At this time, the remaining Huang and Ling family disciples couldn't withstand Lin Xian's aura. They were so scared that they almost peed their pants. They all fled into the distance. Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he looked around. At this time, the void fluctuated. Countless rays of light shot up and pierced through the escaping martial artists. What? Someone else attacked! The crowd was shocked again. They didn't expect that other than Lin Xian, there would be someone else who dared to attack the Huang family. Boom! A tall young man landed, causing the ground to tremble. The crowd looked over and saw that the young man had a stocky build. He was abnormally tall, like an iron tower. Hee, young Master Xian! Dong Fang! Lin Xian was stunned. He then smiled. It seemed that the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion were here. Seeing the two of them talking, the crowd cried out in surprise. The two of them actually knew each other. No wonder they dared to make a move against the Huang clan. At this time, Yu Fei and Wang Li also flew over. Older brother Xian! Lin Xian nodded and asked. Where are the others? They're all in the courtyard. However, due to time constraints, only a few came. The rest are still on their way. The distance between the Flying Tiger City and the Wind-Seeking City was not close. This time, only a few powerful cultivators had arrived. Most of the people were still on their way. Older brother Xian, isn't it an auction? Why don't you go in? Wang Li asked. Hey, we want to go in. No, the auction house has rules. No one is allowed to enter halfway. The auction house's cultivator said firmly. At this moment, another fluctuation came from afar. Boom! 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 The void trembled as if 10,000 horses were galloping. A low and deep voice spread in all directions. Several black dots appeared in the sky. At first, they were very small, but in the blink of an eye, they arrived nearby. Roar! 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 A terrifying roar rang out, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Many people looked at the sky in horror. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. There were 3 figures in the sky. There were three strange beasts that were shining with light. The one in the middle was a fierce white tiger with light yellow tiger stripes on its body. Its eyes were bright, and it emitted a terrifying aura. On its back sat a beautiful woman. Her eyes were filled with disdain and arrogance. On both sides was a demon wolf. On the other side was a white jade demonic elephant. Its body was as big as a mountain, and it could crush the air with a casual step. Two young men sat on each of the beasts. Their expressions were cold, and their auras were powerful. Demon General, 1-star Demon General. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. These three powerful demon generals were actually mounts. This was too inconceivable. One should know that a demon general was equivalent to a human honorable. They were the overlords of a region. Their dignity was inviolable. Now, they were willing to be mounts. Moreover, there were three of them. Who were these three people? How could they have such a powerful background? It seems that we're late? The young man on the left chuckled. It's okay. It's not too late to go in now. The young man on the right said coldly. Boom! 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 The three demon generals landed on the ground. Their terrifying auras formed countless gusts of wind that swept in all directions. When the three of them landed, the ground shook. The three of them did not come down. Instead, they rode the three demon generals and slowly walked towards the Wanxiang auction house. Are they going to enter the auction house too? The crowd was shocked. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The three of you. The Wanxiang auction house martial artist's eyes flickered and he hesitated. To be able to have three demon generals as mounts, they must be of extraordinary status. He could not afford to offend such people. Humph! The young man on the right snorted and took out a token. Hiss! The martial artist's pupils shrank and he said, Please come in. You know what's good for you. The young man on the left nodded. Then, the three of them waved their sleeves and kept the demon generals. Ta ta ta! The three of them walked into the auction house as if they were taking a stroll. They're in. The crowd was shocked. They did not expect the Wanxiang auction house to let them in. On the other hand, Lin Xian's face darkened. Wang Li and the rest did not look good either. They wanted to enter but were stopped by the martial artist who told them the rules of the auction house. They were not allowed to enter halfway. But now, there were three people who came later than them, but swaggered into the hall. This was obviously discrimination. Damn, what do you mean? Why can't we go in? And they can? Yu Fei was furious. Yes, are you looking down on us? Wang Li said coldly. You have to give us an explanation for this. Dongfang Xiong also stopped smiling. Explanation? The martial artist from the Wanxiang auction house sneered. What explanation do you want? Who are you and who are they? Let me tell you, they are disciples of the Yan family. Their status is very honorable. Yan family? Is that a big deal? So you are a country bumpkin who knows nothing? The martial artist sneered. Let me tell you, the Yan family is a subordinate force of young Master Lingfeng. Don't you think they are powerful? Young Master Lingfeng. The crowd gasped. He was one of the four great young masters of Tianwu. They did not expect the three of them to have such a background. Hearing this, Yu Fei and the rest did not look good. They were in the blood field and naturally knew about young Master Lingfeng. He was the grandson of the deputy palace master of the Palace of Ares. He was also the child of the martial honorable who was ranked third on the Blood Supreme leaderboard. His status was definitely terrifying. To be able to become his subordinate force, they were definitely powerful forces. Seeing the shocked faces of Yu Fei and the rest, the martial artist from the auction house sneered. I advise you to get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. With your status, don't even think about going in. Chapter 8:18. What if I don't? Lin Xian suddenly opened his mouth and sneered. He was furious. If the auction really had such a rule, he would not say anything. However, if they treated him differently because of his status, it would be a different matter. He would let these people know that he was not someone they could offend. Brat, I advise you not to cause any trouble at the Wanxiang auction. The cultivator sneered. Although you were able to kill the Huang family's elder with a single blow, you are nothing in the eyes of the Wanxiang auction. It's easy to kill you. How dare you? Wang Li shouted angrily. You should ask me if you dare to threaten young Master Xian. Dong Fangxiong stepped forward and emitted a powerful aura. What? You want to fight? The cultivator from the auction was disdainful. He snapped his fingers and 5 second-rank honorable realm cultivators walked out from behind him. They stared at Lin Xian and the others with unfriendly expressions. Kid, you don't have the right to fight in front of me. Seeing this, the surrounding people were shocked. Oh my God, that kid won't really fight, right? No one with a brain would do that. The Wanxiang auction is not something the Huang family can compare to. Not only are they powerful, but they also have a terrifying force behind them. Yeah, I heard that they are related to young Master Ling Feng. A group of people discussed, and none of them thought highly of Lin Xian. Kid, did you hear that? Get out of here if you know what's good for you. The cultivator from the auction sneered. With your status, you won't be able to enter. Status? Lin Xian laughed. What kind of status do you want? What status? Don't waste your energy. Even the Huang family head would not dare to be impudent in the Wanxiang auction. The cultivator from the auction was extremely powerful. Lin Xian ignored him and turned around. Go and call those people over. Yes. Wang Li quickly left. Call them? Okay, I'll wait for you. The cultivator from the auction sneered. If you can make me take a step back today, I'll let you in. Lin Xian ignored him and stood with his hands behind his back. Yu Fei sneered. Take a step back? You'll be scared to death. He really wanted to see how these people would react when they saw the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. The auction house's martial artist crossed his arms in front of his chest, a look of disdain on his face. Today, he wanted to see just what kind of people the other party could summon. Putting everything else aside, there was no one in Fengwen City that the Wanxiang auction house was afraid of. The surrounding warriors were also discussing. This guy, who is he? Who else could it be? Even a third-layer martial highness would not dare to offend the Wanxiang auction. But looking at him, he seems to be very calm. It's like he has a card up his sleeve. Who knows? Maybe he's pretending. Everyone was discussing what Lin Xian was trying to do. At this moment, ripples appeared in the sky once again. It was like boiling water, violently boiling. What is that? Someone raised his head and exclaimed. Countless black figures appeared on the horizon. They were different from the 3 people from before. They were not black dots, but dark clouds. Like a dark cloud, it was fast and beautiful. Boom! Boom! The sky trembled, accompanied by a vast and terrifying aura. The aura was too terrifying. It was like an ancient demon mountain, pressing down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Everyone below was pale. Their auras were tumbling and their bodies were trembling. Many of the weaker ones directly fell to the ground. Even the second-layer martial highnesses of the Wanxiang auction house were no exception. They circulated their spiritual energy and resisted with all their might. Boom! Boom! In the sky, the dark clouds drifted and finally stopped above the Wanxiang auction house. This time, everyone saw it clearly. People, they're people! Not only were they people, but they were also experts. They were all experts. Second-layer martial highnesses! Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. Many of the figures in the sky were second-layer martial highnesses. There were even first-layer martial highnesses. When these people were added together, they could defy the heavens. Someone counted and found that there were a total of 50 people, all of them young martial artists. What kind of power is this? They actually have so many young experts. Everyone was stunned. This power was too strong. At least in Wind-Seeking City, no one could find so many young experts. The martial artist of the Wanxiang auction house was also shocked. He did not expect the other party to find so many experts. Damn it, who is this kid? How does he know so many young experts? Whoosh! 50 young experts descended from the sky and filled the street. Brother Xian! The 50 people moved in unison and shouted respectfully at the figure in front of them. Lin Xian nodded and turned to look in front of him. To be exact, he was looking at the people of the Wanxiang auction house. Now, do I have the right? Boom! The crowd was shocked and everyone was shocked. Brother Xian? These young experts are calling him Brother Xian? This is too shocking. Are these people the underlings of the scholar? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. At this moment, he had regained his true appearance. He was like a king looking down at the people in front of him. No, impossible! The martial artist of the Wanxiang auction house was in disbelief and he started to tremble. Not long ago, he had mocked Lin Xian and said that he did not have the right to enter. Now Lin Xian was the leader of this group of young geniuses. This change was too fast and the people of the Wanxiang auction house could not accept it. Hua! Hearing Lin Xian's voice, the 50 people raised their heads and looked in front of them. Their faces were filled with anger, and their gazes were like swords converging together. These gazes converged into a torrent that surged forward and sent the people of the Wanxiang auction house flying. They were too powerful. The combined force of the 50 honorables was extremely terrifying. The martial artists of the Wanxiang auction house were unable to resist and were sent flying like kites. Puff! This was especially true for the cultivator who had mocked Lin Xian earlier. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood. In that instant, he had suffered an extremely serious internal injury. Lin Xian walked forward slowly and asked calmly, "Do I have the right?" His voice was not loud, but it was filled with determination. "You want the right? Fine, I'll give you the right." However, Lin Xian did not care if you could accept the right or not. Puff! The martial artist vomited blood again. He collapsed weakly and fainted. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the others. "Who among you can make the decision?" Feeling the gaze, the martial artists trembled and smiled bitterly. Although they were second-rank honorables, they could not make the decision. At this moment, a few figures flew out from the Wanxiang auction house. "Who dares to cause trouble at the Wanxiang auction house?" A loud voice was heard and it was filled with endless pressure. The voice was overbearing and it turned into an energy palm that slammed down. In his opinion, whoever dared to cause trouble at the Wanxiang auction house had to be suppressed first. However, he had made a huge mistake this time. The people below were not people he could provoke. Boom! Chapter 819. An old man came out from the intersection of the Wanxiang auction. He immediately attacked with his palm in an attempt to suppress the intruders. In his opinion, whoever dared to cause trouble at the Wanxiang auction should be suppressed first. However, he was wrong this time. The 50 martial highnesses below were infuriated, unleashing a terrifying aura that surged upward like a deity. Bang! Without any hesitation, the palm formed by the sound wave was instantly shattered, while the old man was sent flying like a kite while vomiting blood. "Elder!" Many cultivators exclaimed and sprang into the sky. However, they were stunned when they saw the scene below. It was a terrifying scene. 50 martial highnesses gathered together, as if an ancient deity had been reborn, extremely powerful. In front of them stood a young man wearing a blue shirt, standing there like an emperor. "Who's in charge? Come out!" Lin Xian's voice could be heard, spreading to the surroundings. "Powerful, too powerful!" The crowd was shocked, unable to believe it. In the wind-seeking city, the Wanxiang auction was considered a dominating presence. No one dared to challenge it. But now, a young man was suppressing the Wanxiang auction. How shocking! Soon, the people of the Wanxiang auction understood what had happened. Their faces turned dark, as if they could not wait to beat the guards to death. "A bunch of trash! Are you blind? How dare you offend someone like him?" Soon, an old woman with a walking stick walked out and asked in a deep voice. "I'm in charge. What are you doing here?" "Participating in the auction." Lin Xian's voice was firm. Sure. Please wait, the old woman said. I'll report it now. No need, I'll go straight in. Lin Xian shook his head and said in a cold tone. After such a long delay, half of the auction had already been completed. He was unsure if the Crimson Phoenix blood gold had been sold. Therefore, he had to enter the auction. The old woman was in a difficult position, but she let out a sigh after receiving Lin Xian's firm gaze. All right, but only 3 of you can enter. Sure. Lin Xian turned around and said, Dong Feng and Yu Fei, follow me. The rest of you wait here. Yes, the crowd replied. Inside the Wenxiang auction, there was a heated atmosphere. The appearance of the Phoenix blood crimson gold caused the entire venue to reach a new height. After many parties fought over it, it was finally won by the Huang family. Ha ha! The Phoenix blood crimson gold is finally in my hands! Inside the VIP room, the Huang family's grand elder was overjoyed. With this, we might be able to refine a supreme-grade artifact. A supreme-grade artifact! Hearing that, the other elders of the Huang family also felt their hearts burning with excitement. Top-grade treasures were even better than top-grade treasures. They were the best of all spirit-grade treasures. That power, that value, it was second only to a half-earth rank treasure. It was also a rare treasure. This time, the Huang family elder wanted to refine a set of inner armor, so he desperately wanted to obtain the Phoenix blood crimson gold. All right, the auction for the Phoenix blood crimson gold is over. That kind of top-grade refining material is extremely rare. I'm afraid a single piece won't be enough to satisfy everyone's needs. Moreover, we only have 1 piece in our auction. However, right now, there is another treasure. Its value is even above the Phoenix blood crimson gold. I believe everyone will be interested. Even above the Phoenix blood crimson gold? Hearing this, the eyes of the martial artists in the auction house lit up. The Phoenix blood crimson gold was a supreme-grade refining material. If there was a powerful refiner, refining a half-earth rank treasure wouldn't be a problem. But now, there was actually something even more precious than it. Could it be that thing? Someone was excited. Yes, it must be that thing. A half-earth rank treasure. Only a half-earth rank treasure could surpass the Phoenix blood crimson gold. It had to be known that although the Phoenix blood crimson gold was good, it wasn't easy to refine it into a half-earth rank treasure. First, one needed to have a refiner Grand Master. And such a Grand Master refiner hadn't appeared in a long time. Therefore, in this situation, a half-earth rank treasure was especially precious. On the crystal platform in front of them, the auction house elder smiled and said, I believe everyone has already guessed. That's right, the item being auctioned this time is a half-earth rank treasure. Lone Star Sword. Hua, the crowd boiled over. The entire auction house fell into a frenzy. Lone Star Sword, it really is the Lone Star Sword. A half-earth rank treasure. I never thought that I would be able to see an earth-rank treasure in my life. Many people were excited. Although they knew that such a treasure would have a sky-high price and that ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford it. In fact, even ordinary forces wouldn't be able to obtain it. But this didn't stop them from going crazy. Because just being able to see it was enough. On the crystal platform, the golden-robed elder took out a treasure box and slowly opened it. Suddenly, the void trembled. A powerful and cold aura was emitted. This aura was terrifying, and it instantly swept through the entire auction house. How terrifying! Everyone was shocked. Their hearts trembled. They didn't think that just a trace of aura would be so powerful. The auctioneer took a deep breath and slowly picked it up. Suddenly, a simple longsword appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The sword was 3 feet long and light blue. It was as dazzling as a star. On the body of the sword, there were traces of mysterious, flowing light. As it rotated, it emitted a terrifying aura. On the side of the sword, there were 2 ancient seals. 2 words were engraved, Lone Star. The auctioneer gently waved the sword. Suddenly, a ray of flowing sword energy gushed out. It cut through the air, and accompanying it was a shocking, baleful aura. Ka ka ka! The air couldn't withstand it and shattered. This was just a normal attack. It didn't contain any spiritual power. One could imagine how terrifying it was. If it was swung at full strength, it would probably be able to cut through the entire auction house. After a slight movement, the auctioneer put down the Lone Star sword and then closed the treasure box. We've asked countless blacksmiths to examine this Lone Star sword. It's definitely a half-Earth rank treasure. Moreover, I'm sure everyone has seen its power. It can't be fake. Alright, let's begin the auction. Half-Earth rank treasure, Lone Star sword. The starting price is 100 million mid-grade spiritual stones. Each increment must be no less than 10 million mid-grade spiritual stones. 100 million! Everyone gasped. Their eyes were filled with madness. This number was an astronomical figure for ordinary martial artists. They could only look up to it. As expected of a half-Earth rank treasure. It was indeed heaven-defying. 200 million! A faint voice sounded, shocking everyone. Fuck, who is this? He doubled the price in an instant. What a big deal, what a big deal. That voice came from VIP room 6. Could it be Hongwuji from Red Leaf Valley? Yes, it must be him. Only he would be so arrogant. He doubled the price right away. In VIP room 6, Hongwuji sat up straight. His eyes were shining as he stared at the crystal platform below. Lone Star sword. He had waited for so long. He hadn't made a move in the previous auctions because he was waiting for the Lone Star sword. Chapter 820. 200 million! Hongwuji shouted out the price and looked down with a fiery gaze. He knew that this price couldn't scare off those who really wanted the Lone Star sword, but he had to show a strong attitude. That was the arrogance of the Red Leaf Valley. Sure enough, the price of 200 million shocked the crowd of martial artists below. But soon, someone called out a price. 210 million! 220 million! Soon, bids came from all the VIP rooms, and the price of the Lone Star sword rose to 250 million. The crowd below was shocked. They could only look up at such a price, but the tense atmosphere made their blood boil. 270 million! Suddenly, a low voice rang out, bringing with it a vast amount of pressure. This aura, could it be a third-level honorable? Many people were shocked. The sharp sword intent in the sky made them unable to raise their heads. Honorable Maniac's sword! It's Honorable Maniac's sword! Many people in the VIP rooms exclaimed. Clearly, they were surprised by the identity of the bidder. Honorables were very powerful, but there was another type of honorable that was even more powerful, and that was the titled honorable. These people were extremely powerful even among the honorables. Honorable Maniac's sword was such a martial artist. He was a third-level honorable, and because of his powerful sword techniques and terrifying combat strength, he was called Honorable Maniac's sword. I didn't expect Honorable Maniac's sword to come too. Yeah, looks like it's going to be more interesting this time. Honorable Maniac's sword is not only powerful, but he also has a violent temper. If he doesn't get the Lone Star sword this time, he'll probably go crazy. Many people discussed, and some martial artists gave up bidding because of Honorable Maniac's sword's words. However, not everyone was afraid of Honorable Maniac's sword. In front of such a half-Earth class treasure, everyone was even more crazy. At least, Hongwuji didn't care. 300 million! His eyes were fanatical as he stared at the crystal platform below. The Lone Star sword must be mine! With the Red Leaf Valley behind him and his own strength, Hongwuji wasn't afraid of Honorable Maniac's sword even though he couldn't beat him. Therefore, he immediately raised the price after Honorable Maniac's sword made his bid. Wow, Red Leaf Valley made another bid! How arrogant! Yeah, he doesn't even take Venerable Maniac's sword seriously. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Hongwuji to be so bold. The Maniac's sword Venerable also snorted coldly in VIP room number 3. He stood proudly, and his entire body was filled with an unyielding aura. 330 million! He bid again. 340 million! Other than Hong Wuji, there were other experts who bid. No one could remain rational in the face of such a treasure. The Huang family, the Ling family, and the other families were also bidding. Although he knew that they wouldn't be able to obtain this item, they still knew how to secretly raise the price. However, when the price reached 400 million, these families gave up. They had already raised the price a lot. If they continued, they would be targeted. Now, only the experts outside the Wind City were still persisting. Among them, the Frenzied Sword Highness and Hong Wuji were competing fiercely. Apart from them, there were a few others who did not speak much, but each time they did, it was shocking. 400 million! In a VIP room, a young man with a cold face spoke. Apart from him, there was also a frivolous young man and a beautiful woman. The three of them were the three disciples of the Yen family who had entered earlier. It seemed that they were also here for the Lone Star Sword. Hearing the bid, the crowd was shocked again. This was because the voice sounded very young, and they could tell that it was a young man. For a young martial artist to bid such a price, it was obvious that he had an extraordinary background. Hong Wuji also frowned. He did not expect that there would be another young martial artist who dared to bid other than him. He sneered and shouted again. 420 million! 430 million! 450 million! The two of them competed, and neither of them gave in. The smell of gunpowder was strong. Who is this guy? How dare he compete with us? The cold young man frowned. As a disciple of the Yen family, even the Vientiane auction had to give him face. Now that someone dared to compete with them, it was a blatant provocation. Hong Wuji was also furious. As a disciple of the Red Leaf Valley, arrogance and haughtiness had always been his style. Now that someone dared to compete with him, he could not tolerate it. Therefore, he bid again. Apart from that, a middle-aged beauty and a mysterious old man bid and competed with each other. In an instant, the smell of gunpowder was strong, and the atmosphere in the auction house was extremely tense. 500 million! Honorable Maniac Sword spoke again, and everyone's eyelids twitched. 550 million! Hong Wuji did not back down, and he quickly bid. Silence, absolute silence. Many people gave up bidding, as the price had stopped most of them. Even the disciples of the Yen family frowned, as the price made them hesitate. I would like to see who dares to be so arrogant. The cold young man snorted. Someone dares to compete with us in Wind-Seeking City, he's courting death. All right, stop bidding, we'll play it by ear. At this moment, the beautiful woman spoke. Kid, this sword is very important to me. Can you give it to me? I'll compensate you. Honorable Maniac Sword said in a deep voice. I don't lack anything, I just want this sword. Hong Wuji rejected on the spot. Humph! In VIP room 3, Honorable Maniac Sword snorted, and his face turned gloomy. A flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes, and it was like a sword radiance. He did not bid, but a cold smile appeared on his face. Obviously, he wanted to kill Hong Wuji. In the Blood Realm, it was common to kill and steal. Although Hong Wuji was from the Red Leaf Valley, he was willing to do anything for the half-earth rank artifact. As long as he got the Lone Star Sword, his strength would increase greatly. Moreover, in the Blood Realm, Red Leaf Valley might not be able to do anything to him. Therefore, he decided to kill Hong Wuji in an instant. Honorable Maniac Sword did not say anything, and the others did not bid either. Perhaps they had the same idea as Honorable Maniac Sword. But no matter what, the whole place was eerily quiet. Everyone was shocked, as they did not expect that even Honorable Maniac Sword could not compete with Hong Wuji. Hong Wuji, on the other hand, was excited. He clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Finally, after such a long time, he got the Lone Star Sword. 550 million, anyone else? The auctioneer asked. Seeing that no one answered, he slowly said, 550 million, going once. 550 million, going twice. 550 million, going thrice. Deal. Before the word, deal, could be shouted, the auction house's door was suddenly opened with a bang. Then, a powerful aura and blazing light rushed in, causing the whole auction house to fall into a frenzy. Everyone turned to look. 1 billion! Chapter 821. The person in the lead was a young man in a blue shirt. He had a handsome face and a sharp gaze. He walked over quickly with a supreme aura. "I'll bid 1 billion! 1 billion!" The crowd was shocked and could not believe it. Even the auctioneer was stunned. On one hand, he was shocked by the person's bid. On the other hand, someone who could enter the auction in the middle of the auction must have an extraordinary status. "Humph, you'll lose your life if you make a false bid," a cold voice was heard. Many people sneered in disbelief. After all, 1 billion spiritual stones was an astronomical figure. Boom! 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 Boxes of spiritual stones flew out from the storage ring and filled the hall. Each box was shining brightly and made the void tremble. Soon, the entire sky was filled with spiritual stones. "Do you think I'll lie?" Lin Xian said disdainfully. The martial artist who mocked him earlier was speechless and snorted angrily. The others were shocked and dumbfounded. It was too shocking. It was the first time they had seen so many spiritual stones. Although Hong Wuji had bid 500 million, it was just a number, and the crowd did not have a clear idea of it. Now, the sky was filled with spiritual stones, and there were even more spiritual stones flying out from the storage ring. The scene was too shocking and unforgettable. "Is it enough? Do you want me to take out all the spiritual stones?" Lin Xian stood in the middle of the hall and said calmly. "Yes, it's enough." The auctioneer took a deep breath and smiled warmly. "Sir, please keep the spiritual stones. If the auction is successful, someone will come to receive you." The auctioneer's attitude was completely different from before. Lin Xian nodded and waved his sleeve, collecting the spirit stones that filled the sky. He did not go to the VIP room. Instead, he found a place to sit with Dong Fangxiong and the other two. The auctioneer took a deep breath and said loudly, 1 billion spiritual stones. Sir, you've bid 1 billion spiritual stones. Are there any more bids? Hearing that, the crowd fell silent. Even the forces in the VIP room did not make a sound. Hong Wuji looked down, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. He had already stood up from the soft chair and walked to the front of the crystal, staring down. His body trembled slightly. A terrifying aura and sword intent filled the air and froze the entire space. "It's him!" Hong Wuji frowned. He naturally recognized Lin Xian, but he did not expect him to be able to take out so many spiritual stones. "Young master, what should we do?" At the back, the young woman with an oval face asked. "This kid dares to fight with young master for something, he's really reckless. Why don't I go and kill him now?" "Reckless? Humph!" Hong Wuji laughed, his face carrying a hint of evil charm. "You're right, he really doesn't know what's good for him. Just ignore him and let him bid. He'll soon know that the Lone Star Sword isn't something that can be bought with money." His words were filled with intense killing intent. It was obvious that he wanted to kill. Not only him, but the other experts who were bidding were also sneering. In VIP room number 3, Venerable Maniac Sword's eyes were filled with killing intent. He couldn't help but laugh wildly. Previously, he had been somewhat worried about losing to Hong Wuji in the bidding. After all, Hong Wuji was a member of Red Leaf Valley and had a special status. If he were to kill Hong Wuji, the consequences would be severe. However, things were different now. He didn't know this young man who was bidding. Even the others didn't know him. This meant that the other party didn't have a strong background and was just rich. For such a person, it was fine to kill him. He posed no threat. Hee, it seems like the Lone Star Sword is destined to be mine. Venerable Maniac Sword sneered and sat down. Now, he just had to wait for the transaction to end. For a moment, countless pairs of eyes stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian naturally knew. However, even if he were to buy it secretly, he would be discovered. After all, such a precious artifact would attract everyone's attention. It was impossible to take it away without anyone noticing. Rather than that, he might as well take it openly. At least he could intimidate some martial artists who didn't know the truth. Moreover, he had 50 members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. He was confident that he could bring the Lone Star Sword out. 1 billion, going once! 1 billion spiritual stones, going twice! The auctioneer said twice. He was overjoyed. This price was twice as high as the previous price. It was far beyond his expectations. 1 billion spiritual stones, going thrice. Sold! A loud voice resounded throughout the auction hall. Countless people cried out in shock. They couldn't believe it. Exciting, too exciting. This was probably the highest bid in the Vientiane auction in the past few decades. When he heard the auctioneer's voice, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He was late, so the Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold had already been sold. If he wasn't strong enough, he might have even missed the Lone Star Sword. The current situation wasn't too bad. He just had to find out the whereabouts of the Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold. He would leave this matter to Yu Fei. As the Lone Star Sword was sold, the auction came to an end. The martial artists who had won the bid all stood up and walked backstage. Lin Xian also stood up and walked backstage. Just as he moved, he felt countless gazes on him. Some of them were extremely arrogant. The killing intent in their eyes was not concealed at all. Humph, do these people really think that I'm easy to bully? Lin Xian sneered in his heart and walked forward. Hong Wuji was even more arrogant. He walked directly in front of Su Mo and exuded a strong killing intent. The killing intent was so strong that it froze the entire space. A sharp aura surged towards Lin Xian. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Xian's gaze was like a sword that pierced forward. It was extremely sharp and was comparable to a weapon. When the two collided, a deep sound was heard. The energy fluctuations caused the entire space to tremble. The crowd was shocked. They knew that the Lone Star Sword wouldn't be obtained so easily, but they didn't expect someone to make a move now. Boom! Seeing that someone was making a move, Dongfang Xiong also stood out. A terrifying aura surged from his body like a demonic mountain that covered the entire area. You want to fight? I'll take you on! However, Lin Xian reached out and stopped him. The most important thing now was to obtain the Lone Star Sword. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to fight. Lin Xian ignored them. He turned around and quickly walked back. Looking at his back, many people sneered. The killing intent in their eyes was undisguised. Lin Xian went backstage and there was a special envoy to receive him. Soon, he saw the auctioneer. Young master, this is the Lone Star Sword. The auctioneer was an old man in a golden robe. He flipped his palm and took out a treasure box. Then, the old man looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Lin Xian nodded and threw out 3 storage rings. 1 billion spiritual stones was too much. One storage ring couldn't contain all of them. The old man in the golden robe took the storage rings and checked them with his soul power. He then smiled in satisfaction. 1 billion spiritual stones, not one less. Chapter 822. Now, the Lone Star Sword belongs to you. Lin Xian took a deep breath and took the square treasure box. Then, he slowly opened it. An ancient longsword lay quietly in the treasure box, emitting a cold light. It was like a star in the sky, shining in solitude. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed the hilt. He immediately felt a cold sharpness and a crazy sword intent. He knew that the sword had gained sentience. This was an instinctive resistance. With a light snort, Lin Xian also had a sword intent in his body, which he quickly injected into the Lone Star Sword. Boom! The two forces collided and were in a stalemate. However, in the next moment, the dragon sword's spirit erupted and pounced into the Lone Star Sword like an angry dragon. Buzz! The Lone Star Sword trembled as if it had come alive. It emitted a terrifying light, and the sharpness was several times stronger than before. So powerful! Lin Xian praised. Holding the Lone Star Sword, he felt like he controlled the world. It was a mysterious feeling, as if he was one with the sword. It was intoxicating. Beside him, the auctioneer was even more shocked. It was really shocking to be able to subdue a half-Earth rank treasure so quickly. One had to know that he could only activate it, and could not subdue it at all. Lin Xian did not put away the Lone Star sword. Instead, he took out the black scabbard and slowly inserted it. Then, his spiritual power turned into threads and he carried the ancient sword on his back. Goodbye! Lin Xian turned around and walked out. Outside the backstage, countless people gathered. Their eyes were emitting a terrifying light that flickered coldly from time to time. They were waiting for Lin Xian to come out. He's here! Someone whispered. Immediately, everyone looked forward. They saw a young man in a blue shirt slowly walking out of the passage. On his back, there was an ancient sword. His entire person was like a divine sword that was unstoppable. The Lone Star Sword! Countless people exclaimed, their eyes burning with passion. In the distance, the onlooking martial artists were even more shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to carry the Lone Star Sword on his back without hiding it at all. How confident must he be to dare to do so? Humph, at least you know your place. You know that you can't keep your treasured sword, so you might as well not hide it anymore. Someone sneered. Brat, hand over the sword and I won't kill you. The Lone Star Sword isn't something you can take. Cold gazes fell on Lin Xian as if they wanted to pierce through him. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and swept his gaze across the area. His gaze was like a sharp sword that streaked across the air. Ding ding wong wong wong. Many people retreated, their faces pale. Their eyes were filled with shock. The other party had actually forced them to retreat with a single glance. The other people's expressions changed as well. Their opponent's strength was beyond their imagination. However, Hong Wuji, the maniac's sword highness, and the others simply let out hollow laughs. The gaze was not enough to scare them off. Everyone, fighting is prohibited in the auction. The golden-robed elder walked out and said with a grave expression. Although the Wanxiang auction house had a huge influence in the city, it was inevitable that these people would go crazy when faced with a half-Earth rank artifact. Therefore, it was better to warn them in advance. Elder Jean, don't worry, we won't fight here. Some martial artists expressed their stance. Brat, let's go! A man with a goatee said coldly. Soon after, the crowd opened up a path. Let's go! Lin Xian called out to Dongfang Xiong and Yufei before walking out. Humph, he's courting death. He actually dares to go out. If I were him, I'd hide here for the rest of my life. Yeah, in such a situation, he'll die if he goes out. A group of people discussed among themselves. They felt that Lin Xian was too foolish and that he would be courting death if he went out. Yufei sneered when he heard the discussion. If these people knew how many people were waiting for them outside, would they cry? Ta ta ta! Lin Xian's footsteps were steady as he walked towards the exit. The people behind him became nervous. Many of them secretly circulated their spiritual energy and pulled out their artifacts, preparing to attack. They decided that they would act as soon as Lin Xian stepped out of the door. This was a crucial moment. Whoever could obtain the sword first and leave safely would have a meteoric rise. The space froze and the atmosphere was tense. Everyone's eyes flickered as they stared at Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian finally stepped out of the auction house's door. Attack! Countless people exclaimed as their spiritual energy erupted and surged forward. Brother Xian! The light gradually grew brighter as orderly shouts came from outside. It was as if an army was marching, shocking everyone. Those voices condensed into a force that blasted in all directions. Pfft! Dozens of figures spat out blood and were sent flying. Bang, bang, bang! These people crashed into the nearby buildings and let out a low sound. Those martial artists who didn't make a move were also affected and their faces turned pale. What? Everyone was stunned when they saw the situation in front of them. In front of them, 50 young men looked at Lin Xian respectfully. Their auras were powerful and they all had the pressure of a supremacy. Supremacies, 50 supremacies. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, not daring to believe it. There were 50 supremacies waiting to protect Lin Xian. No wonder he wasn't afraid. He had such a trump card. Even powerful warriors like Hong Wuji and Maniac Sword Supremacy had their pupils constricted. Although they were powerful, they couldn't handle 50 supremacies at the same time. Moreover, there was an expert like Lin Xian among them. For a moment, the scene became incomparably silent. "Snatch it! Why aren't you snatching it?" Yu Fei sneered as he looked around. Weren't they all arrogant before? Why were they all terrified now? He was furious. Just now at the auction house, these people acted high and mighty as if they were going to eat them. That kind of atmosphere made him extremely unhappy. So now, he wanted to vent his anger. Bringing 10 supremacies with him, Yu Fei arrived at the injured martial artists. "Aren't you guys very arrogant? You dare to snatch Brother Xian's treasured sword? What, they dare to snatch Brother Xian's things?" The disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion became anxious when they heard this. All of them looked at those people with fire in their eyes. Bang! One of them flew up and kicked a martial artist, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Yu Fei arrived in front of the martial artist with the goatee, raised his palm, and ruthlessly slapped him a few times. Pa pa pa! Soon, that martial artist turned into a pig's head. None of the martial artists who made a move were spared. They were all beaten up. The others also didn't dare to make a move. What a joke, who could beat 50 supremacies? Let's go together. I don't believe that we can't beat them. Someone was secretly instigating. Humph! Lin Xian's gaze focused, he raised his hand and slashed out a ray of sword chi, instantly sending the person hiding in the dark flying. Whoever wants to make a move, I'll accompany you to the end. His gaze looked around with an endless domineering aura. No one made a move. Many of the weaker martial artists retreated. However, not everyone had this kind of rationality. Many people were blinded by the treasures. Chapter 823. Wait, who allowed you to leave? A cold voice sounded. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and turned around. Whoosh! Wherever he looked, the crowd immediately dispersed. No one dared to stand. However, 3 silhouettes remained unmoved and continued to stand there. 2 men and 1 woman. They were handsome and had powerful auras. It's them, the disciples of the Yan family! Someone exclaimed. They did not expect the disciples of the Yan family to make a move. Lin Xian also frowned. He had seen these 3 people before. Not long ago, the 3 of them had swaggered into the auction hall right in front of him. At that time, he knew that they were disciples of the Yan family. However, he did not expect them to make a move now. The youth on the left had an evil smile and a cynical look. He stared at Lin Xian and said with a smile, "Since you have obtained the treasured sword, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you take it out and let everyone see?" The cold youth on the right snorted. "Why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him. But he only has 1 head. Are you going to kill him or should I?" The evil youth, Yan Chong, laughed. "That's easy. We'll attack at the same time. Whoever kills him first will get the Lone Star sword." The cold youth, Yan Ling, said. "That's a good idea. I like it." The evil youth, Yan Chong, nodded. "However, his storage ring will be mine. I guess there should be a lot of good stuff inside." "Sure." The cold youth, Yan Ling, did not refute. The 2 of them conversed as if Lin Xian was prey waiting to be slaughtered at any time. In their opinion, only the disciples of the Yan family were worthy of possessing a peerless treasure like the Lone Star sword. No one else was worthy of it. Hearing their words, the disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion trembled with anger. Their eyes were filled with anger. "Brother Xian, let me kill them!" Wang Li gritted his teeth and said. "No need. I'll do it myself." Lin Xian stopped them and said in a deep voice. His eyes flashed with a cold light and a murderous intent. He had spent 1 billion spirit stones to buy the Lone Star sword. There was only one outcome for anyone who dared to target him. That was death. Lin Xian's body surged with killing intent, like a killing sword, surging towards the sky. However, this did not frighten the Yen clan's disciples. Instead, it aroused their disdain. Kid, I'll let you know that you don't deserve to have the Lone Star Sword. The evil-looking youth, Yen Chong, laughed nastily. Only the genius disciples of our Yen clan are worthy of it. The cold young man's eyes carried a trace of disdain. The two of them were like two bolts of lightning, rushing over quickly. Whoosh! The evil-looking young man attacked. His body was like a ghost. Wherever he passed, grayish-white petals would fall. Those flower petals spun about, slicing through space, incomparably sharp. On the other side, the cold-faced youth attacked as well. A piercing chill spread out and filled the entire space. Accompanying it was a terrifying, murderous aura. The two of them flew through the air, creating a terrifying aura as they charged forward. It was like a mountain flood or a tsunami. A god of death had descended. The entire earth was shaking, and many buildings in the distance were destroyed beyond recognition by the overflowing aura. How terrifying! Everyone was shocked. The two of them were like gods, emotionless and terrifying. It was chilling. Both of them were top young geniuses. Individually, they could crush a group of people. Now that they were together, they were definitely the most terrifying force. In the distance, everyone was trembling. Many of them broke out in cold sweat, and their clothes were soaked. This terrifying aura was not something they could contend against. The sharp and terrifying aura was still spreading out. Everyone's hearts were trembling more and more. They could not help but worry for Lin Xian. I'm afraid that Lin Xian is in danger. He can't resist the joint attack of two peerless geniuses. Why do the two of them have to attack? I think one of them can kill him. As expected, the Lone Star Sword is not that easy to obtain. Not only does it require money, but it also requires strength to keep it. The surrounding martial artists who wanted to snatch the sword sneered. In their opinion, Lin Xian was only relying on the strength of the team behind him. If it was a one-on-one battle, any one of them would be able to kill him. But Lin Xian was stupid enough to fight the Yen family's genius alone. He was courting death. At this moment, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Feeling the cold aura in the air, Lin Xian's expression was cold. The sword intent on his body became more dignified. It was like a peerless divine sword that was slowly unsheathed. Die! A cold voice rang out. Then, a terrifying sword chi cut through the void and slashed towards Lin Xian. That sword chi was incomparably dazzling. It was like a silver snake dancing. The sword light swam and tore through the void in an instant. Humph, kid, die! On the other side, the evil youth Yen Chong also slashed over with a petal-like sword chi. The two terrifying sword chis intertwined. It was vast and terrifying. Destroy! Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The sword intent on his body suddenly exploded, and an invisible wave of chi spread out in all directions. At this moment, a huge sword chi pierced through the clouds, connecting the heaven and earth. This sword was too powerful. It was as if it could split the heaven and earth. That terrifying murderous aura caused everyone to tremble. The evil youth Yen Chong and the cold-looking youth Yen Ling were equally shocked. They looked at the scene in disbelief. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their imagination. He might even be stronger than them. This is impossible! The two of them screamed in their hearts. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian turned into a sword radiance and rushed towards the two of them. In an instant, the dazzling sword chi in the air was cut apart. It was like a piece of cloth that was mercilessly torn apart. An even more terrifying blood-red sword chi swept across and instantly slashed the cold-looking youth. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard. Blood splattered and the entire space was dyed red. Everyone's heart trembled. They quickly looked over and saw the cold-looking youth's body split into two from the middle. What was even more strange was that the blood that gushed out quickly gathered in the air and formed a blood-red sword. It was scarlet and had a monstrous murderous aura. What? He's dead! Everyone was shocked. They did not expect the arrogant and powerful genius of the Yen family to be killed in one move. A wave of fear spread through the crowd. Those martial artists who were eyeing the Lone Star sword were even more horrified. Many of them trembled and gave up on the thought of snatching the sword. They did not think that they were stronger than the cold-looking youth Yen Ling. Since Lin Xian could kill Yen Ling in one move, killing them would be as easy as slaughtering dogs. Although a half-Earth class treasure sword was good, one needed to be alive to enjoy it. In an instant, half of the people had the thought of retreating. They did not dare to be enemies with Lin Xian. Impossible! This is impossible! The evil youth Yan Chang's face changed drastically. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The person he regarded as an ant had killed his comrade in one move. This scene was too shocking. He could not accept it. After killing Yen Ling in one move, Lin Xian did not have any expression. He turned his eyes and stared at Yan Chong. "You, what are you trying to do?" Chapter 824. Kid, I'm warning you. I'm a disciple of the Yen family. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. Yan Chong had lost the courage to attack. He could only use his family's identity to suppress Lin Xian. However, in front of others, that insufferably arrogant identity of a disciple of the Yen family was nothing in front of Lin Xian. A disciple of the Yen family? Lin Xian sneered. I've already killed a disciple of the Yen family. Do you think the Yen family will reconcile with me? Since I've already offended them, what's the difference between killing one or two? Lin Xian's face was cold. He had no intention of letting the other party go. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze and the cold murderous aura, the evil youth's heart sank. He knew that no matter what, Lin Xian would not let him go. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. Why did he have to be the first one to intercept Lin Xian? If they had waited for a moment for someone else to make a move, they would have known how terrifying Lin Xian was. Perhaps they would not have made a move. But now, it was too late. Thinking of this, the evil youth roared. Once again, a powerful aura exploded from his body. Endless spiritual qi surged out like a torrential sea. It's not that easy to kill me! His black hair fluttered in the wind, making him look extremely evil. Countless grayish-white petals spun around him, forming a demonic sword aura. You were able to succeed just now because we were careless. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to kill Yen Ling in one move. The evil youth calmed down, and a terrifying light flashed in his eyes. Indeed, the two of them had not taken Lin Xian seriously. Therefore, although their attacks were terrifying, they were only ordinary attacks. In his opinion, they must have underestimated their opponent. Now that he had summoned his martial soul, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian in one move. At this thought, confidence returned to his eyes and a wicked smile appeared on his face. This time, I won't give you a chance. I'll go all out and kill you in one move. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a sword sage. He did not use the Lone Star sword on his back. Instead, he waved his arm and controlled the blood-red long sword in the sky. You're courting death! The evil young man roared. His black hair fluttered in the wind as it transformed into a terrifying sword qi that quickly slashed towards Lin Xian. Behind him, a grayish-white snake-shaped long sword was formed, emitting a terrifying aura. Die, brat! This time, he unleashed his martial soul with all his might. His combat strength was several times stronger than before. However, the other party dared to look down on him, using only his arm to control the blood sword in the sky. This kind of casual attitude made him go crazy. Just you wait, you will pay the price for your insolence. The demonic youth, Yan Chong, had a ferocious expression on his face. He swore that he would definitely behead Lin Xian with this strike. Boom! The entire void trembled. The originally clear sky was now filled with countless blood-red auras, forming a sea of blood. The sea of blood surged, releasing rumbling sounds. That aura made one's heart tremble. In the middle of the blood sea, there was a blood-red long sword. It was demonic and scarlet, and it emitted a monstrous killing aura. Under the guidance of Lin Xian's arm, the terrifying blood-red killing sword turned into a bolt of lightning and slashed downwards. In the next instant, it collided with the evil young man, Yan Chong. Rumble! Oppressive and terrifying sounds spread in all directions, and waves of berserk energy poured down in torrents. There were countless blood-red sword chi in the energy, which was like a blood-red river that swept across all directions. It was a terrifying sight. Yan Chong was completely surrounded by the blood-red sword chi. Looking at the terrifying scene in the sky, the crowd trembled and gasped. It was too terrifying and shocking. They did not expect Lin Xian's casual strike to create such a terrifying aura. They wondered if Yan Chong could withstand it. In the distance, Hong Wuji, Honorable Maniac's sword, and the rest frowned. Every time Lin Xian attacked, he would become stronger. It was as though his combat strength was limitless. The situation made them look grave and uneasy. It seemed that it would not be easy to snatch the Lone Star Sword from Lin Xian. The crowd had different expressions. At that moment, the blood-red sword chi in the sky gradually disappeared. The crowd held their breaths and looked up. They wanted to know if the evil young man, Yan Chong, had withstood the attack. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. The sky became clear again. However, Yan Chong was nowhere to be seen. It was as though he had evaporated and disappeared into thin air. Could he have dodged it? Someone looked around in confusion. Yes, he must have dodged it. Below, the last disciple of the Yan family, the beautiful lady, gripped the corner of her clothes nervously. She looked uneasy and kept comforting herself. However, after a long time, Yan Chang's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Could he have been killed? Not even the bones are left? Finally, someone voiced out such a question. Like a plague, this idea quickly spread among the crowd and was finally accepted. Countless people stared blankly at the sky, speechless. Their hearts were numb. The young man in front of them was too mysterious and too powerful. He had killed the genius of the Yan family with just a casual strike. In the distance, the last girl in purple from the Yan family screamed. Her body trembled and her face was full of horror. You're dead. You killed the genius of the Yan family. No one can save you! The girl in purple screamed. The genius of the Yan family? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. How can such a person be called a genius? In my opinion, he's worse than trash. The crowd was silent and agreed with Lin Xian's words. Perhaps in the eyes of the crowd, Yan Chong and Yan Chong were peerless geniuses. However, in the eyes of Lin Xian, they were worthless. Otherwise, how could a true peerless genius be killed in a single strike? Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile as he slowly walked forward. What do you want? The girl in purple was so scared that her face turned pale. She no longer had her previous arrogance. The reason why they were so arrogant before was because the three of them were powerful and had extraordinary statuses. They could crush everything. Now, their strength and statuses were worthless in the eyes of Lin Xian. They had lost the right to be arrogant. If you dare come over, I'll kill you! The girl in purple had a sinister look on her face. She quickly threw out several weapons. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 flying swords flew out. Each of them was a foot long and emitted a cold light. They quickly pierced through the void and slashed at Lin Xian. Ka ka ka! Lin Xian waved his sleeve and put away the 3 blue short swords. Then, he walked forward without changing his pace. Save me! Jean Bo, save me! The girl in purple screamed. In the next moment, a sigh was heard. Suddenly, a golden light shone and quickly condensed into a figure. It was an old man. He was the auctioneer who had hosted the auction. Chapter 825. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. It was rumored that young Master Lingyun was behind the Wenxiang auction. No one believed it at first, but now it seemed like it was most likely true. Otherwise, a neutral force like the Wenxiang auction would not interfere with the underworld's grudges. Lin Xian's face darkened. He did not expect the auction to interfere. However, since he had made up his mind to kill, he would not change it. I have no grudges with the Wanxiang auction. I hope you won't interfere. As for the Yan family disciples, they were so arrogant when they wanted to kill me. Do you think I'll let them go? Lin Xian shook his head. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. The elder in the golden robe snorted. The Wanxiang auction was so prestigious that no one dared to provoke them. However, there was someone who dared not disrespect them. To the elder in the golden robe, Lin Xian was too arrogant. However, he had forgotten that it was the 3 Yan family disciples who were arrogant and wanted to kill Lin Xian. They were the ones who wanted to kill him and steal his treasures. Their actions were despicable. However, they were not as strong and did not succeed. If it were anyone else, they would have been killed by the Yan family disciples. Seeing that Lin Xian did not give him face, the elder in the golden robe snorted. He quickly waved his hand and prepared to attack. Streaks of golden ripples shone like dragons as they circled around the golden-robed elder at high speed. In the next moment, he punched out. A terrifying force surged out, accompanied by 9 golden dragons. On the other hand, Lin Xian sneered as he executed his earth-rank movement technique, and he transformed into a string of afterimages that instantly vanished. At the same time, he waved his fingers and shot out the 3 flying swords he had collected earlier. The 9 ferocious golden dragons missed and tore the void apart. The 3 flying swords were like lightning, instantly hitting the purple lady behind the elder in the golden robe. The purple lady could only let out a scream before she was pierced by the 3 flying swords and pinned to the building behind her. Kid, you're courting death! The elder in the golden robe was trembling with anger. He had already expressed his stance and wanted to protect the purple lady. However, the purple lady died in front of him after a short while. Face slapping, this was a blatant slap to the face. The golden-robed old man had a sinister look in his eyes as a terrifying aura emanated from his body. To be honest, he didn't care about the woman in purple's life or death. After all, they were merely allies with the Yan clan. It wasn't to the point where he had to risk his life for her. However, as an elder of the Wanxiang auction house, he could not tolerate the arrogant attitude of the other party. He did not put him in his eyes at all. He could ignore the purple-clothed girl's death, but he couldn't allow her to slap his face in public. Brat, you are very arrogant. No one has ever dared to go against the Wanxiang auction. The golden-robed old man's voice was cold and gloomy, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Behind him, countless Wanxiang auction house martial artists quickly gathered. Competing in numbers? Dong Fangxing sneered and strode out. His entire being was like an iron tower, causing the earth to tremble. Boom! The 50 members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion behind Lin Xian also took a step forward, and a terrifying aura rose from each of them. 50 powerful auras gathered together, suppressing everything. This power was too shocking, and it immediately intimidated the people of the Wanxiang auction house. The golden-robed old man's eyes were sinister, and his face was terrifyingly dark. Although the other party didn't have as many people as they did, every one of them was an elite genius that could suppress anyone. If a fight really broke out, the Wanxiang auction house would definitely suffer heavy losses. He was only an elder of the Wanxiang auction house, and he couldn't bear the consequences. Originally, he wanted to use his power to suppress the other party, but he didn't expect that the other party would easily neutralize his attack, and even counterattack. This sullen feeling made the golden-robed old man want to vomit blood. For a moment, the golden-robed old man and the Wanxiang auction house martial artists behind him were in a dilemma, and they were all stunned. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. How many years had it been since anyone dared to go against the Wanxiang auction house? Even the Huang and Ling clans of Wind-Seeking City didn't dare to be so presumptuous. But now, a young man who wasn't even 20 years old had done such a shocking thing, and even successfully intimidated the Wanxiang auction house. This was too shocking. Looking at the sullen face of the other party, Lin Xian said coldly, I spent 1 billion spiritual stones to buy the Lone Star sword, so it's naturally mine. But the 3 disciples of the Yen clan wanted to kill me and take the Lone Star Sword without spending a single cent. How can there be such a cheap thing in this world? The disciples of the 3 great clans actually did such a shady business of killing and robbing. How despicable! Killing and robbing. You were not strong enough, and you were killed instead. You deserve to die, Lin Xian said coldly. And your Wanxiang auction house didn't care about the twists and turns, and didn't care about right or wrong. You actually protected the martial artists who killed and robbed. Such actions are despicable. Now you're angry out of humiliation and want to attack the auctioneer. I don't know what the Wanxiang auction house's principles are, but aren't you afraid that the world will be disappointed? Lin Xian's words were heartbreaking, and his voice was like thunder, resounding in all directions. Today's matter was too much, and he felt angry just thinking about it. He was the one who bought the item, but the seller teamed up with the martial artists who killed and robbed, and wanted to bully him. Such shameless actions could only be solved by killing and spilling blood. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Lin Xian was speaking the truth, and there was no way to refute it. The old man in the golden robe and the Wanxiang sect martial artists behind him were so angry that they trembled. Their faces darkened, and they wanted to vomit blood. Shameful, too shameful. They were being lectured by a junior, but they couldn't fight back. This feeling made them go crazy. Elder Jean, what are you waiting for? Leave now! Suddenly, a delicate voice was heard. Then, the void rippled, and a beautiful figure appeared. It was a beautiful woman in a palace dress, but she looked a little cold. She glanced at Elder Jean and said coldly, "What are you waiting for? Leave now!" Elder Jean, who was originally arrogant, trembled when he was glanced at by that gaze. He quickly lowered his head. "I'll take my men and leave now." Then, he waved his hand and led the group of martial artists away, entering the Wanxiang auction house. Seeing that Elder Jean and the others had left, the beautiful woman in the palace dress smiled at Lin Xian. Elder Jean and the others were in the wrong before. I hope you can forgive them. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Judging from the attitude of Elder Jean and the others, this beautiful woman in the palace dress was definitely a high-ranking member of the auction house. Moreover, from the aura that flowed out of her body, her strength was definitely far beyond Elder Jin's. Lin Xian didn't want to go against the Wanxiang auction house. He just wanted an explanation. Now that the Wanxiang auction house had apologized, he naturally wouldn't pursue the matter any further. Then, the woman in the palace dress left, and everyone in the Wanxiang auction house left as well. They no longer cared about the outside world. Chapter 826. Let's return to the courtyard first, Lin Xian said. Although the Lone Star Sword was already in his hands, he didn't know who bought the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold. He had to find out. Now that the auction had just ended, it was a good time to find out. Moreover, those people hadn't gone far. Once they decided to find out, they would make a move. Otherwise, when those people left, it would be very difficult to find out. Originally, Lin Xian had the Lone Star Sword, so he would be in more danger if he stayed in Wind-Seeking City for one more day. However, for the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold, he had no choice but to take such a risk. How about this, Dongfang? You take your people and leave first. I'll stay here for a while and return to the academy when I have news. Brother Xian, we won't leave, Wang Li and the others said with a firm gaze. No, let's leave quickly. The Lone Star Sword's involvement is too great. Who knows what kind of terrifying person will appear in the future? It's too dangerous for you guys to stay here. Moreover, it's convenient for me to move alone. Even if I can't beat them, they can forget about keeping me here. Lin Xian had unlimited confidence. He had the Earth Tear movement technique and the mysterious Jade platform. Even if the other party was strong, he could still leave calmly. After knowing Lin Xian's life-saving methods, they agreed to return to the academy first. Yu Fei went out to gather information, while Lin Xian hid in Wind-Seeking City. As for Dong Feng Xiong and Wang Li, they brought 50 Dragon Sword Pavilion disciples back to the academy overnight. 50 venerables were indeed a powerful force. Even Lin Xian was very tempted. However, this matter was too dangerous. The appearance of a peerless treasure like the Lone Star Sword would probably attract some terrifying warriors. If the Dragon Sword Pavilion disciples were injured in the battle, it would be a great loss to him. These people were all geniuses with extraordinary talent. At this moment, they hadn't fully matured, so he didn't want them to take the risk. Moreover, it was indeed much more convenient for him to move alone. Firstly, he had the Earth Tier movement technique. Even a third-layer venerable wouldn't be his match in terms of speed. Furthermore, he had the heaven-changing art, a unique concealment method. If he wanted to leave, very few people could stop him. As for the blood mark in his body, it had already been destroyed by the dragon sword's spirit. At night, Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the courtyard, silently cultivating. There had been many battles in the past few days, and it could be said that it was very dangerous. The number of venerables he had killed in the past few days was more than the total number of venerables he had killed in the past. Although it was dangerous, the benefits were also huge. His blood sword slaughter inheritance had successfully broken through to the second level and had reached the peak of the second level. It wouldn't take long for him to break through to the third level. This kind of breakthrough speed could be said to be shocking. One had to know that the blood sword slaughter inheritance was a king's inheritance, and its degree of rarity and difficulty was comparable to an earth-rank martial art. However, Lin Xian had almost reached the third level in such a short period of time. That cultivation speed was truly shocking. Of course, this was related to his battles. So many venerables' blood essence had been absorbed by the blood sword, which was why the blood sword's slaughter inheritance could break through so quickly. At this time, everyone had already left, and only Lin Xian was left in the courtyard. The night breeze was gentle, causing the leaves to rustle. The hazy moonlight sprinkled down, covering a layer of gauze. At this moment, outside the courtyard, a figure swiftly appeared like a ghost. It was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. He looked at the courtyard in front of him, his eyes shining. At the same time, Lin Xian, who was in the courtyard, suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp sword light lit up in his eyes. "Since you're here, why don't you come in?" Lin Xian said indifferently. Outside the courtyard, the middle-aged man with a white face and no beard looked surprised. He then laughed loudly and said, "Young Master Lin is indeed a young genius. I admire you." Before he finished laughing, the middle-aged man had already turned into a ray of light and arrived in the courtyard. "Although I don't know who you are, I guess you're not here just to say a few words of praise, right?" Lin Xian said in a deep voice. "What's your purpose? Just say it." "Young Master Lin is indeed straightforward." Luo Qingqiu smiled and said, "If that's the case, I'll say it directly. I wonder if young Master Lin is interested in joining our Wanxiang auction? Although today's matter was a misunderstanding, our Wanxiang auction sincerely invites you to join us this time. As long as you're willing, you can obtain a large amount of cultivation resources and a limitless future on the path of martial arts." "Wanxiang auction?" Lin Xian's eyes darkened, but his heart was filled with surprise. Although the courtyard he rented was not extremely secretive, it was not easy for an ordinary person to find it. At least, the Huang and Ling families had not found this place before. But now, in just half a day, the Wanxiang auction had already found out where he lived. This power was too shocking. The Wanxiang auction was indeed a dominating force in Wen-seeking City. If such an opportunity was placed in front of an ordinary person, they would definitely be overjoyed. But Lin Xian would not. He would not join any force. But he would not reject immediately. At least, he had to find out more about the Wanxiang auction. "The things you mentioned, I can have them myself. Why should I join the Wanxiang auction?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, the middle-aged man laughed. His laughter was filled with confidence. "Young Master Lin, you may not know, but the Wanxiang auction is more than what you see on the surface. I can't tell you the details, but I can reveal a little to you. If you join us, you won't lose out. What you have now will be 10 times more than what you have now. This is a precious opportunity. I hope you won't miss it. Let me think about it, Lin Xian said calmly. If there's nothing else, please leave. I want to cultivate. Lin Xian's voice was very calm, but the rejection in his voice was very obvious. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank, revealing a trace of disbelief. However, as an important person in the auction, he still had the ability to maintain his composure. Soon, the middle-aged man regained his composure. He said in a deep voice, Young hero, you now have a half-Earth rank artifact. I'm sure you're in trouble. If you join us, I can guarantee that your troubles will disappear instantly. It had to be said that this was a very tempting condition. After all, Lin Xian's current situation was extremely dangerous. If he was not careful, he would lose his life. But now, the middle-aged man was offering to protect him. It was a direct hit to Lin Xian's weakness. If it was anyone else, they would have agreed immediately. But Lin Xian was still unmoved. He had his own plans and already had his own force. He would not join another force. Therefore, when he heard the tempting offer, he was expressionless. My answer is the same as before. Let me think about it. If I have an idea, I will look for you. Chapter 827. Oh? Young hero Lin, you have to think about it. After all, it's very dangerous to have a half-Earth rank artifact. Our Wenxiang auction doesn't want to see a genius like young hero Lin fall. Seeing that Lin Xian had rejected him twice, the middle-aged man's eyes turned gloomy, and his voice carried a hint of coldness. After saying that, he waved his sleeve and disappeared from the courtyard. The moonlight was still there and a gentle breeze was blowing. Only the sound of leaves rustling could be heard. Lin Xian closed his eyes and entered into a state of cultivation again. Compared to the quiet courtyard, Windy City was not as quiet. The atmosphere in the city was tense and undercurrents were surging. Countless experts and families were secretly investigating, trying to find out more about Lin Xian. At the same time, many families joined forces and temporarily sealed off Windy City, intending to search by force. They had no choice. A half-Earth rank artifact was too tempting. That kind of artifact was extremely rare. If they could obtain it, their strength would definitely skyrocket. The Huang family, Leng family and other local families had the greatest advantage. They mobilized a large number of people to search the entire Windy City. Other experts also mobilized people from all over the blood field and rushed into Windy City. They all knew that Lin Xian had not left, and was still in Windy City. At the same time, after the Yan family received the news that their disciple had been killed in Windy City, they were extremely exposed. They quickly sent a team and swore to capture the murderer. Of course, the Lone Star Sword was also their target. Countless undercurrents surged and the entire Windy City became a terrifying and dangerous place. At the same time, something shocking happened in Windy City again. A tall man with golden light shining all over his body stood in the air like a golden giant. His gaze was cold, and his cold voice spread out like thunder. Who is Lin Xian? Come out and die! How can we let a nameless brat take a peerless treasure like the Lone Star Sword? Don't think that killing a disciple of the Yan family is a big deal. In my opinion, you are still not qualified to take the Lone Star Sword. The voice was extremely arrogant and resounded through the sky like thunder. He did not put Lin Xian in his eyes. Lin Xian, hand over the Lone Star Sword and I'll spare your life. In the sky, a golden figure roared. His terrifying voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Everyone was shocked and raised their heads to look at the sky. Who is this person? How arrogant! Did he not know how powerful Lin Xian was? That's the powerful existence that killed the genius of the Yan clan. It's actually him, Golden Sword Huang Jinxing. Someone cried out in alarm. What? Gold Sword? Hearing this, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder he was so arrogant and dared to challenge Lin Xian. It was Huang Jinxing. Who is Huang Jinxing? Is it very powerful? Someone asked in confusion. Of course he's powerful. He's a second-level venerated realm cultivator, and he's said to be unrivaled among second-level venerated realm cultivators. He's extremely powerful. It's said that even ordinary third-level honorables might not be his match. What? So powerful! When those people heard this, their hearts trembled. An invincible second-level honorable who could contend against a third-level honorable. Every piece of news was enough to show how powerful the figure in the sky was. He was definitely a very powerful opponent. Not only that, it's said that he comprehended a metal-type sword soul. His attack power is extremely powerful and his battle strength is heaven-defying. Someone said another shocking piece of news. It seems like Lin Xian is in danger this time. Someone sighed. Yeah, Huang Jinxing is really too powerful. He's much stronger than the 3 martial artists from the Yan clan. They're not even on the same level. I guess Lin Xian will definitely not come out. After all, he might have already left after getting the Lone Star Sword. Who would be stupid enough to appear at this juncture? Although Huang Jinxing is powerful, he can't do anything if Lin Xian doesn't appear. In the sky, Huang Jinxing also knew this. He snorted and said disdainfully, I didn't expect the Lone Star Sword, a half-Earth class treasure, to fall into the hands of a coward. How sad! The voice was extremely arrogant. He didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. The surrounding people sighed. Although the other party's words were harsh and he wanted to provoke Lin Xian to come out, at this juncture, as long as he could protect the Lone Star Sword, it didn't matter if he was insulted a little. This was what most people thought, but it wasn't Lin Xian's idea. He looked at the sky and his eyes were filled with a strong murderous intent. In Lin Xian's life, regardless of whether his opponent was strong or not, he had never been weak. There was nothing to say about such an insult. Only by fighting and killing the other party could he prove himself. Moreover, as a martial artist, he wasn't afraid of a fight. In the next moment, Lin Xian carried the Lone Star Sword on his back and rushed into the sky in a flash. Buzz! The void rippled and he appeared in the sky. Lin Xian's appearance caused a huge commotion. Countless people looked at the sky and were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really come out. Could it be that he was confident in defeating Huang Jinxing? You're Lin Xian? At this moment, Huang Jinxing also looked at the figure in the sky. You haven't even seen me and you're already clamoring to kill me. Don't you think you're too arrogant? Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy and his voice was cold. Lone Star Sword. It's really you. You're Lin Xian. Huang Jinxing didn't care about Lin Xian's cold gaze. Instead, he stared at the quaint long sword on his back. He laughed loudly and said, Kid, you really can't keep your composure. A mere provocation has led you out. Very well, let me kill you with my own hands. You're not worthy of the Lone Star Sword. Hearing Huang Jinxing's arrogant words, Lin Xian also laughed. In other words, there's no grudge between us. You want to kill me because you want to take the Lone Star Sword for yourself? That's right. Do I need a reason to kill you? Huang Jinxing was extremely domineering. Killing someone like you is no different than stepping on an ant. If you want to live, I can give you a chance. Kneel down obediently and hand over the Lone Star Sword with both hands. From then on, you'll be my servant. I might spare your life. Servant? Kneel down? Ha ha! Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. His black hair fluttered in the wind like a demon. In the next moment, his laughter suddenly stopped. A cold sword light shone from his eyes. Do you have any last words? Lin Xian's voice was cold. Hearing this, the crowd below was shocked. Huang Jinxing was extremely arrogant and domineering. He didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. He didn't even need a reason to kill him. Lin Xian exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only did he offer himself, his arrogant attitude was even more domineering than Huang Jinxing's. Last words? Chapter 828. You're the first person in Winseeking City who dares to talk to me like that. I've decided not to kill you immediately. I'll torture you for 49 days and let you bleed to the last drop of blood in your body. I'll let you die in endless fear." Huang Jinxing revealed a sinister smile and stared at his opponent like a demon. In the next moment, his body shone with golden light, and countless rays of light turned into golden poisonous snakes that quickly rushed forward. The golden light emitted a strong killing intent as if it could pierce through everything. What a terrifying attack! That Lin Xian is probably in danger. He actually dared to anger Huang Jinxing. Someone sighed. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he raised his hand and used the vermilion bird seal. In the next moment, monstrous flames soared and swept through the 9 heavens. A flaming divine bird quickly rushed out and pounced forward. The void trembled as countless divine flames jumped and wrapped around the golden light, melting it and burning it quickly. Eh? You can actually break my attack? You really have some skills. Huang Jinxing revealed a surprised expression. Interesting, but he still couldn't escape death. He snorted coldly. Suddenly, a shocking golden sword ray rushed out from his body and quickly grew in the air, slashing toward Lin Xian. It was like golden thunder, carrying a violent and terrifying power. Lin Xian, on the other hand, focused his gaze and casually waved his palm in the air. Boom! The void fluctuated and quickly formed a huge blood-red palm that slapped toward the shocking golden sword chi. A terrifying sound rang out as the two attacks collided in the void, bursting out a terrifying wave of energy. Huang Jinxing snorted coldly. His expression was gloomy as he couldn't take down his opponent in 2 moves. Therefore, he decided to take the 3rd move seriously and kill his opponent. Brat, I've played enough. Go to hell! Huang Jinxing sneered. The light outside his body shone even brighter like a sun, shining in all directions. Outside his body, a huge golden giant shadow appeared. It stood indomitable and roared at the sky. Boom! In the next moment, the golden giant was enraged and punched downward. That power was too violent, and the air was instantly blasted apart. The golden fist was like a divine stone from outer space, shining with light. The terrifying energy was like a vast ocean, incomparably vast. It's over. Huang Jinxing is getting serious. This power is too terrifying. It can even injure a 3rd-level venerable. I'm afraid that Lin Xian won't be able to take it. Not necessarily. If the other party uses the Lone Star Sword, he might still be able to stand his ground. However, what shocked everyone even more was that Lin Xian stood in the air without any intention of using the Lone Star Sword. What is this guy doing? Does he really want to resist this move with his bare hands? Who knows? Perhaps he won't even have the chance to draw his sword under this heaven-shocking aura. Someone sneered. Huang Jinxing naturally saw this scene as well. He laughed disdainfully and said, I really don't know if you're an idiot or just overconfident. You actually didn't use the Lone Star Sword. If that's the case, then go to hell. At the end of his speech, the golden fist shone even brighter. It was like a sun that crashed into the ground from the void. Huang Jinxing looked down at Lin Xian with disdain in his eyes. If the other party had used the Lone Star Sword, there might have been a chance for him to resist. However, it seemed that the other party was stupid and did not even use the Lone Star Sword. He was not interested in such an opponent at all. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. I don't need the Lone Star Sword to kill you! He let out a long roar, and the blood in his body surged. The spiritual power in his body circulated rapidly, and a terrifying power shot up into the sky. Lin Xian swung his fist and punched out. It was also a golden light that condensed into a golden fist that met the attack head-on. However, the difference between his fist and his opponent's was that his fist was made up of golden lightning. It was extremely masculine and filled with violent energy. What? Is he really going to fight with his bare hands? And he's going to fight with his fist? Is this guy crazy? Does he think that his physical body can resist the giant's shadow? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Seeing this, Huang Jinxing sneered disdainfully. What an idiot! How dare he fight with his fist? I really don't understand how the Lone Star Sword ended up in the hands of an idiot like you. Lin Xian did not answer because the two fists had already collided. The scene was very strange. The Golden Giant's fist was as heavy as a mountain, and it crushed the void. On the other hand, it was a fist the size of an ordinary person. No matter how one looked at it, the two of them were not on the same level. To be honest, no one thought that Lin Xian would win. They all thought that he would be turned into a pile of flesh and blood under this punch. However, in the next moment, the two fists collided with a terrifying sound. A blazing light flashed and swept in all directions. The entire space collapsed horribly. Rumble! A thunderous sound was heard in the void, and the sky was filled with violent light. Everyone looked up at the sky, and they were all dumbstruck, rooted to the spot. That was because in this shocking collision, the huge Golden Giant's shadow began to collapse. First, the mountain-like fist shattered with a boom, turning into countless rays of light that scattered in the void. Then, the entire arm began to disintegrate. In the end, the Golden Giant's shadow roared at the sky in pain. It struggled and resisted with all its might, but it was powerless. In the end, it could not escape the fate of collapse. With just one punch, the Golden Giant's shadow collapsed and disappeared. In the void, Huang Jinxing kept retreating like a bolt of lightning. A stream of bright red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, Lin Xian stood in the void like a king. Kill Lin Xian? Steal the Lone Star Sword? Lin Xian sneered. In his opinion, the other party was just a clown that was not worth mentioning. The crowd below was even more shocked. Countless people's hearts were beating wildly in disbelief. Lin Xian was too powerful. He could actually injure Huang Jinxing with one punch. No wonder he dared to come out. It turned out that he had the strength to fight against Huang Jinxing. Everyone's eyelids twitched. They realized that the reason Lin Xian came out was not because he was provoked or because he wanted to die, but because he had the strength to fight against the other party. He could even suppress the other party. Very well, you've successfully angered me. Huang Jinxing's face was terrifyingly dark. Next, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Cut the crap. Since the moment you set your eyes on the Lone Star Sword, your fate has been sealed. Lin Xian's voice was icy cold. Brat, you're very arrogant. I admit that you have some strength, but you have no chance of winning against my martial soul. My martial soul is a metal elemental martial soul. Its attack is extremely powerful and can even kill a third-rank honorable realm cultivator. What do you have to compete with me? Huang Jinxing's face was hideous. He roared furiously and quickly summoned his martial soul. In the next instant, a long sword appeared in front of him. It was 10 feet long and was entirely platinum in color. It emitted a terrifying aura. Chapter 829. Platinum Long Sword. Huang Jinxing's martial soul is terrifying. The sword is the king of weapons, and the metal element is the strongest defensive element. The combination of the two is extremely sharp. No wonder Huang Jinxing was rumored to be able to kill a rank 3 honorable martial artist. It seems like the rumors are true. Lin Xian is in danger. Lin Xian was strong, but he was still inferior to Huang Jinxing's platinum longsword martial soul. Looking at the terrifying platinum longsword in the sky, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile and a look of disdain flashed across his eyes. Competing in offense? He sneered in his heart. What martial soul could compare to the great dragon sword soul? In terms of offense, if the great dragon sword soul claimed to be number 1, no one would dare to claim to be number 2. Looking at Huang Jinxing's arrogant face, Lin Xian said indifferently, I'm curious. What will your expression be when the platinum longsword that you are so proud of breaks? Stop bragging. You can't possibly withstand my martial soul. Huang Jinxing was absolutely confident. His martial soul had contributed a lot to him, and was extremely powerful. He did not believe that Lin Xian could withstand his martial soul's attack. Below, the crowd was shocked when they heard Lin Xian's words. How is it possible that the platinum longsword broke? Even with the Lone Star sword, he can't do it. Bragging, he must be bragging. How can he defeat his opponent's metal element martial soul? The crowd shook their heads in disbelief. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. A blood-red longsword appeared in Lin Xian's hand. It emitted a terrifying spiritual energy, and a destructive aura spread out in all directions. The terrifying aura was even more terrifying than Huang Jinxing's platinum longsword martial soul. This sword contained the blood-killing sword inheritance, and the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was extremely sharp. The two of them were too terrifying. The crowd below trembled. The strength of the two of them had surpassed that of an ordinary rank 2 honorable martial artist. Die, brat! Huang Jinxing's face changed when he felt the terrifying aura from his opponent's blood sword. He was shocked and no longer hesitated. He quickly attacked. In the sky, the platinum longsword martial spirit waved, causing the clouds in the sky to collapse. It was as if the heavens and earth were being split apart. The scene was extremely terrifying. At the same time, Lin Xian also swung his blood-red sword and slashed out. The earth trembled and the blood sea surged. The entire wind-seeking city seemed to be shaking non-stop. The earth-shattering collision almost sent the entire city flying. The violent sword she connected the heavens and the earth, sweeping in all directions. After a long time, the world finally regained its tranquility. Everyone was shocked and raised their heads to look. In the sky, Huang Jinxing's hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. In front of him, the platinum longsword martial spirit was dim, and there were even cracks on it. What? Huang Jinxing was defeated? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that Lin Xian was so strong that even the powerful Huang Jinxing was no match for him? Impossible! This is impossible! How could you possibly break my platinum longsword martial spirit? Huang Jinxing yelled madly, his face filled with disbelief. In the past, as long as he used his martial spirit, no matter how strong the enemy was, he could kill them. However, this time, the martial spirit attack that he was so proud of had failed and was almost shattered by his opponent. He could not accept it at that moment. Huang Jinxing's body was covered in wounds and his face was filled with disbelief. On the opposite side, Lin Xian held the sword of slaughter in his hand and walked toward him step by step. Previously, I was curious about your expression after being defeated. But now, it seems that it is indeed ugly. You! Huang Jinxing trembled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. He had no choice. He had already used his strongest martial spirit, but it did not hurt his opponent at all. This meant that his opponent's strength was completely above his. It seemed that he had miscalculated this time. I admit that you are strong. I was wrong before. I don't want the Lone Star sword anymore. Hearing this, everyone below was shocked. The incomparably arrogant Huang Jinxing had actually lowered his head and spoke in such a humble manner? Was this still the same Huang Jinxing who killed everyone because of a disagreement? It seemed that Lin Xian was indeed powerful to be able to subdue such a demon king. Don't want it anymore? Lin Xian laughed. What do you think this is? Playing house? Do you think you can just give it up like that? He sneered and shook his head. You fight and kill whenever you want, and you don't want it anymore. Have you considered my feelings? I have no enmity with you. We don't even know each other. However, as soon as you entered Windy City, you insulted me in front of everyone. Have you considered my dignity? When I appeared, you wanted to kill me without saying anything. You wanted to take the Lone Star sword for yourself. Have you considered my feelings? If I wasn't stronger than you, I'm afraid I would have been killed by you. Now that you can't defeat me, do you think you can escape unscathed by saying that you don't want it anymore? Is there anything so simple in this world? Lin Xian sneered and looked at Huang Jinxing as if he was looking at an idiot. Then what do you want? Huang Jinxing held his chest and said while clenching his teeth. I've said it before. Since the moment you set your eyes on the Lone Star Sword, your fate has been decided. There's only one outcome for you, and that's death." Hearing this, Huang Jinxing was stunned. A mocking look appeared in his eyes. "I'm from the Golden Palace. How dare you touch me?" The reason why he was so arrogant and looked down on everyone was that he was not only powerful, but he was also from the Golden Palace. The Golden Palace was a terrifying force. It was also very famous in the Blood Field. It was said that the Golden Palace controlled 18 huge cities. Each city owner was at the third heaven of the honorable realm. With such terrifying strength, no one dared to offend them. However, Lin Xian was unmoved. "The Golden Palace? I've never heard of it. Even if I know, so what? Since you've said your last words, prepare to die." He slowly raised his arm. At this moment, Huang Jinxing finally revealed a fearful expression. Lin Xian did not care about his identity and insisted on killing him. "You're dead! If you kill me, the Golden Palace will not let you go!" Before he could finish his sentence, a blood sword soared into the sky. Huang Jinxing's head flew up and exploded, turning into a bloody mist. "Dead? He's dead?" The people below were shocked and could not believe it. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so decisive. He killed without any hesitation. What an arrogant young man! After knowing Huang Jinxing's identity, he still attacked without mercy. "He's very decisive!" Many people exclaimed. If it were anyone else, they would have retreated long ago. However, Lin Xian did not hesitate at all and killed him directly. No one could compare to his decisiveness. However, not everyone appreciated it. Many people sneered. Since he dared to kill Huang Jinxing, he was definitely going to die. That's right. The Golden Palace's strength is not to be underestimated. Moreover, Huang Jinxing did not come alone. I think it won't be long before the Golden Palace's experts know about it. By then, Lin Xian will have nowhere to go. Chapter 830. Moreover, so what if the Golden Palace was powerful? Lin Xian was not someone who was afraid of death. What was the purpose of practicing martial arts? Other than pursuing a longer lifespan and enjoying wealth and power, it was to be free and unfettered in the martial world. Being free and unrestrained was what Lin Xian yearned for. If he was timid and overcautious in everything he did, what was the point of practicing martial arts? In his opinion, martial arts strength was used to break free from all restraints and shackles. It was the most fundamental guarantee of being free and unfettered in the world. And he, too, was advancing step by step towards the goal of his dream. Lin Xian did not leave after killing Huang Jinxing. He heard the crowd's conversation and found out that there were some martial artists behind Huang Jinxing. He thought that they would come to seek revenge soon. Therefore, in order to not have any worries, he planned to get rid of them all at once. With a wave of his sleeve, Lin Xian put away the other party's storage ring. Then, the headless corpse exploded, forming a bloody mist that filled the sky. Under the guidance of Lin Xian's finger, countless spiritual qi and fresh blood quickly rolled in the bloody mist, forming a pavilion in the air. The entire pavilion was red like blood jade. It was crystal clear and floated in the air. It was no different from a real palace. Transformation! The crowd below was shocked when they saw this scene. Martial artists of the three spirit realms would be able to use this kind of technique to transform. Generally, they could only use it in martial arts. Only venerable ones could maintain the transformation technique for a long time. This was because only at this level could one freely control the spiritual qi between heaven and earth. However, ordinary venerable ones would not use this method casually because to maintain the transformation required a huge amount of spiritual qi and pure spiritual power. Although venerable ones could mobilize the spiritual qi of heaven and earth without limit, there was also a problem of conversion rate. That was the degree of utilization of spiritual qi. This problem was determined by the cultivation method. Almost no martial artists below the third heaven of venerable ones dared to use this transformation method, let alone when they were about to face a fierce battle soon. When Lin Xian heard the shock from below, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He had long since mastered this technique. It was just that he was using it now. Moreover, when he used this method, he did not have to worry about the conversion of spiritual energy like other martial artists. That was because the longevity incantation in his body could solve all of this very well. His cultivation and transformation speed was definitely far superior to those of the same level. Even Lin Xian had yet to figure out what level of cultivation method the art of longevity was. In a flash, he walked toward the blood-colored palace and quickly entered it. The interior was no different from a real palace. Lin Xian slowly sat down, took out a cup of spirit wine from his storage ring, and slowly tasted it. Then, he rummaged through Huang Jinxing's ring of holding to organize his spoils of war. What is this Lin Xian doing? After killing Huang Jinxing, he's still not leaving. Could it be that he's not afraid of death? From the looks of it, could it be that he's waiting for the others from the Golden Palace to come? Someone was bewildered. Below, no one left. They were all watching silently. They wanted to know how Lin Xian was going to deal with the wrath of the Golden Palace. Not long after, the void trembled, and a long howl rolled over like the waves of the sea. Accompanying it was a monstrous and terrifying aura. The void fluctuated, and spiritual energy surged over like the waves of the sea. What's that? Countless people were shocked and looked up at the sky. At this moment, in the sky, countless black shadows were moving quickly like ghosts. They joined together and floated over like dark clouds. Demonic beasts! Someone exclaimed, because they realized that the black shadows were huge iron-clawed eagles. Above the iron-clawed eagles, there were countless figures, each of them carrying a strong murderous aura. In an instant, the iron-clawed eagles filled the sky and arrived near the blood-colored palace. At the forefront was a goshawk that was dozens of feet long. Its feathers were like steel, shining with a metallic luster. On the back of the beast was a bald martial artist. His eyes were fierce, and his aura was powerful. He quickly sensed his surroundings, and then his face turned ugly. Who dares to kill the disciples of the Golden Palace? Come out and die! His voice was loud and clear, like the roar of a ferocious beast. It spread clearly in all directions. The Golden Palace, the people from the Golden Palace are here! Countless people were shocked. They did not expect the other party to arrive so quickly. The void was silent, and no one answered the bald man's question. Humph, how dare you kill the disciples of the Golden Palace? Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you can't escape death. The bald man sneered and stretched out his arm. Golden light flickered and formed a dragon that rushed down quickly. Dragon hand! In the next moment, a martial artist was surrounded by the golden dragon and carried into the sky. Speak, who killed the disciples of the Golden Palace? The bald man's face was ferocious as he stared at the innocent martial artist. The martial artist was just an ordinary spectator. His cultivation had not reached the honorable realm, and he could not speak in front of the powerful aura of an honorable realm martial artist. However, in the bald man's eyes, he was looking down on the Golden Palace and harboring a criminal. If you don't speak, you can only die! The bald man sneered and exerted force in his palm. Suddenly, the golden dragon roared and tore the innocent martial artist to pieces. Blood mist drifted and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Seeing this, the martial artists below felt their scalps go numb. They did not dare to stay any longer and fled into the distance. Demon! The people from the Golden Palace were demons. They did not need any reason to kill. As long as they were in a bad mood, they could kill at will. No one dared to stay any longer because they might die if they were not careful. However, the bald man was determined to find out who the murderer was. How could he let these people go? The golden dragon in his hand roared again and swooped down. In an instant, it brought up two martial artists. I'll give you a chance. Tell me who the murderer is. If you don't speak, you can only die. One of them was shocked by the murderous aura and could not speak. The other shouted crazily, I'll speak, I'll speak. The murderer is Lin Xian. He's in the Blood Palace. I'm done. Can you let me go now? The martial artist gasped for breath. Lin Xian? The bald man looked around and saw the blood palace not far away. Suddenly his face turned ferocious. Let you go? How is that possible? How dare you watch the disciples of the Golden Palace being killed? You deserve to die. The bald man did not listen to reason. He exerted force in his palm and instantly crushed the two martial artists. Bloody and arrogant. These people did not listen to reason at all. There was only killing in their eyes. Lin Xian, right? How dare you kill the people of the Golden Palace? I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. The bald man looked at the blood palace and let out a sharp roar. Lin Xian, come out and die. Chapter 831. The void trembled like boiling water. The terrifying sound waves were like roaring thunder as they rushed towards the blood-colored palace. Boom! There was a deep sound and the entire palace shook as if it was about to split open. However, in the next moment, the Crimson Palace quickly stabilized and released a crimson light. A crimson sword she quickly condensed and slashed forward. In an instant, the crimson sword she slashed the sound waves in half. You dared to resist? The bald man's face turned gloomy. He was now sure that the person in the Crimson Palace was the murderer. Rush in and bring the murderer out. I want to kill him, slice by slice. The bald man waved his hand. Suddenly, countless goshawks behind him spread their wings and turned into streaks of black shadows that rushed forward. On the backs of the goshawks, there were martial artists with ferocious faces. Their bodies were emitting a murderous aura. The long swords in their hands were bright, and they quickly slashed forward. In an instant, countless black shadows surrounded the Crimson Palace. However, in the next moment, a golden figure came from the palace like a golden lightning bolt. Then, a sharp cry resounded and pierced through the sky. Soon, the goshawks were all trembling in fear as if they had encountered something terrifying. Some of the goshawks did not even dare to stay in the air and hurriedly landed on the ground. What's going on? Damned beast, stop right there! In an instant, all kinds of curses were heard and the sky was in chaos. Just as these people were panicking, two golden wings appeared in the void and spread out. The golden wings were hundreds of feet long and each feather was crystal clear. They were like golden divine swords that flew out quickly. 108,000 swords. In the next moment, the sky was filled with dazzling golden sword radiance. It moved in all directions and quickly enveloped the martial artists of the Golden Palace. Suddenly, countless screams were heard. The goshawks and the martial artists on them were all attacked. Countless sword radiance flew and pierced through the sky. The demonic beasts and the martial artists of the Golden Palace were staring at the ground and trembling. Blood flowed and dyed the sky red. Then, it was summoned by a strange power and entered the Crimson Palace. The entire Crimson Palace was crystal clear and looked extremely demonic. Golden-feathered godly eagle! What a terrifying means! In the distance, the martial artists were shocked. They thought that the Golden Hall would kill Lin Xian mercilessly, but they didn't expect that Lin Xian would deal such a heavy blow to his opponent. In the void, the huge golden wings disappeared and turned into the figure of the golden-feathered divine eagle. The sky became clear again. However, the warriors of the Golden Palace were still trembling. None of them dared to charge forward. The bald man's pupils constricted as well. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. In just an instant, half of the people he had brought with him had been lost. This was something he could not accept. How dare you kill a member of the Golden Palace in front of us? I will let you know the consequences of offending the Golden Palace. The bald man's face was ferocious, like a devil. His body was full of killing intent that shot up into the sky. So domineering, so arrogant. A steady voice resounded from the void of space. Aren't you going to ask why I want to kill Huang Jinxing? I don't need to know. I only know that anyone who dares to kill the people of the Golden Palace will end up in a miserable state. The bald man's face was ferocious. As expected of jackals of the same tribe, You are all equally shameless and unreasonable. Lin Xian sneered. If that's the case, let's just call it the Shameless Palace. Brat, how dare you insult the Golden Palace? You are dead meat. The bald man's face darkened. He swore that he would capture the person inside and pull out his bones and bones. He would then refine his soul so that he would never be reincarnated. You are the ones who are courting death. Lin Xian snorted. The younger generation is unreasonable. You want to kill and rob. Now, the older generation is even more shameless. I don't care about the Golden Palace. As long as you dare to take a step into the palace, you will never be able to return. Lin Xian's voice was cold. It carried a monstrous killing intent that spread out in all directions. He was really angry. The other party was so arrogant and had surrounded him without any scruples. Did they really think that he was easy to bully? He would let these people know how miserable the consequences of bullying him were. In the void, the bald man roared and merged with the demonic beast under his feet. He quickly rushed toward the Crimson Palace. This time, he was going to kill the person inside personally. The bald man turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the Crimson Palace like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, he disappeared into the Crimson Palace. Soon, he saw a young man in a blue shirt who was casually sitting there with a long sword on his back. It's actually a brat. The bald man was shocked. He did not expect that the person who killed so many martial artists from the Golden Palace was only a young man. In the next moment, he suppressed the shock in his heart. So what if he was young? There was only one outcome for those who dared to kill the people from the Golden Palace, and that was death. Die, brat! The bald man stretched out his hand. A golden dragon attached to his arm and roared out. Dragon Claw! It was a top spiritual level cultivation skill that was said to be able to kill everything. It was extremely terrifying. In the void, the three flood dragons circled each other, roaring and roaring as they charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted and a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand as well. Just a dragon. In front of a real dragon, it is nothing. Let me show you the real dragon claw. The crimson spiritual chi surged and quickly formed a huge dragon claw that slammed forward. In an instant, the void was torn apart. The terrifying crimson dragon claw was like a ferocious beast that suppressed the surroundings. The bald man's pupils shrank. He felt a strong sense of danger from Lin Xian. It was a feeling that he had not felt for many years. Impossible. He's just a brat. How can he be a threat to me? Illusion, it must be an illusion. The bald man removed the distracting thoughts from his mind and urged the three golden dragons in the air to move. In the next moment, the golden dragons collided with the huge crimson dragon claw. Rumble! Crack, crack, crack! In an instant, the three golden dragons cried out, and their bodies were torn into several pieces. What? Impossible! The bald man was shocked, and his eyelids twitched. He could not believe that Lin Xian could break his dragon claw in one move. Damn it, who is this brat? The bald man was uneasy. He realized that Lin Xian was not as simple as he had imagined. Brat, who are you? Don't you think it's too late to ask now? Lin Xian sneered. Lin Xian wanted to kill him arrogantly and ruthlessly. Now that he was afraid, he remembered to ask about his identity. How shameless! Don't be so arrogant, the bald man said coldly. I don't care who you are. I will kill you today. He let out a long roar and his body shone brightly. A golden giant shadow quickly condensed. This situation was exactly the same as when Huang Jinxing used his cultivation technique. However, with the bald man using it, the power was even stronger. In the void, golden light shone. It was majestic and exuded a terrifying aura. Chapter 832. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had just seen this cultivation technique in Huang Jinxing's storage ring. This cultivation technique was called Golden Giant Avatar. It used one's own spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to form a huge golden giant avatar to increase one's combat strength. When it was practiced to a high level, one could merge with the golden giant avatar to form a real golden giant. It could also be used to form multiple golden giant avatars to besiege the enemy. It could be said to be infinitely useful. Now it seemed that the bald man had used the first method to merge with the golden giant avatar. "Kid, go to hell!" With a roar, the bald man was like a real giant. His body was tall and sturdy, shining with golden light. On his arms there were 2 dragons that were quickly coiling around, looking extremely ferocious. He threw out a punch. With a flash of golden light, a golden dragon flew out. It was like a real dragon. It let out a dragon's roar and quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. "Golden giant avatar?" Lin Xian sneered and quickly circulated his spiritual energy. He used the great dragon sword soul to quickly simulate this martial art. Boom! The void fluctuated and Lin Xian's body shone with crimson light. In an instant, a huge crimson giant was formed. It roared to the sky and the sound shook the 9 heavens. "Humph, it's just a form. You don't know how powerful the golden giant avatar is." When the bald man saw that Lin Xian was using a similar move to him, he sneered. The core of martial arts was not the appearance, but the real inner cultivation method. Only by mastering the origin of martial arts could one bring out the full potential of martial arts. Lin Xian was just a nameless kid. How could he master the Golden Palace's unique skill? Therefore, the bald man was disdainful of Lin Xian's actions. The crimson giant roared ferociously, and 2 crimson dragon heads condensed on its huge fists. It quickly blasted forward. The 2 giants fought, and the scene was extremely terrifying. The bald man had a look of disdain before, but after coming into contact with Lin Xian, he was terrified. Not only was Lin Xian's appearance similar to his, even his terrifying strength was the same. Compared to his golden giant, Lin Xian's crimson giant was even more terrifying. Impossible! How could he have such powerful combat strength? The bald man was shocked, disbelief written all over his face. He had cultivated for dozens of years before he could fuse with the golden giant. However, the other party was actually not inferior to him in terms of strength. This was unacceptable to him. "Ka ka ka!" The blood-colored giant roared, suddenly erupting with a powerful battle prowess, tearing the golden giant in half from the middle. The bald man didn't even have time to shout before he was torn apart along with the huge golden giant. His entire body was torn apart and turned into a bloody mist. Even if he died, he didn't believe that the other party could kill him so easily. Little did he know that the great dragon sword spirit that Lin Xian had mastered was the most powerful saint art in the world. The martial arts that were simulated with it were several times more powerful than the original martial arts. They were not on the same level at all. Without any surprise, the bald man was killed. Outside the palace, everyone held their breaths and waited anxiously. They only felt 2 terrifying auras erupting from the palace, as if they were going to tear the world apart. However, they did not know the specifics. Moreover, no one dared to enter. Everyone could only wait outside for the final result. However, before long, the terrifying aura within the palace disappeared. The blood-red palace became extremely calm, as if it was dead silent. What's the result? Could it be that Lin Xian was killed? Looking at the silent blood-red palace, the crowd couldn't help but wonder. Humph, do you even need to think about it? Of course that little thief was killed! Who can defeat our Golden Palace? The remaining Golden Palace martial artists sneered, full of confidence. Their leader, the bald man, was extremely powerful. Moreover, he could merge with the golden giant. His battle prowess was heaven-defying, and killing a 3rd-level honorable martial artist was a piece of cake, let alone a nameless little thief. Just as everyone was discussing, a black shadow flew out from the entrance of the blood-red palace. "It's out!" Everyone exclaimed and looked carefully. However, in the next moment, countless exclamations were heard. The Golden Palace martial artists trembled and froze on the spot. "Impossible!" This is absolutely impossible! The Golden Palace martial artists were shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. They shouted loudly in disbelief. As for the surrounding martial artists, their eyelids were wide open, and their hearts trembled. This was because the black shadow that came out was none other than a head. It was the bald man's head. The overbearing and arrogant Golden Palace martial artist had actually died. Moreover, the other party had only entered the blood-red palace for a short period of time. He had been killed in just a moment. This unforeseen event shocked everyone. The eyes of the head were filled with shock, fear, and unwillingness. It was a stark contrast to the overbearing and bloodthirsty bald man from before. In just an instant, the overbearing bald man had died, and this shocked everyone. Especially the Golden Palace martial artists. All of them were terrified as they looked at the blood-red palace in front of them fearfully. They had originally come to kill the culprit, but now that their leader had died prematurely, they didn't know what to do at that moment. In the next moment, the void fluctuated, and a huge blood-red giant appeared in the void. He roared into the sky and punched out with both fists. 2 blood-red dragons roared out and instantly enveloped the remaining Golden Palace martial artists. Those martial artists didn't even have time to scream before they turned into pools of blood and merged with the blood-red palace. Lin Xian wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but these people had come to kill him. Against his enemies, he would never show mercy. In the next moment, the huge blood-red giant disappeared and the void returned to normal. Only the blood-red palace was left floating. From the beginning to the end, Lin Xian had never come out of the palace. His powerful and fierce means had shocked everyone. However, there were also people who were worried because the Golden Palace was undoubtedly powerful. This time, they should have come from one of the 18 cities, the Huge Axe City. This city was the closest to the heaven-seeking city, so they were also the first to arrive. These people were probably only a portion of the Huge Axe City's strength. The real terrifying main force was still behind. When that force arrived, it could definitely destroy everything. When that time came, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to withstand it. Yes, not only the Golden Palace martial artists, but other martial artists will also come. After all, the temptation of the Lone Star Sword is incomparably strong. In the blood-red palace, Lin Xian sat cross-legged. He was studying the storage ring of the bald man. Other than the golden giant avatar, there was also a martial art called the Flood Dragon Hand, which was also a type of capturing martial art. Lin Xian quickly browsed through it, and tried to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Soon, he mastered this martial art. After all, he didn't want to completely master it, but to comprehend it, and use it as a reference. He used his own Great Dragon Sword Soul to form the dragon capturing hand that was different from the Flood Dragon Hand. Chapter 833. If it were other martial artists, they would definitely not be able to do this. After all, a person's energy was limited. It was impossible to learn so much. Moreover, there were conflicts between martial artists. But Lin Xian could. He possessed the Great Dragon Sword Soul and could use it as a foundation to simulate and evolve other martial arts. To him, this was not a difficult task. Apart from these 2 martial arts, the Blood Sword Inheritance broke through again and reached the 3rd level. And after reaching the 3rd level, apart from the power being much greater than before, he also obtained a martial art, Blood Shadow Clone Kill. Using blood chi to condense a blood clone and use it for a sneak attack in battle, it could be said to be incomparably strange. He silently cultivated and digested this new martial art, entering a cultivation state. Outside, everyone was shocked because they discovered that the Blood Palace did not show any signs of disappearing. Instead, it became even more resplendent and demonic, like a demon king's palace, shining with a scarlet light. They did not know that this was the reason why Lin Xian's blood sword inheritance broke through to the 3rd level. What they knew was that Lin Xian was too arrogant, too egotistical. After killing so many people from the Golden Palace, he did not have the slightest intention of leaving. Perhaps other than him, no one dared to do so. Time slowly flowed. Suddenly, the sky boiled again. The void trembled as if 10,000 beasts were galloping. This time, the fluctuations were even more violent and intense than before. A huge spirit boat quickly traversed the void. Its speed was very fast, and it instantly rushed in the direction of the Blood Palace. The spirit boat was golden all over, as if it was made of gold. It emitted a dazzling light. On the body of the boat, there were two huge axes that crossed each other, forming a strange pattern. On the spirit boat, there were many martial artists. All of them were surging with killing intent. It was frightening. Golden Palace! It's the Golden Palace's people from Giant Axe City! Below, when the crowd saw the huge golden spirit boat, they immediately exclaimed. It seemed that the Golden Palace was really angry. They actually sent a battle spirit boat. Indeed, the death of Huang Jinxing and the bald man had finally angered the Golden Palace. Hence, they sent a battle spirit boat and swore to capture the murderer. Countless people looked at the sky and swallowed their saliva. Their eyes were filled with horror. They knew that this time, Lin Xian was truly finished. Hundreds of martial artists stood on the gold spirit ship. Among them, the person at the front was a burly man with bronze-colored skin. He was as mighty as a metal tower. On his back, he carried a huge golden battle axe, which was shining brightly. This burly man was the Vice City Lord of Great Axe City, Berserker. He was also the strongest leader on the spirit boat this time. This person's cultivation was at the peak of the second-level honorable realm, and he could easily kill an ordinary third-level honorable realm. Apart from the City Lord of Great Axe City, almost no one was his opponent. As for the powerful City Lord, it was said that he had already reached the third heavenly layer. However, it seemed that he did not come this time. Quan Zhan stood at the very front, looking at the blood-colored palace in the distance. His eyes, which were like bronze tombs, were filled with anger. As the Deputy City Lord of Great Axe City, he had never been as angry as he was today. His talented warriors and capable subordinates, as well as a group of warriors, had all been killed. This was a blatant provocation. No matter who it was, anyone who killed the people of Golden Palace and Great Axe City would have to pay the price in blood. Like a huge golden mountain, the gold spirit ship carried a huge wave of air and quickly arrived in front of the blood-colored palace. "The person inside, come out and accept your death!" A terrifying voice rang out, carrying with it a monstrous anger. It was as if the god of thunder was punishing them, and it resounded in all directions. However, the other party did not respond. No one walked out of the blood-colored palace, and it only quietly emitted a dazzling light. "Not coming out?" Quan Zhan was enraged. He sneered. "Don't think that you can escape from everything by hiding inside. I will make you come out on your knees obediently, and willingly send yourself to death." Then, he quickly ordered, "Prepare the gold shockwave and destroy the palace in front." Immediately, the subordinates behind him moved quickly. The surrounding people held their breaths and watched in silence. Their eyes were filled with fear. In the sky above, the huge gold spirit ship suddenly emitted a strong spiritual energy fluctuation. A huge cannon quickly formed and aimed at the blood-colored palace in front of them. In the next moment, the port of the cannon shone brightly. It quickly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy and condensed into a round ball of light with a diameter of dozens of feet. On the ball of light, golden light shone and pulsated continuously, emitting a powerful destructive force. This force was too powerful. Just a trace of it was enough to make everyone tremble. In the next moment, the huge golden ball of light surged and formed a golden shockwave that shot forward. Boom! The void was instantly shattered, and endless spiritual energy was sucked dry. The golden light was like a pillar of heaven, and it quickly blasted towards the blood-colored palace. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Heaven and earth trembled, and the terrifying energy exploded. The void fell into chaos. Strong winds blew, and the dazzling light covered the entire sky. At this moment, it was as if the sun had exploded. The blazing light flashed, and everyone could not open their eyes because of it. There were even screams because some warriors wanted to force themselves to look, but their eyes were pierced by the light. After a long time, the violent energy gradually disappeared. The dazzling light in the sky also dimmed and finally disappeared. Only then did everyone dare to open their eyes and look at the sky. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They realized that the blood-colored palace in the sky had been pierced, and a huge hole had appeared. The entire palace had been completely pierced, and it was almost split in half. Everyone was shocked and speechless for a long time. The golden light pillar was too terrifying. It had destroyed the blood-colored palace with just one blow. Before this, no one had been able to hurt the blood-colored palace at all. I wonder if Lin Xian is injured? Yeah, I haven't seen him until now. Could he have been killed? Countless people were puzzled and kept guessing. They did not know that Lin Xian was not injured, but was comprehending a new martial art, so he did not attack for a while. In the sky, on the huge golden spirit ship, the people of the Golden Palace looked at the destroyed blood-colored palace and sneered. Those who dared to offend the people of the Golden Palace would definitely be ruthlessly smashed into meat paste. However, the leading golden man, Berserk Warrior, frowned slightly. Because with his perception, he naturally knew that the other party's aura was still there. He snorted coldly and was about to give another order. This time, he would definitely smash the other party into meat paste. However, at this moment, a huge shadow was cast in the sky. It was like a dark cloud that covered the surroundings. A terrifying and violent energy surged quickly, as if the Demon King had awakened, and it carried a cold and gloomy aura. Who dares to kill the disciples of the Yen family? Come out and die! Chapter 834. Hearing that, everyone was shocked and their eyelids twitched. The Yen family is here! This was definitely an earth-shattering event. Needless to say, the Yen family was here to kill Lin Xian. Two terrifying forces had arrived one after another. Even if Lin Xian had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to fight them. Hee, Lin Xian is dead this time. Chaos is coming. I wonder who will get the Lone Star Sword. Someone sighed. No one thought that Lin Xian would be able to leave alive because no one could escape unscathed under the attacks of the two forces. The huge black shadow was a demon general rank demonic beast. It was 100 feet long and looked ferocious. Countless figures stood on the back of the demon general, all of them looking down with cold expressions. However, before Lin Xian could say anything, the people on the golden boat were furious. Who is it? How dare you stop above us? Get lost! The voice was terrifying. It was like the roar of the thunder god. It tore the clouds apart, and the terrifying sound wave attacked the huge flying demonic beast. Boom! The huge flying demonic beast flapped its wings and formed 2 terrifying tornadoes. They collided with the sound wave attack and created a shocking explosion. The void was destroyed and turbulence flowed everywhere, destroying everything. Everyone was shocked and gasped. They did not expect the people from the Golden Palace to attack. No wonder they were from the Golden Palace. They were too arrogant. They did not even put the Yen family in their eyes. They had no choice. The giant axe city was famous for being arrogant. Especially Crazy Warrior, he was unruly. How could he tolerate others stopping above him? They were already giving them face by not attacking immediately. Who dares to attack the Yen family? Aren't you afraid of being annihilated? A cold voice came from above. It was obvious that the people from the Yen family were furious. Yen family? Is that so? How dare you stop above the Golden Palace? I'll give you a chance. Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for killing you. Golden Palace! Hearing that, the martial artists from the Yen family fell silent. They did not expect the group of people to be the famous Golden Palace martial artists. However, so what if they were from the Golden Palace? The Yen family wasn't a coward. On the back of the demon general, the middle-aged man standing in front asked in a deep voice. So it's fellow Taoist from the Golden Palace. Which city are you from? Giant Axe City, mad warrior! An unruly voice sounded, as if it was looking down on everyone. Berserker! Huge Axe has become the deputy city lord. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank. He had never thought that the great Axe City's city lord would come here in person. He knew how powerful the other party was, but as a member of the Yen family, he would not lose face for the family. Mad Battle City Lord, we're all here to capture the same person. It can be said that we share a common enemy. Why should we fight each other and harm our harmony? Hurt the harmony? Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Berserker was very arrogant, and did not put the middle-aged man in his eyes at all. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face turned ugly. His eyes burned with anger, but he did not dare to attack. Humph! If he's not qualified, then what about me? An old voice sounded. Then, a huge pressure gushed out and shrouded the area below. This pressure was so terrifying that it made everyone's heart tremble. Even the warriors of Huge Axe City on the gold spirit ship changed their faces. They all looked up at the sky as if they were facing a great enemy. Humph! Open for me! Berserker roared and waved his arm. A huge golden axe shadow appeared, as if it could split heaven and earth. Boom! A low sound rang out, and a strong turbulence filled the entire space. The surrounding warriors were frightened and kept retreating. They could not withstand the impact of this power at all. In the next moment, the terrifying energy exploded, sending out a strong impact. Berserker took a step back and suddenly looked up, his eyes fixed on the sky. Although he did not use his full strength in that attack, the person who could make him retreat was definitely not an ordinary warrior. Above, an old man in a Taoist robe appeared on the back of the huge beast. Although his hair was white, his skin was as smooth as a baby's, giving people a very strange feeling. Greetings, Guardian Elder! Seeing this old man, the warriors of the Yen family all bowed respectfully. Guardian Elder! In the distance, everyone was shocked. They did not expect the Yen family to send a Guardian Elder. It seemed that this time, they were determined to kill the other party. On the gold spirit ship, Berserker looked at the old figure, and his pupils shrank. He felt an aura that was not inferior to his own from the other party. Haha, Berserker City Lord, why are you so angry? Our enemy is the murderer in the Scarlet Palace. Now, even the murderer has not shown himself. If we fight first, won't we be a joke to others? I can catch the murderer, but your beast cannot stay on top of me. Berserker's voice was cold. Facing the Guardian Elder, he was still fearless. This is the negligence of the Yen family. Don't worry, we will leave now. The Guardian Elder smiled faintly. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he flew to the other side with the huge beast. Even though the Yen clan had moved the beast away, their words didn't sound friendly at all. The Protector laughed again. Huge Axe City has been here for so long, but you have not caught the murderer. Why don't the Yen family do it? You are courting death. On the gold spirit ship, the warriors of Huge Axe City were furious. They looked forward with a ferocious expression. The group of people opposite them dared to say that they were useless. They could not tolerate it. Berserker's expression was also cold. There was a strange light in his bell-like eyes. Compared to those ordinary warriors, he was thinking more. It should be known that this time, they were not just here to kill the murderer. Their real goal was to obtain the Lone Star Sword. Whoever could kill the murderer first would be able to obtain the Lone Star Sword and naturally have the advantage. This was something that no force wanted to let go of. Now, the Guardian Elder's words clearly indicated that the Yen family wanted to fight with Huge Axe City for the Lone Star Sword. Other things could be discussed, but this matter could not be compromised. There is no need for the Yen family to do it. Huge Axe City can easily take down a small thief. Berserker refused immediately. Then, he said to the people behind him, Prepare the spirit cannons and continue to attack. What are you talking about? That thief killed a genius of the Yen family. Of course, the Yen family will do it. The Guardian Elder of the Yen family did not back down either. He waved his hand and quickly ordered the family disciples to prepare to attack. In the face of a half-Earth-rank treasure, no one could remain calm. Therefore, the two major forces were ready to attack together. How arrogant, how overbearing! However, you seem to have forgotten to ask for my opinion? A faint voice sounded and spread clearly in all directions. Chapter 835. Humph! Kuang Zhan and the Yen family guardian elder looked gloomy as they looked at the Crimson Palace in front of them. They realized that the voice had come from the Crimson Palace. Sure enough, in the next moment, a figure slowly walked out from the entrance of the Crimson Palace. Lin Xian, it's him! He's not dead! Everyone exclaimed in shock. They did not expect that their attack had not hurt Lin Xian at all. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that Lin Xian had taken the initiative to show himself in such a dangerous situation. What is he trying to do? Is he not afraid of death? No one knew. At this moment, everyone was looking at that young figure. Lin Xian stood at the entrance of the Crimson Palace and looked around. Then, his face turned gloomy. He had been comprehending the newly acquired martial arts in the Crimson Palace, so he did not attack. However, that did not mean that he was not angry. The golden pillar of light from before had almost threatened his safety. Now, the two forces were discussing who he should belong to as if he was a commodity. They did not take him seriously at all. It was as if he was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, was Lin Xian really a lamb? The martial artists from the giant axe city and the Yen family laughed when they saw Lin Xian walk out. Boy, you know what's good for you. I'll give you a chance to surrender now. Perhaps I'll give you a quick death. The middle-aged man from the Yen family laughed coldly. On the other side, the martial artists from the giant axe city also shouted coldly. Thief, how dare you kill someone from the Golden Palace? Come here and die! The two forces laughed and surrounded Lin Xian in the middle. What a nice way to put it. Revenge? Isn't that what you're here for? With that, Lin Xian held the Lone Star Sword in his hand. Lone Star Sword! Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the sword in Lin Xian's hand. Greed filled their eyes. The eyes of Kuang Zhan and the guardian elder from the Yen family shone brightly. As long as they killed the thief in front of them, the Lone Star Sword would be theirs. Brat, you are quite self-aware. The Yen clan elder sneered. I'll give you a chance. Hand over the Lone Star Sword and I might let you live. You better hand the Lone Star Sword over to us. Otherwise, I'll let you experience what it means to wish you were dead. On the golden boat, Berserker also said coldly. You want the Lone Star Sword? It's simple, but there's one problem. There's only one Lone Star Sword. Who should I give it to? Lin Xian said indifferently as he fiddled with the sword in his hand. Humph, don't try to sow discord between us. Elder Zhang sneered. Brother Mad Warrior, why don't the two of us work together and kill this little bastard first, then we can talk about the Lone Star Sword. All right, that's exactly what I was thinking. Berserker took a step forward, his eyes cold as he stared at the figure in front of him. On the other side, the elder of the Yen family floated in the air like a ghost. His body was surrounded by a purple aura, which was very frightening. The crowd below exclaimed. No one would be able to block the attacks of two peak second-level honorable martial artists. Even an ordinary third-level honorable martial artist would be killed. The elder of the Yen family sneered. Brat, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. How stupid! Why are you still talking to him? Just kill him! Berserker roared as well. He was like a giant, his steps causing the air to tremble. The two of them were too strong. Even Lin Xian's expression turned serious. If it was in the past, he wouldn't be able to defeat the two of them. However, not long ago, his blood sword inheritance had broken through to the third level, and his strength had increased greatly. Moreover, he had also mastered a new martial art, the Blood Shadow Doppelganger attack. If he took them by surprise, he might be able to kill the two of them. With that thought, Lin Xian gripped the Lone Star Sword in his hand. This time, he had to treat it seriously. You still dare to resist? You're courting death. Seeing Lin Xian's actions, the elder of the Yan family sneered. In his eyes, Lin Xian was like an ant. If such a person dared to fight with them, he had no chance of winning. With a cold snort, the elder of the Yan family waved his palm lightly. Suddenly, a purple ball of light appeared in the air. It carried a sinister and terrifying energy as it surged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. He quickly pulled out the Lone Star sword and gently slashed at the air. In the next moment, the terrifying purple ball of light in the air cracked in half. It was as easy as cutting tofu. Seeing this, the elder of the Yan family's eyes shone with a terrifying light. As expected of a half-Earth class treasure, it was so sharp. He was too excited. The sharpness of the Lone Star sword was beyond his imagination. A casual slash could break his normal attack. If he could get it, his combat strength would definitely increase by several times. Thinking of this, the elder of the Yan family's eyes were filled with greed. He roared and charged towards Lin Xian like a ghost. On the other side, Crazy Warrior also shouted coldly. His violent fist was mixed with unparalleled power as he charged forward. Boom! With a punch, the space in front of him quickly cracked open. The spiritual chi was sucked dry in an instant. The surging and vast power instantly enveloped Lin Xian. The power was too terrifying. An ordinary second-level supremacy would not be able to withstand such a casual punch. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The red lotus armor quickly appeared on his body. At the same time, he held the Lone Star sword in his hand and quickly slashed out countless sword chi. Clang! 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 The air trembled slightly. The entire sky seemed to be about to explode as a terrifying and vast energy swept out in all directions. At the same time, the elder of the Yan family arrived in front of Lin Xian. He waved his purple ghost claw as if he wanted to tear Lin Xian apart. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He activated the red lotus armor to the maximum. A huge shadow of the red lotus armor formed on his body and blocked all the attacks. Bang! Bang! When the attacks collided with the red lotus armor, the shockwaves shook the sky and forced Lin Xian to retreat. However, he did not suffer any substantial damage. He can withstand the attacks! The elder of the Yan family was shocked. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such a protective defense. What an unexpected surprise! I will capture you later and take your soul. I must get my hands on this defensive skill! The elder of the Yan family sneered. He realized that Lin Xian was full of treasures. He could not let go of such a person. If you want the Lone Star sword, exchange it with your lives! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He quickly swung the Lone Star sword and slashed at the two of them. The sword chi, which was almost 100 feet long, was extremely sharp. It split the entire sky open. How terrifying! The surrounding people looked at the sky in shock. They were so far away, but they could not withstand the sword chi. It was as if they were about to be split open. One could imagine how terrifying a half-Earth rank treasure was. However, the two of them were not to be outdone. Although the sword chi was terrifying, they retaliated with all their might. Clang! Chapter 836. The battle axe shone with a golden light like a mountain, causing the entire void to tremble. In the next moment, it struck the sword chi, creating a series of sparks. Terrifying divine power spread out in all directions. The golden battle axe was smooth and shone with a golden light. Inscriptions quickly swam on it, blocking the Lone Star sword's sword chi. At the same time, the Yan family guardian elder's purple ghost claw slapped over, instantly tearing the air around Lin Xian. It was like a piece of cloth, torn beyond recognition. Boom! Lin Xian swung his fists to counter the attack. Red flames danced, forming a terrifying flame fist to resist the purple ghost claw. Even so, he was still sent flying. The force was too strong, as expected of a peak level 2 martial artist. However, the moment he retreated, he quickly slashed out with his sword. A terrifying sword chi merged into the void, forming a killing move that slashed forward. This sword chi merged with the concept of wind. It was extremely strange. It instantly merged into the void and disappeared without a trace. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the Yen family guardian elder, slashing down quickly. The Yen family guardian elder's pupils shrank. He was shocked. He did not expect this sword to be so strange. In a panic, he moved horizontally, leaving behind a purple afterimage. At the same time, he waved his sleeve, forming a purple shield in front of him. Boom! The two collided, creating a shocking sound. The purple shield was extremely mysterious. It actually blocked most of the sword chi. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was too sharp. Furthermore, it was activated by a half-Earth grade treasure. It could be said to be extremely powerful. Therefore, the remaining sword chi rushed out and left a terrifying wound on the Yen family guardian elder's body. Ah! The elder of the Yen family let out a blood-curdling scream as he quickly retreated 100 feet. He stared at Lin Xian with an extremely venomous gaze. He was not a body-tempering martial artist. Therefore, even though his cultivation was at the peak of level 2, he could not block such a terrifying sword chi. In addition, the sword chi just now was too strange. Therefore, it injured him directly. Brat, you dare to hurt me? I'll make you wish you were dead! The Yen family's guardian elder had a ferocious look on his face. Like a demon king, he glared at Lin Xian. The surrounding martial artists trembled in disbelief. They never thought that Lin Xian would be able to injure the Yen family's guardian elder so quickly. The Yen family elder's face was ferocious as purple energy surrounded his body. In the next moment, his head full of white hair quickly turned purple, making him look incomparably demonic. Lin Xian let out a long whistle and quickly unleashed the great dragon sword soul. Facing two powerful opponents, he had no choice but to go all out. Especially the other person, whose strength was incomparably strong, causing him to be extremely wary. Boom! The skies trembled as the void tore apart. A gigantic golden axe light that was 100 feet long slashed down rapidly. This axe light was too terrifying, causing the ground below to crack. Countless buildings were turned into ashes and disappeared in the wind. Golden light flashed, invincible, and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Die, brat! A terrifying and ferocious voice rang out. The golden axe light tore apart the sky, and the terrifying power was like a vast ocean, extremely turbulent. However, this shocking axe light was blocked by Lin Xian's lone star sword. There was a violent collision in the void, and a dazzling screen of light flew in all directions like fireworks. Seeing that his attack did not hit, Berserker roared. Golden light flashed on his body, forming a huge golden giant. He held the sky-splitting axe and slashed forward. He slashed out 18 times in a row, and divine light flashed in the sky. Every attack was like a shocking lightning bolt, forming a terrifying scene that enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, the Yen family elder rushed over again. His head of purple hair was extremely ferocious, and his arms had become thick like two huge ghost claws that slapped down quickly. The terrifying power was vast. It was like two purple mountains that rampaged through the void, incomparably heavy. Their attacks were extremely terrifying, and even a third-rank honorable realm expert could not resist. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He had a battle plan in his mind, so he did not resist too much. Instead, he allowed the two huge attacks to hit him. Rumble! Blazing light flashed, and the two attacks enveloped him. A shocking explosion occurred, and a terrifying light covered the entire sky. Lin Xian used an Earth-class movement technique and dodged quickly. At the same time, the red lotus armor on his body shone brightly and blocked most of the attacks. In the next moment, he used a spell to condense a blood-colored clone and handed the Lone Star sword to it. He condensed a blood-colored slaughter sword and held it in his hand. Whoosh! In an instant, the blood-colored clone disappeared into the void. Ha ha! Thief, let's see how you escape! The Yen family elder's hair was disheveled, and his face was ferocious. This attack was launched by him and Berserker together. That thief would definitely not be able to resist it. The surrounding people were shocked and kept shaking their heads. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to survive. On the back of the huge beast, the Yan family disciples sneered. Provoking the Yan family would definitely not be able to escape death. Berserker held the giant axe with a serious expression. He did not let his guard down because even if Lin Xian died, the following battle would be even more terrifying. That was because it concerned the ownership of the Lone Star Sword. Kid, of all the things you shouldn't have done, you shouldn't have offended the Yan family. The guardian elder sneered and walked forward step by step. However, in the next moment, a blood-colored figure appeared beside him. With a flash of sword radiance, it quickly slashed down. What? The guardian elder's expression changed drastically and his pupils constricted. He did not expect that someone else would attack. With a roar, he activated his spiritual energy and dodged quickly. That sword radiance made him shudder, and he did not dare to take it head-on. Even so, he was still one step too late. With a scream, the Yan family elder's entire right arm turned into a bloody mist and dissipated into the sky. Half of his body was torn apart, and almost split in half. After the successful attack, the blood-colored figure turned into a ray of light and quickly retreated. Kid, I'll kill you! The Yan family elder roared ferociously like an injured beast. He swore that he would torture Lin Xian to death. A terrifying claw covered the sky and quickly grabbed forward. He could see that the blood-colored radiance was the Lone Star Sword. He had to get the Lone Star Sword and torture that despicable bastard to death. In the next moment, in the violent energy wave in front of him, a shocking blood-colored sword radiance lit up and quickly split everything in half. Lin Xian was like a sword. He used the illusory demon steps and grabbed the Lone Star Sword. Flying Star Sword! Kill him while he's down! Since he had severely injured the guardian elder of the Yan family, Lin Xian did not plan to let him leave alive. Therefore, he used a powerful killing move right from the start. A cold light condensed in the sky. Lin Xian carried the Lone Star Sword and disappeared like a meteor. In the next moment, the Yan family elder screamed again. Half of his chest had a bloody hole. It was terrifying. If it were not for his powerful strength, he would have died by now. Chapter 837. The elder of the Yan family roared. He did not expect that he would be severely injured in an instant. Moreover, the person who injured him was someone that he had always regarded as an aunt. At this moment, countless people were shocked and dumbfounded. They could not believe what had just happened. The disciples of the Yan family cried out in fear. They did not expect that the guardian elder that they were so proud of would be severely injured and almost die. They could not accept it. Thief, I will kill you! Countless disciples of the Yan family roared. Let's see who will kill who today! Lin Xian sneered. He waved his sleeve and released the golden-feathered divine eagle. The golden-feathered divine eagle roared as it appeared. It spread its wings and formed a pair of golden wings that were hundreds of feet long. Every feather was shining with a golden light. It was like a sword light that was extremely sharp. In the next moment, countless rays of light shot into the sky and turned into divine swords that fell down. 108,000 swords. In an instant, countless rays of sword light whistled and enveloped the hundreds of disciples of the Yan family. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword light tore through the void. Countless martial artists of the Yan family screamed as they were pierced by the golden divine swords. Their blood dyed the sky red. Their screams were like the cries of ghosts. Massacre! This was a naked massacre. The golden-feathered divine eagle was extremely powerful. Even a second-rank honorable was no match for it. Among the disciples of the Yan family, other than a few powerful honorables, the other ordinary martial artists were no match for it. Seeing those martial artists die, the guardian elder of the Yan family roared ferociously. His body emitted a terrifying aura like a demon as he let out a sharp cry. Kid, I will kill you! His eyes were filled with killing intent and unwillingness. If you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. Lin Xian's voice was cold. If he did not kill these people, he would be killed by them. Therefore, this battle had to end with blood. The elder of the Yan family roared ferociously. However, he was powerless. He was already severely injured and was no match for Lin Xian. Therefore, he looked at Quang Zhan. Quang Zhan, city lord, kill him! The guardian elder of the Yan family shouted. This bastard is too despicable. Not only did he kill the disciples of the Yan family, he also killed the geniuses of the Golden Palace. Such a person must be eliminated. Seeing Mad Warrior's silence, Yan Clan's first elder clenched his teeth and said, As long as Brother Mad Warrior makes a move, I'll give up the Lone Star Sword. Humph, a piece of trash like you wants the Lone Star Sword? Mad Warrior snorted and stared coldly at the Yan family protector elder. What did you say? Hearing the other party call him trash, the Yan clan's law protector elder flew into a rage. He had never been humiliated like this before, even if the other party was the deputy city lord of the Great Axe City. Am I wrong? A second-type venerable one was severely injured by a little thief. How dare someone like you covet the Lone Star Sword? Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. You! The Yan clan elder was so angry that he was trembling. The wound that had been sealed opened again, and blood spurted out. Good, good. My Yan clan will remember this enmity and will definitely return it in the future. The Yan clan's law protector elder's eyes were gloomy as he gritted his teeth and said, he knew that he could not stay any longer today. He had to leave quickly and ask the clan to send another master. Are you threatening me? Mad Warrior was furious. He snorted coldly and took a step forward. The golden axe in his hand quickly slashed out like a mountain, smashing towards the Yan clan's elder. The Yan clan's elder was shocked. He did not expect Mad Warrior to attack him. In an instant, his face was filled with fear and anger. He channeled all his remaining spiritual power, wanting to escape. However, the axe was too violent and sudden. It completely covered all directions and he could not escape at all. Bang! A low sound was heard. The Yan clan's elder was hit by the heavenly axe. He immediately screamed and his body was split in half. What? Everyone gasped in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Mad Warrior killed the Yan clan's law protector elder? This was too shocking. Was he not afraid of causing a war between the two clans? At this moment, the surviving warriors of the Yan clan were stunned when they saw this scene. They were so stunned that they even forgot to escape. This change was too sudden. Their law protector elder was killed by someone, and the one who did it was Mad Warrior. Why? Why? The middle-aged man from the Yan clan roared at the sky, filled with sorrow and confusion. Aren't you afraid that the Yan clan will start a war with the Huge Axe City? Let's start a war then! Do you think the Huge Axe City is afraid of the Yan clan? Mad Warrior sneered. You are too naive. Do you think that if I don't kill him, he won't kill me? In front of the Lone Star Sword, everyone is an enemy. Anyway, this old man is already crippled. It's good to get rid of him and have one less potential enemy. Isn't it better? As for the Yan clan, when I get the Lone Star Sword, do you think I will be afraid of you? Mad Warrior had thought of everything. This was not a reckless attack, but a meticulous plan. You! The middle-aged man was furious. The Yan clan will not let you go! Let's go! He waved his hand and wanted to leave with the remaining dozen people. You want to leave? Stay here! Mad Warrior roared and stepped out. Golden light bloomed from his body and quickly condensed into a golden giant that was 100 feet tall. Then, the golden giant slapped down. The huge golden palm covered the sky and quickly enveloped the dozen Yan clan martial artists. No! I can't accept this! The middle-aged man roared at the sky, full of unwillingness. He did not expect the Huge Axe City to backstab him this time. Even the Yan clan's team was wiped out. The merciless palm fell and crushed the dozen Yan clan martial artists into a bloody mist. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. It was too shocking. They did not expect this scene at all. On the golden boat, the huge Axe City martial artists looked cold. No matter what Mad Warrior did, they would obey him unconditionally. Lin Xian smiled disdainfully and said indifferently, "What's there to be shocked about? It's just a dog biting another dog. How dare you? How dare you insult our deputy city master? You are courting death." When the huge Axe City martial artists heard Lin Xian's voice, they were furious and stared coldly at Lin Xian. "Courting death?" Lin Xian sneered. "If I don't say it, will you let me go?" "Whether you say it or not, I won't let you go." Mad Warrior's voice was cold. "However, you should know that there are many ways to die. One of them is to make you wish you were dead. So watch your mouth. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state." "Miserable state?" Lin Xian sneered. "Don't you think you are an idiot? Both of you couldn't take me down. Now that one is dead, do you think you can take me down? I was just testing you. I didn't use my full strength," Mad Warrior said coldly. "When I use my full strength, you can't escape death." "Is that so? I look forward to it." Chapter 838. At the same time, the Huang clan, Lin clan and others rushed over. This time, they were determined to kill Lin Xian. Soon, the entire sky was bustling with activity. Countless forces rushed over, crowding the sky so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. "Lin Xian, hand over the Lone Star Sword and I'll spare your life. The Lone Star Sword is not something you can take. Hand it over quickly and I'll spare your life." Countless cold shouts rang out. These people's target was the Lone Star Sword. In an instant, Lin Xian became the target of everyone's attention. At this moment, the sky trembled and another group of people rushed over. However, when the crowd saw these people, they were stunned for a moment. This group of people was very small, only about 20 people. However, they were extremely powerful and no one dared to stop them. Wherever they passed, the crowd would make way for them. Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he saw the newcomer. "The Wanxiang auction. What are they doing here?" Lin Xian was puzzled. He did not think that the Wanxiang auction would stand up for him at this moment. One had to know that until now, these people had been blinded by the flames of desire and would not stop at all. No matter how powerful the Wanxiang auction was, they could not suppress so many forces at the same time. Furthermore, Lin Xian did not believe that the Wanxiang auction would be so stupid as to offend so many forces for him. Therefore, the Wanxiang auction's appearance was very strange. More than 20 martial artists from the Wanxiang auction entered. The one in front was the beautiful lady in palace attire. Beside her was a middle-aged man in purple with a pale face and no beard. This middle-aged man was the martial artist who had visited Lin Xian's courtyard previously. "Young hero Lin, how have you been? I didn't expect us to meet again so soon." The middle-aged man in purple chuckled. "According to the current situation, young hero Lin's situation does not seem to be very good. Have you thought about what I said?" Hearing this, the crowd was shocked and their expressions changed. The various forces looked at each other with serious expressions. Little did they know that Lin Xian was secretly in contact with the Wanxiang auction. The purple-clothed middle-aged man smiled again and said, "My conditions are still valid. As long as young hero Lin Xian joins us, the Vientiane auction house will guarantee your safety." "What? The Wanxiang auction actually wanted to protect Lin Xian? What's going on?" Countless people were shocked, not daring to believe this. One had to know that Lin Xian was currently the target of public criticism. He had offended more than one faction. It was unwise for the Wanxiang auction to make a move now. Even if Lin Xian was exceptionally talented, powerful, and a good martial arts seedling, it was not worth taking such a big risk. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned slightly. There must be a reason for this abnormal situation. Since the Wanxiang auction house had put in so much effort, it would not be so easy for them to take him in. What exactly were they plotting? Lin Xian couldn't understand. Although his talent was unparalleled and his combat strength was extremely strong, the world was vast and there were countless geniuses. The Wanxiang auction house would not offend so many people for him. Therefore, if the other party simply wanted him to join them, Lin Xian didn't believe it at all. What was left was the most important item in his possession, the Lone Star Sword. However, this item was originally auctioned off at the Wanxiang auction house. If the other party wanted it, they could have just not auctioned it off and kept it for themselves. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't figure out what the other party was plotting. Young man, although these people look calm, their eyes hide a deep greed. They are definitely plotting something from you. The dark red dragon also transmitted his voice at this moment. He was an old monster who had lived for countless years. Naturally, he saw more things than Lin Xian. Although the other party appeared calm, the greed that came from the depths of their bodies couldn't escape the dark red dragon's eyes. Lin Xian nodded slightly and became cautious. Then, he laughed loudly and said, "If you are sincere, then let these people leave now. We can talk in private." Although the Wanxiang auction house was selfish, Lin Xian could totally use them to drive the remaining forces away. This way, his chances of escaping would be much higher. Lin Xian wanted to use the Wanxiang auction house to drive the remaining forces away. This way, his chances of escaping would be much higher. Hearing this, the purple-robed man's face froze and he frowned slightly. He didn't expect Lin Xian to make such an offer. This was clearly to sow discord between the Wanxiang auction house and the other forces. If they didn't get what they wanted, they would have already started a war with countless other forces. How could they do such a thing? At least, the purple-robed man couldn't make the decision. He took a deep breath and looked at the beautiful woman in palace attire in front of him. The beautiful woman in palace attire was called Sheng Guanxian. She held a very high position in the Wanxiang auction house and was also the commander of this operation. Hearing Lin Xian's words, she smiled faintly and said, "Why do we need to let these people leave? As long as young hero Lin comes to our side and leaves with us, I guarantee that none of these people will dare to do anything. This is the wilderness, it's not the place to talk. Young hero Lin, why don't you come back with us to the Wanxiang auction house and we can discuss this in detail?" Hearing this, Lin Xian's face was calm, but his heart was shocked. This woman's words were even more targeted. It seemed like she really wanted Lin Xian to follow them back to the Wanxiang auction house. If this was any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, at this critical moment, this was too abnormal. After all, Lin Xian was the target of countless people. Now, the Wanxiang auction house wanted to invite Lin Xian to join them. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like they wanted to surround Lin Xian without shedding a single drop of blood. After all, the Wanxiang auction house was the headquarters of these people. Their forces were definitely strong. If Lin Xian went in, it would be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. It would be impossible for him to come out. Not only was Lin Xian shocked, but the people from the other forces were also shocked. They came here to capture Lin Xian, not to watch the Wanxiang auction house take him away. The Huang and Ling families didn't dare to say anything, but the giant axe city wasn't afraid of the Wanxiang auction house at all. Among them, Quang Zhan snorted and said coldly, "What is the meaning of this? Do you want to fight with us for the Lone Star Sword?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. They were all shocked. Yes, at this critical moment, the Wanxiang auction house took action. Was it really for the Lone Star Sword? But that shouldn't be the case. They were the ones who released the Lone Star Sword. Why would they take it back now? Seeing the doubts of the crowd, Sheng Guanxian snorted coldly. "My Wanxiang auction house's actions are not for you to tell us what to do." She was very strong. Even when faced with the doubts of so many forces, she wasn't afraid. "Young hero Lin, quickly make a decision. We can't stay here for long," Sheng Guanxian said. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He knew that he had to make a decision now. He could either temporarily ally with the Wanxiang auction house and leave this place, or immediately start a war. Chapter 839. However, Lin Xian had already received a hint from the dark red godly dragon. He would not be so stupid as to directly approach the other party. He used the blood shadow doppelganger technique and used the heaven-changing spell to quickly form an identical doppelganger. Subsequently, he pulled out the Star Scar sword and quickly wrapped it up, turning it into the appearance of the Lone Star Sword. Lin Xian took the Lone Star Sword and used the heaven-changing spell to carefully hide on the side. This move was extremely fast. Lin Xian had used almost all of his strength to complete it. With the help of the dark red godly dragon, he had successfully concealed himself from everyone. His real body was hidden in the air, without any aura, as if it did not exist. Even a third-layer venerable would not be able to discover it. The blood shadow doppelganger that he had formed slowly walked towards the Wanxiang auction. Lin Xian had hidden himself very well. No one had discovered anything strange. Instead, when the other parties saw that Lin Xian was approaching the auction, they all became anxious. The angriest party was the huge Axe City, especially Mad Warrior. He had finally killed a powerful opponent, the Yen family's law protector elder, and wanted to take the Lone Star Sword for himself. However, he did not expect so many people to come. Moreover, what was even more despicable was that the Wanxiang auction wanted to take away his target. How could he tolerate this? At the same time, on the gold boat, a 30-something-year-old youth shouted coldly, "Leave the Lone Star Sword behind!" In the next moment, his body shot out like a ghost, quickly grabbing towards the front. A huge palm appeared, like a golden skeleton hand, quickly grabbing towards Lin Xian. Humph! On the Wanxiang auction side, the purple-robed middle-aged man snorted coldly and also punched out. A bright light flashed and collided with the golden skeleton hand, creating a rumbling sound. Then, the two energies dissipated in the sky. "Sir, what do you mean by attacking our Wanxiang auction's guest?" The purple-robed middle-aged man said coldly. "What do I mean? Get lost!" Mad Warrior was enraged. He took a step forward, and his aura surged like an ancient beast. Just his aura alone was enough to push the purple-robed middle-aged man back. The purple-robed middle-aged man retreated, cracking the void. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. Quang Zhan was extremely furious. He held the golden battle axe in his hand and swung it down. The terrifying axe light enveloped all the martial artists in the Wanxiang auction house. In an instant, the 20 or so people from the Wanxiang auction held their breaths as their scalps went numb. The other party's attacks were too terrifying, making them unable to resist at all. Fortunately, they still had the woman in the palace dress. Shanghuan Xian coldly snorted. She raised her jade-like hands and quickly slapped out. This palm carried a very mysterious charm and a mysterious power as it blocked the golden battle-axe. In the void, Lin Xian's real body was hidden. When he saw this scene, he immediately narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that the woman in the palace dress was also a peerless expert. It seemed like the Wanxiang auction's strength was not to be underestimated. After blocking the golden battle-axe with a single strike, Shanghuan Xian's cold voice rang out. "Although the Great Axe Prefecture is powerful, the Vientiane auction house is not afraid of you. If you continue to cause trouble, then don't blame us for being impolite. You can take him away, but you must leave the Lone Star Sword behind." Quang Zhan made a concession. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to start a war with the Wanxiang auction house. "As for this, we can't make the decision. Of course, we have to ask young hero Lin." Shanghuan Xian smiled sweetly. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned towards Lin Xian again. At this moment, Lin Xian's clone had also arrived in front of the Wanxiang auction house. Seeing the figure close by, the purple-clothed middle-aged man's eyes flashed with greed, but he quickly hid it. Shanghuan Xian smiled and said, "Young hero Lin, don't worry. Your decision will definitely not be wrong." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly reached out with lightning speed. Her jade-like hands were like white lightning, extremely fast. She grabbed the drum-core sword on Lin Xian's back. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she snatched the Lone Star Sword. "Ahahaha! Shang Xian laughed complacently as she let out a silver chime. The purple-clothed middle-aged man behind her, and the other Wanxiang auction house martial artists, also laughed heartily. They could easily get the Lone Star Sword, which others could not get even after trying so hard. There was nothing happier than this. This scene shocked everyone. Countless people were dumbfounded and their minds went blank. What kind of show is the Wanxiang auction house playing? Is their goal really the Lone Star Sword? You guys? Lin Xian's clone also pretended to be shocked and asked in shock. What are you doing? What are we doing? Shang Xian smiled. Young hero, don't worry. I think the Lone Star Sword is very dangerous. Why don't you keep it with me for the time being? She played with the Lone Star Sword and said casually. She did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. Lin Xian, who was far away in the sky, laughed coldly in his heart. As expected, they are up to no good. They are eyeing the Lone Star Sword. Although he did not know why they would go back on their words and snatch the Lone Star Sword at this moment, Lin Xian had no doubt that the Wanxiang auction house had been blacklisted. If he had the chance, he would not hesitate to take action. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on his face. He was curious to see the expressions of the people at the Wanxiang auction house when they found out that the Lone Star Sword was fake. The expressions of the other factions changed greatly as well. They stared at Shang Xian, or more accurately, the Lone Star Sword in her hand. The Wanxiang auction house's actions were too abnormal. If they wanted the Lone Star Sword, they would not have auctioned it. Why would they snatch it now? Are they just trying to earn 1 billion middle spiritual stones? The crowd could not understand. Although 1 billion middle spiritual stones was a huge sum, it was not enough for the Wanxiang auction house to snatch it without caring about their reputation. The most important thing for an auction house was its reputation. Without a good reputation, it would not be able to do anything, let alone go back on their words and snatch something that had already been sold. This was definitely a taboo for an auction house. Yet, the Wanxiang auction house was doing something like this. Are they crazy? I thought you guys were really after the talent. It turns out that you guys are also after the Lone Star Sword. Crazy Warrior laughed coldly. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being merciless. He was furious. He was so close to getting the Lone Star Sword. However, it was now in the hands of the people at the Wanxiang auction house. It would be much harder to snatch it from them than to snatch it from Lin Xian. Shang Xian laughed coldly when she saw the surrounding people staring at her. I know that this young hero Lin has a grudge against most of you. How about this? We'll take the Lone Star Sword. As for this young hero Lin, I'll leave him to you guys. If you have grievances, take revenge. If you have grievances, take revenge. Vent the anger in your hearts, okay? She was smiling, but her words were vicious. She did not care about Lin Xian's life at all. Chapter 840. Quang Zhan snorted coldly and took a step forward. Golden light shone from his body and quickly formed a 100-feet-tall golden giant. A terrifying aura covered the area, making it hard for the crowd to breathe. Shang Xian's face turned cold. She took a deep breath and said coldly, Quang Zhan, let me give you a piece of advice. Do you think that the Lone Star Sword is something that only the Wanxiang auction wants? I advise you to stop now and stop interfering in this matter. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. At that time, even the entire Golden Palace won't be able to bear it, let alone the giant Axe City. Shang Xian's cold voice resounded in the area. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. Shang Xian's words sounded like a warning, but there was a lot of information in it. At least, it revealed that the Lone Star Sword wasn't something that the Wanxiang auction wanted. It seemed like they were ordered to take it by force. As for who could order the powerful Wanxiang auction, a name suddenly appeared in the crowd's mind. Could it be him? Thinking of that person, countless people gasped, and their bodies trembled. Even the surrounding forces were fearless. Quang Zhan frowned. He naturally guessed the force behind the Wanxiang auction. However, He couldn't care less now. He had to get the Lone Star Sword. He snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with arrogance and an aura that looked down on the world. The giant golden giant on his body held the golden battle axe and slashed down. Stubborn! Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Shang Wanxian snorted and quickly waved the Lone Star Sword in her hand, striking out a dazzling sword shadow. The sword she swept out, making people's hearts beat faster. It quickly collided with the golden battle axe. In an instant, countless swords she shattered and was split into two by the golden battle axe. What? This is impossible! Shang Wanxian's face changed drastically. She couldn't understand how the other party could break her sword. One should know that the sword in her hand was a half-Earth-rank treasure. She gritted her teeth and a trace of anger appeared on her face. She quickly waved her hand and the Lone Star Sword in her hand instantly became a 100-feet-long giant sword. She waved the giant sword and slashed at the golden battle axe in the air. Die! She sneered. With the power of a half-Earth-rank treasure and her strength, this sword could definitely split the golden battle axe in half. Caw-caw! The sound of metal tearing could be heard. However, what was broken was not the heavenly axe. Instead, it was the enormous solitary star sword. What? How is this possible? Shang Wanxian was stunned. Her face was filled with shock. She did not believe that the dignified solitary star sword, a half-Earth-rank treasure, would actually shatter like this. The others were also stupefied. They stared blankly at the sky, not daring to believe it. The legendary half-Earth-step treasure was broken just like that. Could it be the next moment? An idea suddenly arose in his mind. No, this is not true! Shang Wanxian shook his head. However, before she could finish her thought, a terrifying murderous aura came from the left side of her body, as if it wanted to tear her apart. Humph! With a cold snort, Shang Wanxian's body moved horizontally. Like a ghost, he quickly disappeared from his original spot. Lin Xian, you're courting death! When Shang Wanxian saw that the one who launched the sneak attack was actually Lin Xian, he immediately flew into a rage. An ant-like existence actually dared to sneak attack her? He was really courting death. In the next moment, she threw out her palm and launched a terrifying attack. She wanted to kill Lin Xian with her palm. However, Lin Xian's doppelganger revealed a sinister smile. His body glowed with blood-red light, and a shocking blood-red murderous aura was released from his body, shrouding all the martial artists who were looking at the auction. Bang! An earth-shattering sound reverberated in all directions. Countless rays of blood-red light burst, and a terrifying explosion occurred. Terrifying energy swept in all directions, smashing a terrifying black hole in the void. The crowd was terrified and quickly retreated. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. The change in the scene was too strange. They could not understand it at all. The blood-red light dissipated and the sky became clear again. However, more than 10 people from the Vientiane auction had completely disappeared from the void, leaving not even ashes behind. The remaining few martial artists were also injured all over and all of them were screaming in pain. Even the middle-aged man in the purple robe had one of his arms blown off. Blood flowed from his body and he looked extremely miserable. The only one who was not injured was Shang Wanxian. However, her face was extremely gloomy at the moment. Lin Xian, I will definitely kill you! If she still could not understand what was going on, then she could just go and die. This was a trap set up by Lin Xian. That Lin Xian was not the real Lin Xian and the Lone Star Sword was fake. All of this was an illusion created by Lin Xian. She was a peak second heaven martial highness expert, and the person in charge of the Vientiane auction. How could she be fooled by a young brat? Thinking of this, her heart went crazy and was filled with hatred. The funny thing was that she did not think that if they had not set up Lin Xian and wanted to take the Lone Star Sword, how could they have fallen into his trap? If they had not been so vicious to snatch the Lone Star Sword and leave Lin Xian behind without caring about his death, why would Lin Xian attack them? Therefore, the Vientiane auction had brought all of this upon themselves. The others were shocked too. They did not expect the powerful Vientiane auction to be set up by someone else. Quan Zhan burst out laughing, his eyes filled with disdain. The Vientiane auction really deserved it. If you had not set up such a trap, how could you have ended up like this? What you did is called reaping what you sowed. You only have yourself to blame. Quan Zhan burst out laughing. This was too satisfying. Although his target was also the Lone Star Sword, he still admired Lin Xian's actions. Humph! Shang Guanxian harumphed coldly. Her eyes were like lightning as she quickly scanned her surroundings. Following this, she clenched her teeth and said, Lin Xian, you better come out and hand over the Lone Star Sword. If not, there will be no way for you to live. Is that so? Are you threatening me? A calm voice was heard. You can think of it that way. I advise you to be smart, or else you will end up in a miserable state. Lin Xian burst out laughing as his faint voice was heard once again. Many people are threatening me. Who do you think you are? His voice was filled with disdain and disdain. He did not take the Vientiane auction seriously at all. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked, then relieved. Indeed, the current Lin Xian was the arrogant and unruly young man they knew. It seemed like the alliance with the auction was only a temporary measure. Don't be so arrogant. You killed so many people from the Vientiane auction. I will tear you to pieces. Shang Guanxian's voice was cold. She waved her jade-like hands and shot out rays of light that spread out in all directions. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed as a terrifying palm shadow covered the entire sky. In order to kill Lin Xian, the first step was to find Lin Xian. The terrifying energy was vast, and it swept across the entire sky like a wave. Don't waste your energy. Aren't you just trying to find me? Lin Xian sneered. The air rippled as Lin Xian stepped out and revealed himself. I'm right here. Do it if you can. Although he was laughing, his voice was unusually cold. Indeed, he was filled with killing intent towards the Vientiane auction. They had such evil intentions. They wanted to steal his Lone Star Sword and kill him. Chapter 841. You still dare to come out? You're courting death. When Shang Guanxian saw Lin Xian, she immediately laughed sinisterly. As long as he appeared, she had 100 ways to make him suffer a fate worse than death. With a wave of her jade-like hand, Shang Guanxian quickly attacked. A huge hand covered the sky. It was as white as jade and surrounded by multicolored light, emitting a terrifying aura. The palm slammed down and enveloped the opponent. In an instant, the entire sky was enveloped and turned into chaos. Everyone exclaimed. The palm was too terrifying. It was as vast as the sky. Lin Xian sneered. He held the Lone Star Sword in his hand and raised his combat strength to the extreme. He quickly swung his sword. A blood-red divine bird quickly flew out from the sword. On it, blood light flickered and blazing divine flames danced. Half of the sky was reflected red, as if it was a blood-red world. It carried a monstrous killing aura and a vast and terrifying flame aura. Boom! A terrifying sound resounded in all directions. The jade-like palm released a tsunami-like energy. The sky collapsed and the earth caved in, destroying everything. The divine bird formed by the sword chi was also incomparably fierce. It waved its beast claws and tore the space apart. This was a terrifying collision. Pure white light filled the vast world. The two resonated and emitted a destructive aura, shocking the surrounding martial artists. Bam, bam, bam! Both of them retreated as fast as lightning. Every step they took caused the void to explode. They retreated a few hundred feet before they stabilized their bodies. However, Shang Guanxian's heart was filled with shock. The other party was a First Heaven Honorable Realm brat, but he was on par with her. Although the other party had a half-Earth rank artifact, she still couldn't accept it. One had to know that she was an existence that could kill a Third Heaven Honorable Realm. With a cold snort, Shang Guanxian quickly summoned her martial soul. This time, she was going to attack with all her might and kill the other party. The void behind her fluctuated, revealing a piece of chaos. A jade-like palm stretched out from the chaos, emitting a pure white light. This is... Everyone below was shocked because the aura emitted by the palm was too terrifying. It made them tremble and even had the urge to kneel down. Even Quan Zhan's face was solemn. Mysterious jade hand, he didn't expect her to have such a martial soul. Quan Zhan's words were filled with fear. Brat, you should be proud that you made me use my martial spirit. Don't worry, after I get the Lone Star sword, I'll torture you to death. Like a demoness, she laughed sinisterly before disappearing into thin air. With a flash of light, Shangguan Xian had already arrived before Lin Xian. His palm mercilessly slammed down, instantly shattering the void. Lin Xian, on the other hand, used the illusory demon steps and quickly dodged the attack. Then, he also activated the great dragon sword soul in his body. A deep dragon's roar sounded from within his body. Then, a shocking sword will erupted and swept through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian was like a reborn sword, swift and fierce to the extreme. With the Lone Star sword in his hand, he was like a god of death. Tens of thousands of sword rays burst forth from his body, and they were extremely dazzling. Kill! With a furious roar, Lin Xian also quickly attacked. He slashed out with his sword. The terrifying sword she was as black as ink, like an abyss. It carried with it the power of death. It was incomparably turbulent, and swept towards Shangguan Xian. Sword of Nirvana! Shangguan Xian frowned. Her pure white palm was like a jade mountain. It quickly descended, wanting to crush Lin Xian into a bloody mist. Behind her, the mysterious white palm was covered with strange patterns that flickered with a dazzling brilliance. Boom! The two collided. The terrifying energy was like a flood that surged into the sky, vast and mighty. The sword of Nirvana was incomparably black. It crazily devoured all the vitality and energy, wanting to completely destroy the mysterious jade hand. The mysterious jade hand was incomparably white, like white jade, emitting a terrifying energy. Shangguan Xian was very confident. Her martial spirit was indestructible and invincible. With a furious roar, she injected all her spirit energy into the mysterious jade hand. Then, the entire mysterious jade hand erupted with a dazzling light, like a bright moon. It quickly attacked and shattered the sword of Nirvana. Ha! My mysterious jade hand is incomparably profound. It's not something you can resist. Now die. Shangguan Xian laughed sinisterly. However, she had still underestimated the power of the sword of Nirvana. Although the sword she was shattered, the power of Nirvana did not disappear. Instead, it formed a black mist that enveloped Shangguan Xian's body. Waves of power that seemed to come from hell crazily absorbed her vitality. What? What is this? Shangguan Xian was alarmed. Her expression changed drastically, and she was so scared that her beautiful face turned pale. She could clearly feel that the vitality and spirit energy in her body were rapidly draining away, like a withered flower that would soon wither. Her expression changed drastically. Like a frightened rabbit, she instantly retreated 100 feet. Then, she pushed her spirit energy with all her might and poured it into the mysterious jade hand. She struck out with a dazzling palm shadow, causing the entire sky to fall into chaos. Only then was she able to resist the power of death. From the beginning to the end, Lin Xian had only swung his sword once. However, Shangguan Xian had used countless methods and even used her martial spirit to break through it. The difference in strength was immediately distinguished. The surrounding people were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that he could even suppress Shangguan Xian. Shangguan Xian was even more furious. Her expression was unsettled. She knew that she had underestimated her opponent's strength this time. It seemed that her plan had to be changed. Being suppressed by Lin Xian, Shangguan Xian was furious. However, she did not immediately make a move. Instead, her eyes flickered as she pondered. Since she could not deal with the other party by force, she could only think of other ways. After all, her main goal was to obtain the Lone Star Sword. No matter what method she used, she had to obtain it. Taking a deep breath, Shang Guanxian tried her best to control her emotions and said in a deep voice, Lin Xian, I think there is some misunderstanding between us. It was indeed my fault for attacking you before. I apologize to you here. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Shang Guanxian actually apologized. Everyone could not believe it and suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. Lin Xian also frowned slightly and looked at the other party with a cold smile. Shang Guanxian continued, My goal is very simple. I want to take back the Lone Star Sword. No matter what the price is, as long as you say it, I will definitely be able to do it. Seeing Lin Xian shake his head, she hurriedly said, How about this? I will return the 1 billion spiritual stones that you used to buy the Lone Star Sword. How about that? Impossible! Lin Xian shook his head and rejected her decisively. Then what if I pay double the price? Shang Guanxian said. This time, it was indeed our Wanxiang auction's recklessness. I will pay 2 billion spiritual stones as an apology and redeem the Lone Star Sword. What do you think? 2 billion! Everyone was shocked. This price had exceeded the price of the Lone Star Sword. Was the Wanxiang auction crazy? The surrounding martial artists were also suspicious. What was the other party trying to do? Chapter 842. At the thought of this, his heart trembled. No matter what, he had obtained the Lone Star Sword from the auction. Regardless of whether there was a secret behind it, he would not hand it over. I have never heard of anyone redeeming an item that was auctioned off. Lin Xian shook his head and rejected. If you want to fight, I will accompany you any time. If you don't want to fight, then get lost. Seeing Lin Xian reject her twice, Shang Guanxian's face turned cold. She was so angry that she panted and her body trembled. Lin Xian, if you know what's good for you, you'd better hand over the Lone Star Sword. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Get lost or die. Lin Xian's reply was simple. Just you wait. Soon you will regret the decision you made today. Shang Guanxian said coldly. She then turned around and left with the rest of the martial artists. Leaving just like that? The crowd was shocked. They did not expect the powerful Shang Guanxian to leave at this moment. The martial artists from the major forces looked at each other. However, they were not idiots. They had already guessed that there was something wrong with the Lone Star Sword. There might be some hidden secrets behind it. Otherwise, the Vientiane auction would not have made such a strange move. However, although the crowd was excited, no one dared to act rashly. They had seen how powerful Lin Xian was. He could even suppress Shang Guanxian. He was definitely terrifying. Other than a few experts, no one could capture him. Do you want to fight? Lin Xian looked around and said arrogantly. Many people felt their hearts tremble when they were swept by his sharp gaze. They felt as though they were being pierced. Especially the martial artists from the Huang and Ling families, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Lin Xian's strength had long exceeded their control. Of course, there were some who were not convinced. Although they could not defeat Lin Xian in a one-on-one fight, they could definitely kill him if they worked together. Therefore, some people secretly joined forces with 2 other forces and attacked together. In the end, dozens of martial artists were slashed into a bloody mist by Lin Xian's sword. No one survived. This scene made the others not dare to attack anymore. Mad War and the rest looked coldly at Lin Xian. At this moment, an arrogant laugh was heard. Ha ha ha, others may be afraid of you, but I'm not. Kid, hand over the Lone Star Sword and I'll let you live. This voice was extremely arrogant, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Everyone was shocked as they gazed towards the sky. They wanted to know who it was that dared to boast like this. In the void, countless maple leaves drifted down, bringing with them a desolate mood. 6 women walked through the void with swords in their arms. In the middle of them was a red palanquin. That voice sounded from the palanquin. Hong Wuji! Seeing this scene, someone exclaimed. They had long heard of Hong Wuji's name. Moreover, many of them had seen this domineering new year in Windy City. Who would have thought that even Hong Wuji was going to make a move? He was also a peerless genius. His combat strength was probably not inferior to Lin Xian's. Everyone was discussing and looking forward to it. With a flash of light, Hong Wuji stood in the void, looking down at Lin Xian. "Brat, hand over the Lone Star Sword and I'll spare your life." "You want me to hand over my sword? Speak with your abilities." Lin Xian's gaze was firm as sword qi surrounded his body. "Stubborn!" Hong Wuji snorted coldly as he quickly drew out a sword. Stepping through the void, he slowly walked towards Lin Xian. With every step he took, the sword qi on his body became stronger. The sharp sword intent also became stronger. In the end, there were 6 streaks of sword qi beside him. They connected heaven and earth like heavenly pillars, emitting a terrifying aura. Everyone was shocked. They held their breaths as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Their eyes were filled with horror. This was definitely an incredible young man. Just with the 6 streaks of sword qi, he had already surpassed most second-level honorables. Such means were rare in the world. Another terrifying genius. I wonder who's stronger between him and Lin Xian? Everyone was discussing. "Brat, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the Lone Star Sword and I'll spare your life." Hong Wuji's body was surrounded by sword qi as if he was a sword god. "The Lone Star Sword is in my hands. If you're capable, come and get it yourself." Lin Xian held the Lone Star Sword in his hand. His body also emitted a sharp sword light that swept through the 9 heavens like a cold wind. The 2 streaks of sword qi collided. The entire void crackled as if it could not withstand the force and would crack open at any time. In the next instant, both of them slashed out with their swords. Terrifying sword qi surged and finally collided with a dazzling light. Then, Hong Wuji's sword qi shattered. It could not resist at all. "Damn it!" Hong Wuji's eyes narrowed as his face darkened. He waved his arm and quickly slashed out several streaks of sword qi. They connected to form a sword net and barely blocked the other party's sword qi. "You dare to be arrogant with such little ability?" Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. "Humph, don't be so smug. You're just taking advantage of the Lone Star Sword's light." Hong Wuji's voice was cold. "Without the Lone Star Sword, you're nothing." Behind him, the 6 maidservants were also mocking him. "It's just a half-Earth class treasure. Anyone who gets it will have unparalleled combat strength. If my young master gets the Lone Star Sword, he can kill you with one slash," Hong Wuji said in a low voice. "Kid, do you dare to fight without the Lone Star Sword? If I lose, I'll turn around and leave immediately. I'll never think about the Lone Star Sword again. If you lose, you have to give the Lone Star Sword to me. How about it?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked. It seemed that Hong Wuji could not defeat Lin Xian, who had the Lone Star Sword. That was why he came up with this move. However, they were also looking forward to seeing who would be stronger without the half-Earth class treasure. They knew that it was impossible. Lin Xian had the absolute advantage. How could he give up? "Humph, coward. He definitely won't dare to give up the Lone Star Sword to fight with my young master. Of course. Without the Lone Star Sword, he's just a piece of trash. How can he defeat our young master?" The 6 maidservants mocked coldly. Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. "No need to provoke me. Since you want to fight, I'll do as you wish." Then, he put the Lone Star Sword back into the scabbard on his back. He tapped his storage ring, and the Wind Shadow Sword appeared in his hand. "What? Lin Xian really gave up the Lone Star Sword?" Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to really agree to Hong Wuji's request. "Isn't this guy a little too confident?" "Not necessarily. Even without the Lone Star Sword, Lin Xian is still very powerful. Don't forget that he has killed many second-level venerables before." Everyone had different opinions and quickly discussed. Upon seeing this, Hong Wuji burst out laughing. "Well done, kid, you are indeed courageous. However, without the Lone Star Sword, you'll definitely lose. He let out a long roar, and the sword light on his body shone brightly. Sword chi flickered and surged out like a torrential flood. Chapter 843. Lin Xian looked calm as he waved his long sword. Streaks of fiery red sword chi surged out and turned into 3 golden crows that flew quickly. Flames surrounded the golden crows, and the terrifying heat distorted the void. The 3 golden crows streaked across the sky and rushed toward each other. Before the sword chi arrived, the terrifying heat had already evaporated the river. Rumble! The 2 swords clashed, and the entire sky trembled. Countless streaks of sword chi swept across the sky and wreaked havoc. Hong Wuji's sword chi was of the water attribute, while Lin Xian's sword chi was of the fire attribute. As the 2 opposing forces clashed, an intense confrontation took place. It was a competition of strength. Whoever was stronger would be able to suppress the other. The flood surged into the sky, and the flames surged. The 2 forces shone brightly and devoured each other. The crowd was terrified. Such a battle was too terrifying. Even a second-layer honorable realm cultivator would be killed and turned into a bloody mist. As expected of a battle between geniuses. Although the 2 of them were young, their combat strength had already surpassed countless seniors. Boom! The 3 golden crows shone brightly like 3 suns and evaporated the river. Then, they flapped their wings and shattered the terrifying sword chi. Hong Wuji frowned and took a step back. How is this possible? His face turned ugly. His opponent's sword technique had surpassed his. Now that Lin Xian had put away his Lone Star sword and was using a sword of the same grade as his, which meant that there was no external enhancement. However, he still could not withstand Lin Xian's sword chi. What did this mean? This meant that he could not defeat Lin Xian. At the thought of this, his face turned ugly. He let out a long roar, and the 6 swords behind him rushed out and floated around him. Behind him, the void floated and a huge maple tree appeared. Its branches swayed like arms and grabbed the 6 swords. Kid, let's decide this in one move! Hong Wuji was furious. He summoned his martial soul and was ready to attack with all his might. If he could not defeat Lin Xian, he would lose face. The martial soul of the maple tree was like a tree man. It held the 6 swords and waved them quickly. Streaks of dazzling sword chi swept in all directions, forming a sword curtain that shrouded Lin Xian. Brat, release your martial spirit or die! I don't need to summon my martial spirit to deal with you! Lin Xian coldly snorted as he pushed the great dragon sword spirit with all his might. A terrifying sword chi surrounded his body. You're courting death! Hong Wuji sneered. He had already unleashed his full power. His power could even threaten a 3rd heaven-venerated realm cultivator, but his opponent still hadn't summoned his martial soul. This was obviously an act of overconfidence and courting death. Since that was the case, he would make use of this opportunity to kill the other party and obtain the Lone Star sword. As he thought of this, Hong Wuji tried even harder to activate his martial soul. Boundless sword chi joined together as a terrifying sword radiance lingered in the void, covering the heavens and the earth. He dares to be arrogant in front of my young master? That brat is dead meat. That's right. At this juncture, he still hasn't summoned his martial spirit. What an idiot. It's better for him to die. Humph, he doesn't deserve the Lone Star sword. The 6 maids of Red Leaves Valley sneered. The surrounding martial artists were also shocked. They couldn't understand where Lin Xian's confidence came from. How dare he not summon his martial spirit? Lin Xian's gaze was resolute as his black hair fluttered in the wind. Sword radiance flickered in his eyes as he roared and slashed out with his sword. Although he didn't summon the great dragon sword spirit, the sword contained the power of the great dragon sword spirit and was extremely sharp. Blood-colored sword chi surrounded the sword and formed a blood dragon. It roared ferociously as it charged forward. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the heavens and the earth lost its color. In the next instant, the sword screen formed by the 6 sword chi collided with the blood dragon. Boom! In an instant, the sword screen shattered and the blood dragon roared as it charged out. How is this possible? This is impossible! Hong Wuji retreated with a face full of shock as he spat out blood. He didn't expect his opponent to be able to break through his attack. What was worse was that his opponent didn't summon his martial spirit. This meant that the difference in strength between the two of them was extremely large. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't have happened. Damn it! I don't believe it! Hong Wuji roared into the sky, his eyes filled with indignation. He was powerful and arrogant. He had never taken anyone of the same age as him seriously. When he fought with Lin Xian previously, he thought that Lin Xian was only able to contend with him because of the Lone Star Sword. But now, Lin Xian had put away the Lone Star Sword and was able to suppress him with his own strength. This meant that Lin Xian's strength was above his. But he couldn't accept it. When he thought of what he had said previously, Hong Wuji felt his face burning. A slap in the face. This was a slap in the face. The 6 maidservants were also stunned. Their faces turned pale as they stood rooted to the ground. Their young master had actually been defeated, and he had been utterly defeated. The 6 maidservants couldn't believe it. Lin Xian was too powerful. He was definitely one of the top geniuses of the younger generation. The crowd exclaimed. It was as if they had witnessed the rise of a peerless genius. Impossible! Go to hell! Hong Wuji's hair was disheveled and he was in a sorry state. A ruthless look appeared in his eyes as he waved his sleeves and shot out 3 rays of scarlet light. They were 3 maple leaves that were as thin as cicadas' wings. They were scarlet and contained terrifying power. Oh no, that was a forbidden weapon! If it exploded, it could kill a 3rd heaven honorable. Someone exclaimed and quickly fled. When the news spread, the entire sky was in chaos. Countless martial artists fled into the distance like locusts. The 3 maple leaves were like the hidden weapons of the Grim Reaper as they shot towards Lin Xian. Go to hell! Hong Wuji's face was hideous. He couldn't accept that someone was stronger than him. On the other hand, Lin Xian's face was gloomy. His opponent was so vicious that he wanted to kill him. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. Lin Xian's body swayed. He used his Earth-class movement technique, illusory demon steps. His speed was so fast that even a 3rd heaven honorable couldn't catch up with him. His body flashed like a bolt of lightning and instantly dodged the attack range of the 3 forbidden weapons. Then, he slashed out one of them. The blood-red sword light turned into a dragon and rushed towards Hong Wuji. Hong Wuji's face changed drastically as he screamed in horror. Fear appeared in his eyes. Death. This was the feeling of death. He had never experienced such a feeling before, but now, he finally knew what fear was, and what fear was. The young man in front of him was too terrifying. He was like his nemesis. Not only did he dodge the attack of the 3 forbidden weapons, but he also had the ability to kill him. No! I don't want to die! Hong Wuji tried his best to resist, but he couldn't withstand Lin Xian's sword chi. He could only let out a sorrowful cry and turn around to escape. In the next moment, the terrifying sword light had already enveloped him. Young master! The 6 maidservants screamed. They couldn't imagine how furious Red Leaf Valley would be if Hong Wuji died. Clang! Chapter 844. What? He was saved? Everyone was shocked. They thought that Hong Wuji was dead for sure, but they didn't expect a mysterious person to save him at the last moment. Lin Xian was also surprised. He squinted his eyes and looked at the sky. However, he didn't care. So what if Hong Wuji survived? He wasn't his match anyway. However, the mysterious person who saved him at the last moment did make him wary. He seemed to be at least a 3rd level venerable. Hong Wuji went from being arrogant to being defeated in a short period of time. The whole process happened very quickly. The proud son of heaven who had been the focus of everyone's attention had been defeated in an instant. Moreover, he had been defeated by Lin Xian. Suddenly, the scene became silent. Countless warriors looked at Lin Xian, their bodies trembling. At this moment, Lin Xian also received a message from Yu Fei. Brother Xian, we've found the whereabouts of the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold. It was auctioned off by the Huang family's great elder. Moreover, I heard that the Huang family's great elder wants to use this Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold to create a special inner armor. He hasn't found a blacksmith yet, so he won't make a move for the time being. Huang family! Lin Xian frowned and stared at the side of the sky. That was where the Huang family's forces were located. However, it wasn't convenient for him to make a move now. It seemed that he could only think of a way. However, he was relieved that the other party wouldn't use this precious metal for the time being. Since the whereabouts of the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold were known, Lin Xian had no reason to stay. He had to return to the academy to prepare and come back to snatch the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold. Anyway, he had a grudge with the Huang family, so he didn't need to explain anything. Lin Xian turned into a shooting star and moved quickly. He wanted to leave the Windy City. Seeing Lin Xian move, the surrounding people panicked. Although they were shocked by Lin Xian's strength, it didn't mean that they wanted to let Lin Xian leave. This was especially true for the people from the giant axe formation. Each and every one of them was glaring angrily. Crazy Warrior also roared and quickly condensed a 100-meter-tall golden giant. He waved his hand and grabbed forward. However, they had all underestimated Lin Xian's movement technique. His speed was even faster than that of a third heaven venerable realm cultivator, so all of their attacks missed their target. As for Lin Xian, he turned into a sword light and quickly left the Seeking Wind City. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the defensive array set up by the various forces in Wenfeng City was broken. Lin Xian's figure flickered and disappeared into the horizon. After leaving Wenfeng City, Lin Xian summoned the golden feather divine eagle and let it fly while he sat cross-legged on its back and quickly recovered his strength. 2 hours later, he opened his eyes and adjusted his body to its peak state. At this moment, the dark red dragon swam out and said to Lin Xian, "Kid, let me take a look at the Lone Star Sword. Let me see if I can find out the secrets within." Lin Xian nodded and pulled out the Lone Star Sword from his back and handed it to the dark red dragon. Before this, he had never doubted the Lone Star Sword. However, the Vientiane auction's actions were too strange. Everything showed that the Lone Star Sword was not as simple as it seemed. Therefore, the dark red dragon wanted to investigate it. With his eyesight, he should be able to find something strange. The dark red dragon stretched out his dragon claw and knocked on the Lone Star Sword to study it carefully. Suddenly, he raised his dragon claw and his body trembled. He exclaimed in a low voice, "No way! What did you find?" Lin Xian asked. Looking at the dark red dragon's expression, he could not help but feel nervous. This doesn't seem to be a half-Earth rank artifact. The dark red dragon took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Not a half-Earth rank artifact? Then what is it? Lin Xian's face fell. Don't tell me it's just an ordinary spiritual artifact. Then my 1 billion spiritual stones would be wasted. What do you know? The dark red dragon rolled his eyes angrily and snorted. To be exact, this is not just a half-Earth rank artifact. Its value is 10 times higher than an ordinary half-Earth rank artifact. Higher than a half-Earth rank artifact? What is that? Lin Xian was shocked. He could not think of anything in this world that was so precious. Could it be an Earth rank artifact? If there was anything more precious than a half-Earth rank artifact, it would be an Earth rank artifact. However, an Earth rank artifact was extremely rare and powerful. Every Earth rank artifact had a mysterious power. This Lone Star Sword did not seem like one. What you said is close, but not completely correct. This Lone Star Sword is indeed a fragment of an Earth rank artifact. Fragment? Lin Xian was puzzled. Yes, a fragment. Most of the Earth rank artifacts in this world have disappeared. Only fragments are scattered in the world. This Lone Star Sword is made from the fragments of an Earth rank treasure. Its power definitely surpasses that of an ordinary half-Earth rank artifact. It can even be said to be priceless. The dark red dragon continued to explain. Don't underestimate this fragment. It contains a mysterious power that countless martial artists want to obtain. I'm afraid that even king's laws would be tempted. After all, although it is a fragment, it still contains the law inscriptions of an Earth rank artifact. That is the most precious item. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He was so shocked that he could not speak. He did not expect an Earth rank artifact fragment to be so precious. Moreover, he had such an item. No wonder the Wanxiang auction house went back on their word and mercilessly attacked. They wanted more Lone Star swords. They must have discovered the secret of the Lone Star sword. In the absence of an Earth rank artifact, this item was the best item in the world. Kid, you have two choices now. The first is to quickly throw away the Lone Star sword and leave this place. Otherwise, you might be hunted down by all the martial artists in the world. The second is to leave the Lone Star sword behind and fully comprehend the Earth rank artifact fragment inside. However, you will become the enemy of all the martial artists in the world. You better think carefully. The dark red divine dragon said in a deep voice. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He knew that the Lone Star sword was a hot potato. Although the public did not know about it yet, he could not guarantee that the Wanxiang auction house would not spread the news. If the news that the Lone Star sword was an Earth rank artifact fragment got out, then he would become the enemy of the entire world. However, he was also very excited. An Earth rank artifact fragment was a legendary item. He did not expect that he would be so close to it for the first time. There is no need to think about it. I will not hand over the Lone Star sword. Lin Xian's voice was firm. So what if I become the enemy of the entire world? His eyes shone with confidence and an unyielding gaze. The Lone Star sword was very important. Not only was it powerful, but it also contained an Earth rank artifact fragment. This was what he needed the most. He wanted to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. He had to grasp these items in his hands. Even if he had to become the enemy of the entire world, he would not hesitate. Moreover, as a martial artist, why would he be afraid of a battle? Although he felt an infinite amount of pressure, Lin Xian realized that the blood in his body was gradually boiling. Good kid, I was right about you. The dark red divine dragon was very satisfied with Lin Xian's answer. Let's go! Chapter 845. In the blink of an eye, it had been 3 days since Lin Xian left the Windy City. In these 3 days, various forces were frantically searching for Lin Xian, but to no avail. Many people were in despair. Were they destined to miss out on a treasure like a half-Earth rank artifact? Moreover, what made them even more regretful was that they still didn't know which force Lin Xian belonged to. The Wanxiang auction house was infuriated when they heard that Lin Xian had left. Although they were the overlords of the Windy City, they were powerless outside the city. After all, the Blood Realm was huge and there were countless forces. It wasn't something that the Wanxiang auction house could control. However, even if they couldn't do it, the forces behind them could. Shangguan Xian didn't hesitate, and quickly reported to her superiors for help. She reported to her superiors and tried their best to track down Lin Xian. Soon, they received the report. Shangguan Xian carefully read the jade slip in her hand. Then, her pupils constricted and she was shocked. Immortal Martial Academy! She took a deep breath and her expression was solemn. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be a disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. The Immortal Martial Academy was very famous in the Blood Realm. If Lin Xian hid in the academy and didn't come out, it would be difficult for them to make a move. There were many disciples of the Yen clan in the Immortal Martial Academy. Why not let them scout the area first? Shangguan Xian made a decision and quickly gave the order. At the same time, she waited for the experts sent by her superiors to capture Lin Xian. The Immortal Martial Academy was filled with spiritual energy. It was like a paradise. After a few days of rushing, Lin Xian finally returned. Brother Xian! Wang Li and the other members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion shouted excitedly when they saw Lin Xian return safely. Lin Xian met with these people for half a day before returning to his courtyard to cultivate in seclusion. The main reason for his seclusion was to study the Lone Star Sword in detail. However, after studying it for a day, he realized that he couldn't sense the Earth-rank weapon fragment in the Lone Star Sword. Boy, although you're very powerful right now, your cultivation is too low. If you want to sense the fragment, you must at least possess the strength of the third heavenly layer of Exalted. However, if you insist on wearing it, you might be able to sense it in advance. Wear it on my body! The corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched when he heard this. This was a half-Earth-rank treasured artifact. Moreover, it contained the secret of an Earth-rank fragment. Now that he was asked to wear it, it was undoubtedly an action that deserved a beating. However, in order to be able to sense the Earth-grade weapon fragment as soon as possible, Lin Xian endured. Fine, I'll wear it. Lin Xian sheathed the Lone Star Sword on his back. He decided that he would not take it off no matter what. He put down the Lone Star Sword. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He sorted out the things he had obtained recently. Other than the Lone Star Sword, his greatest gain was the Lone Star Sword. It was the Blood Sword inheritance that had reached the 3rd level, and he had comprehended a clone technique. Other than that, he had also obtained a few storage rings. It was not a small gain. As for his cultivation, it had reached the peak of the 1st level of the Honorable Realm. It would not be long before he broke through to the 2nd level of the Honorable Realm. At that time, his strength would increase greatly. After doing all this, Lin Xian pushed open the door and walked out of the courtyard. You're back. I heard that your gains this time were not small. A delicate voice sounded. Murong Qingqing was standing not far away, looking at him with a smile. I heard that you obtained a half-Earth-rank treasured artifact? Murong Qingqing tilted her head and looked at Lin Xian. Soon, she noticed the blue ancient sword on Lin Xian's back. You're so ostentatious. You're carrying a half-Earth-rank treasured artifact on your back just like that? Murong Qingqing was speechless. This action seemed to be asking for a beating. Although I don't know what you've experienced outside, there are countless monsters in this academy. If one of them sees it and snatches it away, I'm afraid you won't even have a place to cry. Lin Xian was speechless, and he scratched his head. He did not want to be so ostentatious, but in order to sense the Earth-rank fragment earlier, he had no choice but to do so. Why don't I cover it with a cloth? Forget it. That's even more annoying. Murong Qingqing covered her mouth and laughed. Then forget it. That's it. Lin Xian shrugged. Anyway, it's mine. If anyone wants to take it, I don't mind teaching them a lesson. Moreover, it's not the first time I've become a public enemy. Back then, when I was with you, didn't I also become a public enemy? Aren't I still living well? Bah, who's with you? Murong Qingqing blushed and rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. No? I must have remembered wrongly. Lin Xian chuckled dryly and walked forward. You're really asking for a beating. Murong Qingqing followed behind him and said softly. You have to be careful. I heard that Yan Qifeng is back. Yan Qifeng. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Hearing this name, he should be Yan Qingyang's brother. He naturally would not forget about the grudge between him and Dao Ling Association. It would not take long for them to come knocking on his door. Sigh, how troublesome. Lin Xian was helpless. He realized that the Yan clan was like an annoying fly that kept circling around him. However, if they dared to come looking for trouble, he would let them know the power of the Lone Star Sword. Lin Xian touched the ancient sword on his back as a cold smile appeared on his face. Not long after, the news of Lin Xian's return to the college spread. Along with it was the news of the half-Earth-rank artifact. After all, Lin Xian had caused such a huge commotion in Windy City. It was impossible to hide it. What did you say? Lin Xian obtained a half-Earth-rank artifact. Heavens, how did he get such a rare treasure? What? He spent 1 billion spirit stones to buy it. And he fought the entire Windy City! For a time, Lin Xian and the half-Earth rank artifact, the Lone Star Sword, became the topic of discussion. Countless people were envious, and wished that they could capture Lin Xian and asked him. There were even many people who had designs on the Lone Star Sword. Such a treasure was something that any martial artist would be moved by. Immortal Martial Academy, Dao Ling Association. Yan Qingyang's injuries had already healed. When he heard the news reported by his subordinate, his face was incomparably gloomy. Lin Xian, this guy, actually hit the jackpot and obtained a half-Earth rank artifact. Damn it! Yan Qingyang's eyes were filled with rage. That originally handsome face of his was now distorted beyond recognition. Jealousy, he was going crazy from jealousy. What capabilities did Lin Xian have to actually have so many good things? First, it was Murong Qingqing who was favored by the heavens. Then, he obtained a half-Earth rank artifact. Every matter caused countless people to be incomparably jealous. Yan Qingyang gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. He felt that all these good things should be his. Not long after, when he heard some other news, he was so angry that he started to tremble. This was the news that came from his clan during the break. It was about the Yan clan's disciples being killed in Windy City. Among them was a group of Yan clan's elites who were annihilated in Windy City for killing Lin Xian. Chapter 846. Brother, kill him! You must kill this brat! Avenge our Yan clan! Yan Qingyang's eyes were red as he stared at a figure in front of him. It was also a young man with a tall and sturdy figure and a handsome face. At this moment, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was cold, and his body emitted a biting, cold, killing intent. He nodded slightly and coldly said, Lin Xian, Lone Star Sword. I will let you know that there are some people you can't touch, and some things you can't take. This person was Yan Qingyang's brother, Yan Qifeng. He had received orders from his clan to kill Lin Xian and seize the Lone Star Sword. Let me see what capabilities you have to be able to cause such a huge commotion. He coldly snorted and walked outside. Immortal Martial Academy, Mid-Grade Spirit Gathering Tower. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing walked side by side near the mid-grade spirit gathering tower and instantly attracted the attention of countless cultivators. Their interest wasn't Lin Xian but the ancient blue sword on his back. Is that the Lone Star Sword? I can feel the cold aura from it even from so far away. This guy is too arrogant. He actually dares to carry a half-Earth treasure on his back. Someone coldly snorted. His eyes were red with jealousy. With a beauty by his side and a treasured sword by his side, Lin Xian had undoubtedly become the public enemy of the Immortal Martial Academy. Pairs of rabbit-like eyes stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. However, no one dared to make a move. They had heard of the incident in Wind-Seeking City. Although they didn't see it, they felt that it was terrifying just by hearing about it. To be able to bring back the Lone Star Sword safely from so many powers in Wind-Seeking City, it was enough to show how powerful Lin Xian was. Lin Xian naturally saw the surrounding people as well. However, he didn't care. These people were just talking and didn't dare to make a move. However, at the next moment, the crowd was in an uproar as if they had discovered something shocking. They dispersed like the tide. Lin Xian frowned slightly and turned his head to look. He saw the crowd disperse and a group of people walk out from the gap. The person in the lead was a handsome young man with a stalwart figure. His gaze was steady, and his footwork was steady. Although he did not deliberately release his aura, it carried a powerful aura, causing the surrounding people to quietly shut their mouths. Seeing those people, Lin Xian's frown deepened. Although he didn't recognize the burly youth at the front, he did recognize the disciple beside him. Yan Qingyang. Lin Xian smiled when he saw the other party's ferocious expression. Needless to say, these people were all from the Dao Spirit Association, and the tall and sturdy young man at the front should be the legendary president of the Dao Spirit Association, Yan Qifeng. The surrounding martial artists also took a deep breath, their expressions becoming extremely rich. Yan Qifeng, I didn't expect him to come back. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes burned with passion. These people naturally wouldn't forget the battle between Lin Xian and Daoling Association. Back then, when Yan Qingyang provoked him, he was severely injured. When Yan Qifeng returns this time, he definitely won't let Lin Xian off. Lin Xian is dead for sure this time. Although he was powerful, Yan Qifeng was a third-level honorable. The difference in level and realm could crush him to death. Yeah, maybe he won't be able to keep the Lone Star Sword then. If that's the case, it'll be interesting. I really want to see what kind of expression Lin Xian will have when he's defeated. Yeah, this guy is too arrogant. He's running around with the Lone Star Sword. Does he really think that no one can stop him? These people were jealous of Lin Xian, so their words were filled with sarcasm and jealousy. Yan Qingyang smiled maliciously and looked at Lin Xian with a strong provocation in his eyes. However, Lin Xian ignored him. Instead, he looked at Yan Qifeng, who was at the front. This scene stunned Yan Qingyang. Then, his face turned ugly. How dare Lin Xian ignore him? That's too despicable. I'll let you be smug for a little longer. When my brother makes his move, you'll know what it means to live a life worse than death. Yan Qingyang snorted in his heart. He knew that as long as his brother made his move, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to withstand it. By then, he would humiliate Lin Xian properly and return all the anger he had suffered previously. You're Lin Xian? At this moment, Yan Qingfeng's eyes flickered and he asked coldly. Who are you? Are you that trash's brother? Lin Xian said casually. During this process, he casually glanced at Yan Qingyang. The disdain in his eyes was self-evident. You! Yan Qingyang was so angry that he vomited blood again. He gritted his teeth and growled. Fuck, I'll bear with this. I'll pay you back 100-fold later. Looks like you know who I am. In that case, I don't have to introduce myself. Yan Qingfeng's voice was cold. He looked at the Lone Star Sword on Lin Xian's back with a burning gaze. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Kneel down and destroy your own cultivation. Hand over the Lone Star Sword obediently, and I'll give you a chance to live. The Yan family is really arrogant. Lin Xian sneered. Unfortunately, you're not the first to say that. In Wind-Seeking City, 3 disciples of the Yan family once said the same thing to me. In the end, they all died. Later on, there was an elite team of the Yan family led by a guardian elder. They also said the same thing to me, but they all died. I advise you to take back your words. Otherwise, you'll end up like them. What? The crowd was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to have already fought with the Yan family. By the sound of it, he had killed many Yan family martial artists. If that was true, Lin Xian was too scary. On the opposite side, Yan Qingfeng's face darkened. His eyes flickered and his killing intent quickly gathered. Since you know the crime you've committed, that's great. Since you've done something, you must pay the price. And the price you have to pay is your life. His voice was cold, and the sound waves turned into sharp swords. It was as if the swords were going to pierce through Lin Xian. So arrogant, so domineering, Lin Xian sneered. But let me tell you, the people I killed all deserve to die. I killed the Yan family because they deserved to die. Those people were all greedy. They wanted to kill me and steal my Lone Star Sword. If they weren't greedy and didn't provoke me, they wouldn't have been killed. Therefore, their deaths were entirely their own fault. As for you, if you're stubborn and want to steal the Lone Star Sword, you'll end up like them. Humph, what a sharp tongue! No matter what you say, you can't escape death. Yan Qingfeng's expression was cold. You're wrong. I'm just stating the truth. Since you want to fight, come at me. Lin Xian's eyes focused. The aura on his body kept rising. He was like a peerless divine sword that was recovering quickly. Of course, I'll fight. Yan Qifeng said coldly. But not today. Chapter 847. Life and death ring. Everyone was shocked, and their eyelids twitched. It seemed like Yan Qifeng was determined to kill Lin Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited Lin Xian to the life and death ring. The Celestial Martial Arts Academy forbade students from killing each other. For example, in the battle between Lin Xian and Yan Qingyang, Lin Xian merely injured his opponent and did not kill him. Therefore, if they were to fight now, Yan Qingyang could only defeat Lin Xian but not kill him. However, the life and death ring was different. It was a place the academy set aside for students to settle their disputes. Fights and conflicts were common between martial artists. Especially these geniuses, they were arrogant and did not want to admit defeat. If a martial artist in the academy reached the stage where they would fight to the death, they could apply for the life and death ring to fight to the death. Now Yan Qifeng had invited Lin Xian to the life and death ring. Life and death ring. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard that. He had heard of the life and death ring and knew the rules of the life and death ring. Once they entered the life and death ring, only one of them could survive. It seemed like Yan Qifeng was determined to kill him. However, this was good too. The grudge between him and the Yan clan was irreconcilable. Instead of leaving a scourge in the future, he might as well get rid of this genius now. Moreover, Yan Qifeng was ranked 30th on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. If he could defeat Yan Qifeng, Lin Xian's ranking would jump from 70th to 30th. No matter how one looked at it, Lin Xian would benefit greatly. Therefore, he had no reason to reject Yan Qifeng. 10 days later, the life and death ring will be as you wish. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and his gaze was resolute. The crowd was shocked and many of them exclaimed. They did not expect Lin Xian to accept the life and death ring. Did he not know Yan Qifeng's strength? One should know that Yan Qifeng was a third-level honorable. Moreover, he was not an ordinary third-level honorable. He was a genius and a senior in the Celestial Martial Arts Academy. He definitely had many trump cards in his hands. Such a person far surpassed those of the same level. Although Lin Xian was strong and could battle across realms, he could at most kill a second heaven venerable realm cultivator. Against a prodigy like Yan Qifeng, he was not enough. In fact, it was very likely that he would be killed instantly. Yan Qifeng smiled cruelly when he heard Lin Xian's reply. I advise you to enjoy your last moments, because in 10 days, I will definitely cut you down with my blade. He sneered, turned around, and left with the people of Daoling Association. Yan Qingyang looked at Lin Xian, his eyes full of mockery and disdain. Lin Xian actually dared to engage in a death match with his brother. He was really courting death. He couldn't wait to enjoy the scene of Lin Xian being killed 10 days later. Thinking of this, Yan Qingyang felt a twisted sense of pleasure. Are you confident? Murong Qingqing asked from the side. I'm not very confident, only about 30 to 40%. Lin Xian said. He knows that Yan Qifeng is definitely a very difficult opponent, so he wasn't arrogant. Only 30 to 40%? Murong Qingqing opened her eyes wide and complained. You actually dared to accept a death match with such a low success rate. I really don't know what you're thinking. Don't worry, aren't there still 10 days? Lin Xian comforted with a smile. If I can break through to the second heaven venerable realm within 10 days, then my chances of winning will greatly increase. By then, there might be a miracle. Breakthrough? Murong Qingqing rolled her eyes at him. Seems like you've already thought about it. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me worry for nothing. Oh, were you worried about me just now? Lin Xian suddenly smiled. To be able to get your concern, I have no regrets even if I die. He laughed and turned to walk toward the middle-level spirit gathering array. You. Humph. Who cares about you? Murong Qingqing blushed and stomped her feet in anger. It could be said that it was very urgent to break through to the second heaven venerable realm in 10 days, but Lin Xian had such confidence. The battle in Wind-Seeking City a few days ago had benefited him greatly. His spiritual energy value had already reached the peak of the first heaven venerable realm. As long as he was guided, he would be able to smoothly break through to the second heaven venerable realm. This was the benefit of fighting, and this was also why countless warriors wanted to fight with their lives on the line. In battle, they could improve their skills and strengthen their martial skills. If they were lucky, they could even break through directly. And Lin Xian was fighting with the top experts. Every battle was very exciting and intense, so the speed of his breakthrough was far beyond his peers. 5 days later, Lin Xian successfully broke through, and the spiritual energy in his body almost doubled. Not only that, he felt that his relationship with the great dragon sword soul had become even closer. The kind of easy control made him unable to stop. It had to be said that the increase of his cultivation was extremely beneficial to him. Lin Xian estimated that his current strength had doubled compared to before. Now, Lin Xian was confident that he could easily defeat Shang Guanxian, Quang Zhan, and the others. With his current strength, there was no pressure to fight against an ordinary third heaven venerable realm. Even if he was to fight against a genius like Yan Qifeng, he was confident that he could win. Therefore, Lin Xian was not worried about the battle 5 days later. In the following days, Lin Xian began to consolidate his cultivation and comprehend other martial arts. Soon, 10 days had passed, and the entire Immortal Martial Academy was in a frenzy of excitement. That was because today was the battle between Yan Qifeng and Lin Xian. This was not an ordinary battle. First of all, both of them were experts on the Mystic Venerable list. Between them, Yan Qifeng was more eye-catching. As a third heaven venerable and a genius martial artist ranked 30th on the Mystic Venerable Society, he was very dazzling. Moreover, the battle between the two of them was not an ordinary battle, but a battle of life and death. This kind of battle was extremely intense, and it would only end when one side died. There were very few such battles in the Immortal Martial Academy in recent years, which was why everyone was so excited. Moreover, Lin Xian had a half-earthed treasure in his hands, which was also one of the reasons why everyone was looking forward to the battle. One had to know that although everyone did not think highly of Lin Xian, if he used the Lone Star Sword, he might be able to fight against Yan Qifeng. However, it was almost impossible for him to turn the tables around. At most, it would allow Lin Xian to hold on for a little longer. This analysis was made by the experts of the academy. In their opinion, this was already very impressive. According to their estimation, if Lin Xian did not use the Lone Star Sword, he probably would not even be able to block a single attack. On this day, the weather was clear and there was a gentle breeze. In the Immortal Martial Academy, countless disciples were running in the same direction. Everyone had an excited expression on their faces. At this moment, in a corner of the Immortal Martial Academy, there was a huge arena. This arena was very old, and it was filled with an ancient aura. It was an ancient arena. Chapter 848. At this moment, the surroundings of the Life and Death Ring were filled with people. These people were all students of the Celestial Martial Arts Academy. There were even a few elders and deacons who came to watch the battle. Of course, they weren't just here to watch the battle. They had another purpose, which was to activate the Life and Death Ring. Not long after, a group of people walked over from afar. They were from the Tao Spirit Association. The person in the lead was dressed in a white robe. He had a handsome face and a burly figure. He was like a young god of war with a powerful aura. Yan Qifeng. When the crowd saw the white-robed figure, they instantly exclaimed. The person who came was Yan Qifeng. Behind him were Yan Qingyang and the rest from the Tao Spirit Association. Yan Qifeng brought the crowd to the Life and Death Ring. He bowed slightly to the elders. Then, he took a step forward and like a flash of lightning, he directly arrived at the ring. He stood with his hands behind his back like a javelin. He closed his eyes and waited quietly. Other than the elders of the academy, Yan Qifeng didn't care about anyone else. He only had one goal today, which was to kill Lin Xian. The crowd was shocked and whispered to each other. Yan Qifeng was too confident. He didn't care about this battle at all. Actually, this was very normal. Yan Qingfeng's cultivation was at the third heaven of the honorable realm. Moreover, he was a top expert who was ranked 30th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Other than those who were ranked above him, he didn't care about the others at all. Even those who were ranked higher than him wouldn't be willing to fight with him unless they had no other choice. After all, when one's cultivation reached such a level, one would definitely have some trump cards. Those things were very deadly. Not long after Yan Qingfeng's arrival, many other martial artists walked over. Among them, a few were very eye-catching. One of them was a young man in a purple robe. This young man's face was fair as if he hadn't seen the sun for a long time. What was even more strange was that his eyes were purple. As his eyes moved, there was a demonic aura. Behind him was a group of martial artists with powerful auras. Yi Yan! Seeing the purple figure, the crowd's heart trembled. Their eyes were filled with shock. It was because the aura that this young man in a purple robe gave out wasn't any weaker than Yan Qingfeng's. In fact, he was even stronger. Yi Yan was also a third heaven of the honorable realm. He was ranked 25th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. At the same time, he was also the leader of the Purple Robe Pavilion. Regardless of cultivation or power, he was above Yan Qingfeng. Who would have thought that Yan Qingfeng's battle to the death would actually draw him here? Everyone exclaimed. At the same time that Yi Yan arrived, on the other side, a group of people were also rushing over. These people were dressed in blue and had the same pattern drawn on their bodies. It was an ice flower. The ice flower was blue and lifelike, emitting a cold aura. The leader of this group of people was a young girl wearing a blue dress. The young girl was beautiful and her eyes were clear, but her body carried a bone-piercing chill. Following their arrival, the temperature of the entire space continued to drop, as if it had fallen into winter. "Snow Lady!" Everyone exclaimed again as they circulated their spiritual energy to resist the chill. Snow Lady, an ice-based warrior. She was extremely powerful and ranked 17th on the Mystic Sovereign Leaderboard. Her eyes were cold as she scanned the surroundings. Then, she found a place and quietly waited for the battle to begin. Other than that, another group of people had arrived. There were only 7 or 8 people in this group. However, no one dared to underestimate them because these people were too powerful. Each of them emitted a powerful aura that connected together. It was terrifying. The Gathering of Heroes was a very special organization. They had very few people, but every one of them was a powerhouse and could not be underestimated. The arrival of this group of people caused the entire space to fall into an extremely oppressive atmosphere. It could not be helped. These people's auras were too powerful. Although they did not deliberately release their auras, it was not something that ordinary warriors could withstand. One of them had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were unusually sharp, like a demonic beast. It made one's heart tremble. Lone Wolf, ranked 33rd on the Mystic Sovereign Leaderboard. His fighting style was extremely cruel, and few people dared to provoke him. The arrival of Lone Wolf and the others caused Yan Qingfeng to open his eyes. He nodded slightly at Lone Wolf and the others as a form of greeting. Lone Wolf also grinned. Then, he looked around and scanned the surroundings. In the next moment, his face darkened. "Humph! This Lin Xian is really arrogant. He actually made so many of us wait for him." Lone Wolf's voice was cold and his tone was filled with dissatisfaction. The crowd was silent, and did not dare to speak. It was obvious that Lone Wolf and Yan Qingfeng were in cahoots. At that moment, they were obviously targeting Lin Xian. "I came late because I wanted to give some people more time to live. Since you don't appreciate my kindness, then forget it." A faint voice was heard and lingered in the surroundings. It was clearly heard. "Humph! How arrogant!" Lone Wolf frowned and snorted coldly. On the fighting ring, Yan Qingfeng suddenly opened his eyes and looked forward. His gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced through the void. The surrounding warriors were also shocked. They knew that Lin Xian had arrived. The crowd turned around and saw a group of warriors walking over from behind. The person at the front was Lin Xian. Today, Lin Xian wore a black shirt that fit him perfectly. He carried the Lone Star sword on his back. His expression was calm and his footwork was steady. He was like a sword immortal, calm and confident. That aura was very special, making people feel that it was very profound. Beside him was Murong Qingqing, who was dressed in white. Her face was unparalleled and her temperament was extraordinary. She was like a fairy. Behind Lin Xian, there were hundreds of warriors. These people were naturally members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Today was the day of their boss's life and death battle. No one was left behind. More than 500 people gathered together, forming a terrifying aura. Their clothes were the same, and their footwork was the same. When they stepped on the ground, they emitted an indescribable rhythm, causing the entire ground to tremble. So strong! Was this Lin Xian's strength? The gods were shocked and could not believe it. They knew that Lin Xian had established the Dragon Sword Pavilion, but they had never thought that the Dragon Sword Pavilion would develop so quickly. Now that it had reached such a scale, it was truly shocking. When Lone Wolf saw the 500 people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion, his expression changed slightly. He snorted coldly and said, "Today is a life and death battle. No matter how many people you bring, it's useless. I brought these people not to help me fight, but to clean up the trash," Lin Xian said indifferently. "This fly is too annoying. Which one of you will chase him out?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked and their hearts trembled violently. Fly, Lin Xian actually called Lone Wolf a fly. Was he courting death? One had to know that Lone Wolf was a genius rank 33rd. In addition to his violent fighting style, his combat strength was not weaker than Yan Qingfeng's. Lin Xian actually called such a person a fly. No one dared to imagine what kind of anger Lone Wolf would erupt. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Xian's words, Lone Wolf's face darkened, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. "Brat, you'd better kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will die here without having to enter the life and death arena." Chapter 849. On the other hand, Yi Yan, Snow Lady, and the rest narrowed their eyes as if they were watching a show. Lin Xian ignored Lone Wolf's threat and shook his head slightly as he spoke to Dongfang Xiong. "Dongfang, throw this guy out. I don't want to see him. I don't want to affect my mood for the competition." "Don't worry, Brother Xian." Dongfang Xiong laughed foolishly and took a step forward. His entire body exuded a dragon-elephant aura. Following his action, the 500 members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion behind him roared in unison. How dare he insult their boss? He deserved to die. They didn't care if he was an expert on the Sublime Venerable leaderboard. As long as he dared to insult their boss, he would be sent flying. 500 people gathered together. Their aura was terrifying. Moreover, these people weren't weak. More than half of them had entered the supremacy realm. With so many cultivators gathered together, not to mention the third-level venerated realm experts, even the elders' expressions changed drastically. They couldn't fight back. They couldn't fight back at all. Back then, Lin Xian had led 50 supremacies and barged into the Vientiane auction. Now, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were 10 times more than before. The power they produced was also 10 times more than before. Terrifying spiritual energy soared from the 500 people. It formed a huge hand in the air and slammed down. "You're courting death! Die!" Lone Wolf roared. An extremely powerful aura exploded from his body as he fought against the huge hand in the sky. However, everything he did was in vain. Although he was a third-level supremacies and there was a suppression between supremacies, he wasn't facing one person. He was facing 500 experts. The 500 people were all geniuses. Although they weren't as strong as him, their talents weren't any weaker than his. At that moment, the 500 people gathered together. He couldn't fight back at all. Poof! A string of blood splattered down from the sky as Lone Wolf was sent flying. The void was torn apart. His body was like a shooting star as he disappeared into the horizon. Silence. Absolute silence. All the martial artists around the life and death ring were stunned. The powerful lone wolf, an expert ranked 33rd on the Sublime Venerable leaderboard, was sent flying just like that. Seeing the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, everyone gasped. They didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. In the life and death ring, Yan Qifeng frowned. The other party's society was indeed a terrifying force that could even threaten him. But so what? Today's match was a battle of life and death. No one could help Lin Xian. In a one-on-one battle, Yan Qifeng had absolute confidence. Although you can make Lone Wolf leave the stage, it's all in vain. On the life and death arena, no one can help you. Once you lose the support of a force, you are nothing. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Is that so? I look forward to it. Lin Xian smiled faintly. He slowly walked forward with steady steps. A powerful sword will gush out from his body. On the other side, Yan Qifeng also exuded a terrifying aura that was filled with murderous intent. Moreover, it contained the powerful aura of a third sky venerable realm cultivator, which pressed down on Lin Xian. The two auras clashed in the void, creating a terrifying sound of collision. Yan Qifeng looked disdainful. He was 2 levels higher than Lin Xian. He could crush Lin Xian to death with his aura alone. He knew that too. Therefore, before going on the stage, he wanted to use his cultivation to humiliate Lin Xian. He wanted Lin Xian to know the consequences of offending the Yan family. However, to his surprise, Lin Xian was not pressed down. Instead, Lin Xian blocked his aura. How is that possible? The others were shocked too. They did not expect Lin Xian to be able to block it. Lin Xian smiled faintly. I can tell from your expression that your plan has failed again. Although I don't want to admit it, I still have to say that I seem to be the nemesis of the Yan family. Therefore, you have to be careful. Don't die because of me. Humph! Yan Qifeng snorted. He squinted his eyes and stared at Lin Xian. Then, he looked surprised. You've broken through. No wonder you're so arrogant. Even if you're a second sky venerable, it's still not enough. I'll let you know how big the gap between us is. Cherish this moment. Today will be the last time you're arrogant. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and walked towards the combat ring quickly. With every step he took, the sword intent on his body grew stronger. In the end, the entire space was shrouded by the terrifying sword light as if it was going to tear the 9 heavens apart. The surrounding crowd was shocked and retreated quickly. They could not withstand the pressure of the aura. Then, Lin Xian stepped onto the combat ring. Sword she exploded like a peerless sword and slashed forward. Too powerful! Lin Xian was like a sword god. He was extremely sharp and pointed his sword at Yan Qifeng as soon as he stepped onto the stage. Activate! As Lin Xian stepped onto the combat ring, the surrounding elders of the academy shouted. Then, they waved their hands and injected spiritual energy into the combat ring. In the end, the entire combat ring shook rapidly and formed a sealed space. Only when one of them died would the combat ring open again and release the winner. Otherwise, both of them would be sealed in the combat ring. That was the combat ring. Once one stepped onto the combat ring, life and death would be decided immediately. Only those who were alive could leave the combat ring. Looking at Lin Xian opposite him, Yan Qifeng became extremely cold. A violent and cold murderous aura was released from his body and quickly spread in all directions. In his eyes, a cold blade flashed. Today, he was going to kill his opponent and take the Lone Star Sword to clear his family name. Kid, although you've broken through to the second sky of the honorable realm, you're still nothing in front of me. Take out the Lone Star Sword. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance. Hearing that, many people nodded in agreement. Indeed, although Lin Xian was powerful, the gap between the two was too big. If not for the Lone Star Sword, Yan Qifeng would have been killed instantly. However, Lin Xian smiled faintly. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Then, he slowly took out the Lone Star Sword from his back. Hearing that, many people shook their heads. They thought that Lin Xian had gone overboard. One should know that even with the Lone Star Sword, he could at most compete with Yan Qifeng. It was impossible for him to defeat Yan Qifeng. However, Lin Xian was extremely confident. After breaking through to the second sky of the Honorable Realm, his chances of winning had increased to 80%. This was still under the condition that he did not use the Lone Star Sword. If he used the Lone Star Sword now, he would definitely win. In fact, from his point of view, using the Lone Star Sword would make this battle meaningless. However, this was a battle of life and death. He could not afford to be careless. In a battle of this nature, he had to be fast and accurate. Therefore, even if Yan Qifeng did not say so, he had decided to use the Lone Star Sword to end the battle quickly. Chapter 850. Yan Qifeng was very confident. Regardless of whether Lin Xian used the Lone Star Sword or not, he would still be able to kill him. He was very confident in his own strength. He extended his palm and a snow-white long saber appeared in his hand. The saber radiance flashed and sliced through the void easily. Needless to say, it was a treasured saber. With the saber in hand, Yan Qifeng's entire body became sharp. His aura was unbearable. Next, you will know how big the gap between us is. Even if you have the Lone Star Sword, you won't be able to make up for it. He snorted coldly and waved his arm. The snow-white long saber fell, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. Along with it was a dazzling saber radiance that merged into one. The crowd was shocked and their hearts trembled. Yan Qifeng was too powerful. Just a normal attack was unbearable. He was indeed a genius martial artist who was ranked 30th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Lin Xian's expression was grave. Yan Qifeng's attack was enough to threaten his safety. He used the illusory demon steps and dodged quickly. At the same time, he waved the long sword in his hand. He became one with the sword and charged toward Yan Qifeng. You want to fight in close combat? You're courting death. Yan Qifeng sneered. The saber in his hand shone even more brightly. With his earth-rank body movement, Lin Xian was very fast. He arrived in front of Yan Qifeng in an instant. The next moment, the great dragon's sword soul exploded. Shocking murderous aura and blood-red sword radiance accompanied the Lone Star Sword as it pierced forward. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed red. It was as if hell had descended. Boom! Poof! With one strike, the two of them quickly moved to opposite ends of the arena. That's fast. What happened? The crowd was anxious and discussed quickly. They could not see the attack clearly. They could only feel the terrifying power spreading in all directions. The Lone Star Sword is only SOSO. Yan Qifeng turned around and sneered. However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression changed drastically. His entire face was distorted. Poof! In the next moment, blood spurted out of his right arm like a river of blood. It was terrifying. His entire right arm was separated from his body and fell to the ground. Ah! My arm! What? What happened? The crowd was stunned. They could not believe it. At that moment, everyone was stunned. The extremely powerful Yan Qifeng's arm was cut off? This was too unbelievable. Lin Xian, how is Lin Xian? Everyone hurriedly turned their heads and looked to the other side. They knew that the moment they exchanged blows, the two of them must have had an intense collision. Otherwise, such a shocking thing would not have happened. God, he's fine! Someone cried out in alarm, not daring to believe it. Lin Xian stood proudly with his sword in his hand. His sleeves were torn, and the cut was even. It was cut by the long blade, but his body was unharmed. With one strike, Yan Qifeng was defeated. The previously incomparably arrogant and domineering Yan Qifeng was actually defeated in one move. Was Lin Xian too terrifying, or was the Lone Star Sword too powerful? The crowd did not know, but they knew that Yan Qifeng had lost the match. Without his right arm, his battle prowess would definitely drop drastically. How could he possibly withstand the Lone Star Sword's attacks? And the consequence of failure was death. Impossible! This is impossible! Outside the arena, Yan Qingyang was trembling in disbelief. He knew his elder brother's strength. Even a third-level honorable realm of the older generation was no match for him. However, such a person had actually been defeated. Furthermore, he had been defeated in a single move. Just how powerful was Lin Xian? The Tao's Spirit Association side was dead silent, but the Dragon Sword Pavilion's side was jubilant. Murong Qingqing's beautiful eyes also turned, and her face was full of surprise. Yi Yan, Snow Lady, and the rest were also extremely shocked. They did not expect such a situation. What a fast sword! In the distance, a few elders from the academy exclaimed, looking at Lin Xian with sparkling eyes. This kid is incredible. Even without the Lone Star Sword, he can still win. However, the Lone Star Sword has shortened the process infinitely. Yes, such a fast sword is very rare among the younger generation. Not bad, not bad. Perhaps he is qualified to enter that place. A few elders discussed, and they were very optimistic about Lin Xian. In the life and death ring, Yan Qingfeng's body trembled. He looked at the broken arm and fell into a daze. This should not be. This was completely different from what he had expected. How could his opponent have such a powerful attack? The Lone Star Sword, it must be the Lone Star Sword! His eyes were crazy as he stared ahead. Is this the power of a half-Earth-rank treasure? It's so powerful! I must get it! He roared to the sky, and the aura on his body erupted like a flood. Boom! The void exploded, and a black lightning bolt floated in the sky with terrifying power. Die, brat! Yan Qifeng roared and attacked with his martial soul. Rumble! In an instant, lightning surged, shattering everything. The sea of lightning surged, and it was extremely terrifying. The scene was too terrifying. The entire sky was a sea of lightning, and it quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Gulp! Countless people swallowed their saliva. Such an attack was terrifying. Even a third-rank honorable would be turned into ashes in an instant. Lin Xian also felt the danger. Without hesitation, he quickly held the Lone Star Sword with both hands and displayed the great Dragon Sword Soul to the extreme. Gale Lightning Sword, 3 moves frighten ghosts and gods! A sword chi that was as thick as a mountain and as fierce as a sword god slashed down quickly. Boom! The void trembled, and the endless sea of lightning swayed before it was ruthlessly cut open. The scene was terrifying. It was as if the dark night had been forcefully torn apart by a pair of large hands. Countless rays of light surged in, and the sky regained its clarity. The entire life and death ring trembled. If not for the special material, it would have been destroyed long ago. Drip! Drip! There was a pool of blood dripping in front, but Yan Qingfeng's figure had disappeared. Gulp! Countless people swallowed their saliva with difficulty, unable to believe what had happened. Another sword. In just one sword, Yan Qifeng was dead. In the entire process, Lin Xian had only attacked twice. However, these 2 attacks had taken Yan Qingfeng's life. The first attack had cut off Yan Qingfeng's right arm, directly destroying all of Yan Qingfeng's beliefs. The second attack had directly killed Yan Qifeng. The entire process was very short, and it took less than half an hour. No, this can't be real! Demon, demon! Below, Yan Qingyang screamed in horror, and his body trembled. In the next moment, he turned around and fled. Yan Qifeng was dead, and he did not even have the courage to face Lin Xian. The martial artists from Dao Ling Association also retreated quickly, disappearing into the crowd. Everyone knew that from today onwards, Dao Ling Association no longer existed. Buzz! On the life and death ring, the special enchantment disappeared. The entire ring quickly faded and fell into a deep sleep again. Brother Xian! Brother Xian! The people from Dragon Sword Pavilion shouted crazily. They were too excited. Lin Xian's strength had shocked their new god. This was their boss. The boss of Dragon Sword Pavilion. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.